for your patience. I think we're ready to go. Are we good on tech?
We are good to go on the record.
Okay.
Clear response.
Is there anybody online that can verify broadcasting sound?
Oh.
We have good audio. Thank you.
Intelligible.
Tammy Pearson said she was on.
Oh, there she is. Okay.
Intelligibility.
Yeah, where's our intelligibility? Okay.
Intelligibility. Mr. Intelligibility. Do you?
Signs point to no, we don't have sound, or we can't hear. One or the other.
We need to do anything with these? It doesn't.
Director Curia, I can report good intelligibility and thumbs up.
It was blue yesterday.
They can hear us. I just don't know if we can hear that.
Okay,
Oh,
so this
gotcha.
is,
That was,
Patrick, I will start
something.
I think you turned it off and back on, so it's all good.
Yeah, these things you have to cap it like mute it, right?
The red light gave us some indication that it was the wrong thing.
Yeah.
You know, I touched that button, Mr. Adams.
Planning not to work tomorrow. It feels like Friday. Now I'm gonna work tomorrow. So we're approving. Approved by Elon Musk.
Hence, I followed your lead.
Working.
Got my own this morning. Yeah. Well,
I know. A little bit tomorrow.
Millcreek, we've lost audio at this point. Repeat, the microphone feed to us is no longer active. Audio check, audio check.
Start day 2 and call this meeting to order. Thanks, Paul. I think we're good to go. Hopefully, Tammy, do you want to verify? Are you on and able to hear and able to thumbs up? Okay. Outstanding.
We can't hear you. It's a little degraded since before, but could someone else speak in the room just to make sure that the Sennheiser equipment is working okay?
Testing.
Hello.
Tara, you were loud and clear. Thank you. If you could just check on that laptop that it's connected to TWC for Team Connect Wireless.
Yeah, it is TC. That one, right?
Yep.
Maureen, you sounded loud and clear.
Yeah, there we go. Select the middle one.
yeah. I know the controls are working.
Okay. We just checked and we had to reselect these as our microphone. So we should be good.
Sound great. Thank you, Director.
Thanks, Paul. And thanks to everybody for showing up for day 2. And thanks for also Commissioner Pearson is online with us. He's able to join us for at least some of it today. Appreciate all we can get from you. I know you guys are all super busy and super committed. So to sacrifice this amount of time over 2 days is not lost on me. I know that it is a big sacrifice, and we really, really appreciate it. We couldn't do this without you. So with that, let's dive in and hear what business you want to attend to first.
I'm happy to give a quick update for today. So we have a regional assets here presentation starting at 9:30.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
15 minutes.
Yeah, we do have just a few minutes.
Lunch. I know we had an hour lunch yesterday. We thought that was a good time. Today we want to do shorter lunch to make sure we have enough time to get everything awarded. I think our hope is to be out by 4.
Is our reservation ending at 4, or did we extend it?
I think we were able to communicate the importance of what we are doing here to us and to the city of Millcreek. So I think
Yeah, those go till noon, and then we'll get a little bit more into things. But for the first few minutes here, anything that we want to close out from yesterday or questions from yesterday?
A summary recapping what we like earlier, as counties that are not funded. Yeah, where's that? Is that other screen going to be set up?
And we'll bring that out after the presentation.
Oh, yeah.
We decided to move it off to the side for this morning.
yeah, so I can prompt over here. Oh, we can pull up the meeting. Okay, so this is all grants. So this is where we landed. We awarded 8 million of that, which is 44.9% of what we have. You can see our totals here on the programs. So we're looking at 3 million to tier 1 so far, 3.2, 3 CPR, 2.2 to RFI, 200,000. We want to see individual breakdowns.
So we haven't moved anything forward on the big ones, the regional tier, right?
No. Specific stuff you want to look at,
But we've addressed at least some of every list other than regional asset tier.
You gotta do that first.
How many counties?
all total, looks like we have 25 unique counties. Washington County currently sits at the top, 1.4 million awarded, followed by Utah, Santa Juana, Summit, Salt Lake, Los Angeles. Juab did get that, the first ever $8,000 from the Southwest.
And they are also presenting this morning. Nephi City is anyway.
Yeah. Then that Miller award as well.
1 or 2 of the Washington County ones are ones we've talked about slimming, so they've been put forward at their full amount without that, right?
Oh, shocked.
Was that a CPR? That
I think CPR was the one we decided there would be
Okay.
some adjustments.
Good.
We could do any of that.
I'm not saying that we need to, I'm just. I feel like my home gets a lot sometimes.
Yeah, none of the things that we've recommended thus far are locked in, so to speak. We still have flexibility to do reductions and additions from the list that didn't make it and so on. So there's some room.
Looks like we're at 56.5% going to rural counties right now, which is great.
Okay.
What counties haven't we funded?
We do have 100,000 for Daggett.
Here?
And no grants on there.
Yeah, we have some for grants. That's like everybody.
That's just a Paiute.
I couldn't have let you know
Wayne
that.
We
County.
had somebody for private.
Yeah.
Like I can see that that's Tooele, but if I didn't know what Tooele was, I'd be like, what's that?
We commend you all, like some of the ones like Rich County, Daggett County, a lot of these counties are the ones that have the difficult things, so it's nice to see them. Let's check
Just waiting on them.
out. Okay, we found one.
Okay.
So 3 more.
So we're looking for a product from Wayne, and where else?
Oh, Emory?
Yes.
Yeah, we
area
have a
coming
little
up right now that I looked at.
I don't see Morgan.
I saw some from
Box
Wayne
Elder.
County.
I don't see.
Really?
You guys sing the song?
The Wayne song?
No,
Oh,
the
you
county
know,
song?
let's hear it.
I
Tom.
can't do it. I just wonder if somebody knows it.
Where's Lincoln? Lincoln should be able to sing that.
Yeah, Lincoln. That's what I was just, yeah.
Does he?
Carbon County, do we have Carbon on there?
My wife.
Really?
Well, either carbon, Dave.
You got two?
I got three. Come on.
No.
No, very low.
Was that on an ad or something? What was that?
No, it's just kids in Utah. Do
Kids do, oh, in school
Brandy Grace sings it in her podcast.
He's good at memorizing songs.
and helping your kids. They
Yeah.
they probably have to learn, yeah.
That's true. Dad is. Good. Dad is lucky to show up at home before 6.
I remember a lot of lyrics, but they're the wrong lyrics.
Well, so several counties, I guess, is the takeaway.
Sounds good. I'm singing this.
Four that we haven't,
I don't think that's
I think we've identified them more or less.
John Anderson called Chicken Truck.
Anything else from yesterday's presentations? Anything in advance of any of these today?
What's the real song?
They've confirmed they're showing up, I assume. Did we get confirmation from all of them that they're on? Okay.
We're discussing tier 1 at this point.
I mean, we have 8 minutes. We don't want to waste, any time. Hopefully we can be out of here by 4. I feel like we've made really good progress. So, I know we were discussing, just in a couple of side conversations, a little bit more about Snowland, and that project proposal. Obviously super complex. Any other thoughts on that as you guys got a good night's rest? Or on any of the others?
Matt, you're being really quiet today. You
Oh, am I being
you usually
quiet
take the
today?
lead. Yeah,
No,
come
I
on.
got-
We're
I
all
got a
looking for
reputation- I
you.
got a reputation, don't I? Me and Des talked about this this morning. I think that, you just look at the players behind it and, I think, they'll figure it out. They'll figure out the insurance. I don't have any concerns over the private use of, Wasatch Academy because I think that's the status quo. I think that's how it is now. This enhancement that we're trying to fund is to open it up to the public. So I think that's what we're trying to accomplish here. So I feel pretty good about it. That's my opinion, Russ. Is that what you wanted?
I love it.
All right, then.
Well, I like the area that it's in. It's a great regional area that has holes in it and the type of recreation needed there that's what I love about it.
I think we got our compliance person isn't here, so just make it contingent upon the insurance and then I want to just make sure that it's clear that Wasatch and Snow are paying full market rate when they're using the facility, right? They aren't getting, right? I mean, the only thing they're giving up, right, is, they should be if they're renting the space and bringing kids during the week, but they're.
Cost should be the cost.
Yeah.
Regardless.
So I looked at I'm not sure that was specifically spelled out in their presentation, but I think that was implied, but I think we ought to just make sure that.
Yeah, I think it would be a glaring,
Yeah.
I guess, conflict or unfair advantage if that wasn't the case. I think it was just assumed and we would understand that. Otherwise, it probably wouldn't be I don't think it would be eligible.
And I guess a point of note, we did talk about it this morning, and for like Jordan and new folks' sake, and anytime we do fund these, it's cost reimbursable. So I mean, if they don't actually succeed in what they're doing, then the cost is not incurred anyway. So
Post performance.
Right, it is all post performance. So yeah, we're just committing $1 million.
Yeah.
So if they get permits from the Forest Service, that will be in the contract. Obviously, they'll have to have the proper permits to build the type of infrastructure that is laid out in their plan, which is where most of the cost is, frankly.
Yeah.
They won't even be able to break ground until the permits are assured, and then operating with insurance is part of it too, and we can add that in.
I'm good with it.
Did they talk about, just more from a recreational standpoint, like, are they all green level trails? Are they?
I don't think they have terrain to
Any
do
trails.
anything different.
or- okay.
It's,
Sorry, not trails, but like,
Oh,
just not steep.
500 feet elevation.
Yeah, it's just, they're glorified, they're all beginner terrain. I think, yeah, the risk, if the underwriter and the insurance company really truly look at it, the risk is gonna be far lower than any other ski area, you know, it's
Even with the lift.
even with a lift, right, yeah. The beginner hill, the entire thing.
My only concern, remaining concern, and a lot of banks look at this way too, is ski resorts. They're not giving loans to ski resorts below a certain elevation because you're just not getting the snowpack anymore.
Mhm.
And I know it's pretty high, but it's not like 10,000. It's like 8,500 feet or something.
You could have been skiing there 2 weeks ago when I passed over.
really?
Okay.
There was 4 feet.
What's the aspect? Is it a east facing? Southeast facing?
I don't think it's south. Yeah, I think it's north facing on a curve that faces north. But there was still 4 feet of snow up there 3 weeks ago.
It's almost to the top of the scale. I mean, it's one turn and then you're at the top of the drive. That's the beauty of down there too. If you want to access snow, it's one of the few places that you can drive to this time of year and offload and ski or
And the
snowmobile
grade up Fairview Canyon is steep, so you get up high fast.
fast. You're right.
The only thoughts I had on that presentation, he said, oh, we'll take care of that. We got that. Quite a few times, and yet I oddly had confidence that they would.
Oh.
So I was sitting there kind of going, well,
See, and I have less,
hey,
have to have insurance or I don't like it.
Look at the players that came in just to be here and you know, they'll put it.
I wrote down the quote too. He said, we'll figure it out.
We'll figure it out.
And I was like, you didn't come with the same entourage. I don't know if that would float as well.
That's just him though. He's a, well, he said it in the very beginning, I've been a salesman.
Yeah.
So that's why he was the voice.
That's why I didn't. I love how you all responded. I had the exact opposite reaction to all of it.
Really?
Yes, he is a salesman. He's a very good salesman, and so I automatically don't trust anything he says. Like I just don't. I want the data. I want evidence, but I'm also a scientist, so I kind of go that way anyways.
I've just known him for a while, so I know him personally.
And I appreciate that the personal relationships help to add some degree of trust. And I do think it's a great project. I just worry about some of the
For sure.
aspects.
It's just a question too. Do we ask every project about insurance, or how does that work? Only like nonprofits that are that really in need of it. I mean, most of them are going to be government entities. That, but, hey, we've got guests. Welcome.
Hi, are you ready for us?
Yeah.
We are ready anytime you guys are.
Absolutely.
I get your.
If you want a minute, it's okay.
Oh, you're perfect.
Right.
You guys take the stairs up, you can take a minute.
I did that yesterday.
That is one of the criteria for approving is the presenters took.
thank you for letting us do this.
Take your time.
Take your time.
Thank you for what you've done in the past. Our wheel park thus far is an amazing success. I have residents come up to me.
Go to the next slide.
Excellent.
Go ahead and start.
Well, and before you start, Mayor, I'll tell you, one of the questions that has come out, because this is not a unique project now. You guys have been a great example of how to build an all-wheels park. And one of the questions yesterday from one of the members of this committee was, how popular are they? And are people using it a lot? So I'll maybe tee that up for you just a little bit, because Tara and I got to go out and visit with you a little bit. I've been there since our visit and kind of seeing how things have gone. So anyway.
And we also mentioned the USA BMX team is nearby, so.
It's been amazing and popular.
I've got out there with my grandkids a couple of times. I did visit the doctor afterwards. It's just spread. I still have all the rollerblades. I still use it. But it has been amazingly popular. I've had parents come to me and say, the people that treat each other so well. Their kids were just learning, with these other kids that are skilled and talented. You teach them how to do, improve themselves. They're going to clean up after themselves. We had no great big problems. They clean the trash up. They sweep the dirt off the trails. If you're on a scooter, you hit a rock. That's a big deal. And they've been very good at doing that. And if the part that we're looking to expand, to connect on there, it's underneath the Rocky Mountain power lines. You can't do anything else with it. That land has been sitting there for all these years, collecting debris, growing weeds. We went to turn into something useful. I just really came from a dairy graduation, and I talked to the kids, and I said, what is better, riding a bicycle or playing a video game? They actually said riding a bicycle. I didn't tell them. They said riding a bicycle, because that, when they do physical things, get their mind thinking, oxidates their blood system, and they can do better. And for me, it's great. Thank you for letting this help us this morning and letting us proceed.
I'm sorry, I should introduction. I'm Corbin Lee. I'm with the mayor. I'm the city administrator for West Jordan. Jeremy Olson is here. He is our senior management analyst and grants administrator. You asked, this was unique at the time. Other people are trying to do similar things. We've designed it in a way, and we continue to push for this in a way that will be completely unique because of some of the assets that we have for this park that aren't readily available. You'll notice the dump truck beds. We put a bowl in the back of a massive dump truck bed. We have a partnership with Rio Tinto. The other dump truck bed, which is just off street where the W is going to be, you'll see in a second, it's going to be the roll-ins for our bike park. The layout is very open. It's very, very different than skate parks and bike parks. It is very, very popular. One of my favorite stories, I showed up there a couple months ago, and the Meller family pulls up. The dad gets out, he's got his helmet and his pads, and grabs his skateboard. The mom gets out, and she's all padded up and grabs her skateboard. Oh, this is cool. The mom and the dad skating. And then they lift their 6-year-old son out of the back seat, and his wheelchair is covered in stickers. And that this is his favorite park by far because it's spread out, it's stretched out. It's not most wheel parks, skate parks, and they're designed with all the features in a kind of tight acreage. We stretched everything out. We gave it a big flat ground plaza. This is just phase 1, and we're just getting started. Phase 2 is underway. Go to the next slide. The third phase is also under contract. Nate Wessel of X Games and Shauna Land and Red Bull fame. He designed Woodward Parks. He's the designer of the third phase that we're building right now. Go to the next slide. I mentioned that partnership with Rio Tinto. Rio Tinto has given us $150,000 a year to keep working on this project. Parts from the skate park and bike park are repurposed from the Kennecott mine because it sits out by the mine. It's a very underserved part of the community for outdoor recreation because it's up against the Oakers. They don't have the public lands access. They don't have the mountain biking trails like the east side communities do. So Rio Tinto is assisting us. So you're going to come to this bike park and you're going to climb up on top of that. Go to the next slide. Yeah, you'll climb up on shipping containers, up on top of that dump truck bed, and then you'll drop into the bike trails. That dump truck bed is 2 stories tall. The other dump truck bed we have out there is a viewing deck, and it's one that lets you get out and see the whole site. The whole thing is themed after the mine and after construction, and so we're going to incorporate all those elements into it. And then this is going to be bike park. And then I mentioned third phase is jump lines, slope style trails. The takeoffs are going to be built out of steel rather than dirt like in this picture because we want it to be easily maintained and accessible. We also want to make sure that Those that need help riding a bike park on an e-bike or something else, their heavier bikes aren't chewing up the jump takeoffs. And so the landings will still be in dirt, but the takeoffs will be built out of steel and very progressive in design for beginners all the way up to more expert riders. Let's go to the next slide. What we're asking for is $1 million from the Outdoor Rec grant. We're gonna have a 1-to-1 match. We've already invested several million into this project. We have a couple million into the project at the moment. If we get this funding, we'll invest another $1 million of match money. And it will let us design and build an additional up to 33 acres. Mayor mentioned the Rocky Mountain Power Corridor. If you go to the next slide, we'll expand in the Rocky Mountain Power Corridor. We have worked with Rocky Mountain Power on this, and it will go all the way north and south along Mountain View Corridor. So it's a very, very visible site, which we love. We want people driving down Mountain View Corridor. Yeah, I wish I was on my bike. I wish I was not stuck in traffic, sitting here on the highway, but riding in that park right next door. Like I said, very visible site, very fun. We have some design constraints with Rocky Mountain Power. We're working around those. We also have an asphalt trail that runs to this site along Mountain View Corridor. And this grant will help us connect to that asphalt trail with asphalt connectivity. So it will allow us to extend our longboarding path, our longboarding loop, connecting it into the Mountain View Corridor Trail. And then Mountain View Corridor Trail goes all the way up and down the west side of the valley. We also plan to expand the skate park offerings. For example, this is the conceptual design for vert skating and biking. Vert's making a comeback. The X Games are going to be hosted here in Salt Lake City. And we're going to take that construction theme and use those shipping containers to have storage, viewing decks, viewing platforms, and the top level there will also be a roll-in into the bike park as well. So you'll climb up there, you can watch the skating and biking on the vert, or you can roll into the bike park off those top decks. And it acts like a wind block as well. For vert bike and vert skating, the wind control is very important, so we'll have it wrapping that. Someone mentioned our partnership. Tara, thank you. I think you mentioned our partnership with Team USA and the core athletes. The Team USA BMX freestyle training facility is less than a mile away on that trail, and we have a partnership with them for the design and build of this project, but also for ongoing operations. It's a 5-year deal to host clinics, camps, demos. They bring in people from all over the country to train at their facility, and this is now a partner facility to give an indoor-outdoor option. But as part of their partnership, they have to teach the community. So we have our Olympian athletes, professional athletes coming in that just started this month with an all-girls camp, teaching kids how to get on a bike, how to have better bike skills. Storm is hosting this first one. Not Hannah Storm, Hannah, I lost her last name. She was just in the Olympics. Anyways, she's hosting this first one, and it's for girls. It's a 4-day camp, but 1 day is dedicated to the community and open to the public, and it's hosted at our site. And with our expansion of this bike park, they're under contract to do even more of that multiple times a year. With that, we intend for this bike park and this skate park to be a destination park, like Dookie Park up in Washington, like the Rail Yard in Arkansas, where if you're coming to Utah already because it's a biking mecca and you're hitting trails, you're also going to spend a day coming to this park and riding an urban setting bike park, because you'll just get a lot of trails in a tight site and get a lot of laps on a variety of terrain. So that's our presentation. We love this. We want you to come out. I guarantee any day of the week, if you come out, especially if it's good weather, you'll see people on all kinds of wheels out there and all kinds of ages. As Mayor said, it's very positive. It's fun. We'd love to host you and show it off, and bring your board or your bike, and we'd love to ride together. Any questions?
Corbin, Mayor Jeremy, thanks for the presentation. I remember when we funded this project the first time, one of the points that you discussed was the lack of any sort of facility like this on the west side. And Mayor, you referenced some of the challenge to access to public lands, but can you also just talk about the demographics of West Jordan and the different types of populations that are able to use this facility that didn't have access to this type of facility before?
This, West Jordan, as you may know, is kind of like the tale of two cities. The east side is the old part, where people have been living there since 1848. And this side of the city is the new part. The people who moved there, our population quadrupled. And the majority of that is over on the west side. And because of that growth that's happened out there, the services come along afterwards, along the line. So they haven't had services in that side of our city. So it's a real benefit. And there were a couple of people who were concerned when this first started going, oh, what is one to bring in? And they were like, oh, good, my kids are here. They're not going someplace else.
This site is, when this park was built and you funded it the first time, thank you. I think we were the biggest or one of the biggest cities in the country that didn't have even a skate park. That's rectified with phase 1 in this project, but we don't want to stop there. This site is right by Copper Hills High School. If you follow, high school mountain biking is blowing up. And if you're in that world, the bigger teams are the schools that are close to trails and close to access. Corner Canyon High, Alta High, Sky Ridge High, Lone Peak High, Eagle Mountain, those teams. Those are just ones in my region. So, they have huge teams because their kids have easy access to trails. The West Side schools in the Granite School District, the West Side schools in the Jordan School District that aren't in Harriman, they have smaller teams because they got to travel a lot further to find access. This site will hopefully help with some of that.
Yeah, great presentation. Thank you. Great project. You had a great story about an athlete that needed accessibility. It's a great design and great park. I was wondering about those stacked containers. Was there some consideration for some of those run-ins for wheelchair users? It looked like unless you had some kind of lift, it might be difficult to get folks in adaptive equipment into some of those areas.
So I love that half pipe rendering, but I also don't love it because it's not complete. The decks will be it shows stairs, and that's not right. It will be ramped up, and we're going to be very cognizant of the slopes on those ramps. Some of them will by necessity be steep, but we're going to try and shallow out a lot of them. One for tired guys pushing their bikes up, but 2 to make sure they're accessible all the way to those top levels, so they get a good roll.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
And our grand opening, there were wheelchairs in there.
Yeah, great.
I guess I've got a question, right? This is just seeing if there's flexibility, if we can't fund it the full $1 million, is it, we've got about 3 times more asked this year than we have money. So if we love the project and we try and make some others work and shave kind of, I think the term we used yesterday, skinny up some budgets. I'm just curious if there's sort of, because of where you're at with the budget, it's $1 million or a little bit of flexibility.
It's a 2-edged question.
Yeah, I know. I get it.
You need the million. No, it's design build, and you can tell we're doing it in a lot of phases to tackle it with as many partner dollars as possible. So if we were given a portion of the grant we're asking for, we would design and build to that level and create a phase and then come back again.
So if you like us, we'll come see you again next year.
I'm not familiar with this site other, than your proposals in past years. So, but what you've done so far, are you seeing impacts to other businesses, or is this build out expected to promote other businesses nearby as we have a 33+ acre park?
That's a great question. This site, and so when the wheels park in total is complete, it will be about 45 acres, and it will be part of an additional 90 acres, which is in the Ronwood Regional Park. We have sharing a parking lot with this, a rec center. It's too early. This just opened in October, so we haven't seen a big business impact yet. West Jordan's a little bit underserved with bikes Lights, we love.
Just one question more, since it's under the power lines, which company has, is servicing those power lines?
Rocky Mountain Power, just a portion of the site is under the power lines. Yeah,
Is
but
Rocky
Rocky Mountain Power, and they're on,
With a little bit of
not money, but access to the site. Yeah. We would love, if you know a way to get money out of Rocky Mountain Power for a project like this, we'd love it.
But
yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
If there's no other questions, yeah, thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you. You too, thank you. If you guys didn't hear my interview on KSL about my bike ride, I told them one of the great things about, oh, check out that sticker.
I just like stickers.
You guys come out to the park, we'll get more stickers for you. Or when you come to the park, I should say.
New thing we all have to learn. Every time a project comes in with a sticker.
Yeah, well, yeah, these are both your
Yeah.
projects.
Yeah.
Thank you.
thanks.
Good to see you. Is that what you get, Mr. Chair? $1 million buys you a sticker.
No, it is not an exchange. Thank you.
Remember, you got a sticker yesterday, my friend.
In fact, I didn't even realize it until they were halfway through their presentation. Oh, yesterday, this is what I was referencing, and I couldn't even remember.
Make sure you read it what it says.
Have a really good day.
Oh.
All right. Welcome.
Corey. All right.
Excellent.
The Corey Bullock, Director of Parks and Recreation for Florida County Parks and Recreation. I appreciate the opportunity to present today. Florida County Parks and Recreation is requesting grant money to help rebuild the Energy Solutions Aquatic Center that sits on our complex, the Peak Sports and Entertainment Complex. Just, it was built in 2000, and initially, right from the beginning, had settling and cracking. It had occurred over the years. In 2023, the county council decided to rebuild from scratch the Aquatic Center. We did some extensive, and I don't know why the pictures aren't coming up, but there. So that was in 2000, and then these are 16-inch trunk lines. We tested half of the pool. Because of the settling and cracking, we had 14 fissures in half of one of those trunk lines. The locker rooms and concession buildings would not be rebuilt, and the grant would help with pool shade structures, locker rooms, and concessions. Keep going more pictures here. As you can see, we tore it down. We're already under construction now, and those are the buildings that are there. We've been without this pool since 2022. It's one of the, if not the number one recreation amenity in Florida County. It's in the top three. And the reason this pool has settled is because we did a geological study, and it was built on desiccated soil. We've had to over excavate 22 feet over the entire vicinity of the pool or area of the pool. And one of the reasons we're asking for this grant is one of the things that we didn't initially know we were going to have to do is we had to shore up the buildings. So we had to put piers into the ground wall of buildings because the buildings are built on that as well. And we didn't have the money to tear the buildings down and start over. We tried to do it as inexpensively as possible. Like I said, this is one of only 2 outdoor pools in Florida County. The other one's in Stansbury, and is 1/10 of the size of this one. We have over 50 unique visitors every season that come. And that was a number in 2022. Our population increased significantly since 2022. We haven't been open since then. Always one of the busiest outdoor pools in the state. Again, because it's a huge regional asset for us. It's really the only one of 2 outdoor pools, and it serves 12 counties, Salt Lake County, and Utah counties. We get people
from the Magna area, and then as they come around from Fairview and Cedar Fort.
Seafort? Yep.
They come around for that area. That's what we're asking for today. We grateful for the opportunity to present questions. Come back in 5 minutes.
Questions?
Yes.
Hi, Corey.
How are you?
Good. So, so you have 2 grants that you're submitting for this year, the pool and the perimeter trail, is that right? Because I think what we have in our documents is for the perimeter trail.
Oh, did I do the wrong one?
Well, we also, we talked a little bit about Aquatic Center yesterday, and now we're also talking about the perimeter trail, so, you maybe just kind of give us a quick.
Sure. So at this facility,
We have on our records is the trail.
I apologize. My assumption was it was for the Aquatic Center. So the perimeter trail, the Peak Sports Entertainment Complex is a 206-acre facility. And we would like to continue to extend a perimeter trail around that facility. We're going along the east side and then the north side as well of that facility. We think with the east side, north side, with some of the sidewalks we've made and some of the upgrades we've done, we think we can make a connection that will serve the entire perimeter. There's one spot we have to get on a road. We think we can make the connection. It would be about 3 miles once the connection is there. Additionally, it would be across the street. This perimeter trail would be across the street from the Mid Valley Trail, which is another 3 miles. So somebody could, we're working with UDOT to get a crossing there at Sheep Lane and Highway 112 for that trail as well. And then, this would be a hub, a trailhead. The Peak Complex would be a trailhead because in the future plans on the city side, all the way down the east side of Sheep Lane, there is a trail that goes all the way in front of the industrial. And then we understand that UDOT has plans for the trail along Highway 112. So, this, because of the Peak Sports Complex sits in between Grantsville and Tooele cities, we have designated as a trailhead so that you could come from Grantsville, hang out there for a while, go home again. And right now with the trail system that we currently have at the Peak, plus the request that we have for additional money to do that, you could park at the Peak and already cross into Tooele because of the Mid Valley Trail.
Because with the pool and the trail, and you have like a baseball field, you have lots of activities at that complex.
We do.
And it becomes that regional sort of.
Yeah, it'd be a huge regional park. We're looking to sports tourism as well. Our master plan will build. We currently have 3 light soccer fields. We'll build 8 more. We have a 12-acre festival lawn area. We have a high school baseball field, 4 softball fields, 4 little league baseball fields. We have a motocross track that is surprisingly the most popular thing that I have. We have a BMX track. It's on the property. We have a convention center, and we have a full equestrian set up, indoor arena, outdoor arena. So yes, it's a huge resource. So with the pool and with the trail, what we're trying to do is people had to have leads when they come to the peak before. I'm going down there to ride first. I'm going down there to ride motorcycle. We're trying to make it. We're going to the trail. We're going to the peak because there's a lot of other things to do. We're building a destination playground along Highway 112 that will have trail system through it as well. So you can come hang out at the peak and probably spend most of the day. So.
How long would the perimeter trail be, do you know?
So 3 lanes. Once 100% complete, it'll be 3 miles. We've actually had Tooele High School run the outline of the trail in a cross-country meet last year. We'll be back again this year. They're excited to put sweat equity into it and help out with that.
So Corey, I have a question. You know that I'm a resident out there, and I appreciate the current group that is putting the money into this. Previous to that, there was, for previous 10 years, it was just sitting in mothballs. So I appreciate that. And I've seen a lot of those things and improvements. My question is actually, I'm going to take Des for this same question. If we just have so many asks this year, do you need the $1 million? I mean, if we were able to come back and say, what would you be able to do if we had to bring that number down?
Well, one of the reasons we asked for the $1 million is because of the earthwork, and on the north side, we have no utilities underground. So we would have to put utilities underground. We'd obviously accept whatever you'd be willing to give us. But on the north side of the property, there's no utility. But I mean, you can drive down right now, and anytime there's a rainstorm, there's just retainage there. So we'd have to put a sewer line and everything on the north side. And then there's some retainage walls along this side as well, because of the steepness of sheet line. So that's why we asked for the full amount, is because there is some significant utility work. I'm in the wrong business. I should have went into utility work. That's very expensive. If you wouldn't think digging dirt is expensive. Very expensive.
I agree. The part that we funded is on the other side of the park, though, right?
So the part that's going to be completed is this section. Right?
Okay. Yeah,
and then
just
there's
for
a
reference.
section right here that we put in as well. So that was the ask last year. So that'll be done. And then, like I said, with what we put in the first part, that'll make the connection. This sidewalks in, so you'll be able to go around the whole outside.
Well, thank you. Yeah, and I think that was a miscommunication on our part, not your fault for that.
Aquatic Center. No, that's
Friend that's fine, but
I'm happy to talk about it.
happy to hear about both of them. So thank you.
Yeah. Thanks, Corey.
Right. Just remember that early in the proposals, they say whether they're willing to accept going down to the $500,000 mark. It's in there, so we don't have to ask them.
Yeah, there's a whole list we could pick and choose from of a budget sheet.
Yeah.
Oh, welcome. Come on in. And between us and our bagels.
At your own risk.
You need to find out whether it's on that. Because I think personally.
Anytime you guys are ready, we're prepared to hear.
Do you want any breaks?
We are hard workers.
All right, well, bigger group than I was expecting. Hi, everybody. A little bit from USA Climbing on our National Training Center project, and appreciate that consideration today. So we'll jump right in, knowing you got lots of things to go through. So a little bit about our National Training Center. I think some big pieces. We are becoming the center of climbing in the entire U.S., probably North America as well, by the fact that all of our national team athletes, our Olympians, continued hosting of events. We're seeing just more and more athletes moving. Well, we're not here really to talk about elite athletes today. Some of the big things I want to point out is really the accessibility and community access side of what we're focused on in the National Training Center. One of the really special things about climbing is the fact that our elite athletes and entry-level athletes can be side by side, same terrain, same experience of getting to experience what climbing means. So big things here are really that accessibility and community access that we'll talk about. A little bit about our building. It's big, right around 85,000 square feet total. And most of what you have seen is how we're approaching these big outdoor walls where we'll run climbing competitions and we'll be open to the public as well. But big 85,000 square foot building, just got pricing back around $40 to $42 million. We've already secured funding from the state and Salt Lake City, as well as property from the city as well. So where we are today is really kicking off our capital campaign and securing commitments that'll help us get this building over the line and being built in about this time next year. So the renderings will probably spend a little bit more time here because this is what we're mainly focused around, these big outdoor walls. This is in the heart of the Rio Grande district. We are proud to be the first ones in and hopefully revitalize the area with Salt Lake City really around recreation. I had great meetings with all of the stakeholders just the other day on all the public recreation they want to do within the district, much like the amazing work Millcreek has done here. So thinking of how these boulders and some other or how these outdoor walls will be utilized for the public. Climbing gym, this is really an event center first. Of course, our headquarters and our national team athletes have space as well. But again, all of those components minus some small areas for the national team that are dedicated, the majority of the building is 100% open to the public, and all of these outdoor walls are open to the public. Of course, you'll have all your regular strength and conditioning, again, and some that we aren't tied in the grant request, but we're looking closely at some of these outdoor boulders. It can just be open all the time to the public. It was actually a request from our working group in the Rio Grande district as well. So in addition to the big outdoor walls that'll be part of your admission fee into the building, we'll be putting in some smaller outdoor boulders. And this is from a park in Pittsburgh called Voice Park that just opened the first public bouldering park in the entire country, which is pretty amazing. So smaller, lower risk, all of those kinds of things, but incorporating that around our grounds as well, we think is important. There you go, kept it nice and short.
All right. Well, are there questions from the committee? I'm wondering, so for this $1 million ask, can you explain a little bit of what portions of the project our funding would be going towards?
That's how we go back with a couple of slides, the outdoor, more. It's all focused towards these outdoor walls, helping us get these outdoor walls built. And this will be a first, other than this kind of small tower you see here. But it'll have the outdoor component year-round, of course. Climbers temps tend to be a little bit cooler than normal, so it'll actually, I think, see quite a bit of use even in the winter for climbers.
Yeah. And then Betsy.
Perfect. Thanks for the presentation. You mentioned that you'll be in the Rio Grande district. So if you sounds like you secured your site, so you'll be on the 4th West or 5th West, or whereabouts will you be? And that this rendering, is the boulder wall the one that's on the right side? And would these be open to the public with a fee, or how does that interact?
Yeah, so a few things. Yeah, this is the west here, 3rd south here. The building opens up to the historic Rio Grande building. So if you were kind of standing here looking this way, you'd be looking at the Rio Grande building. A little bit of purposeful alignment. Yeah, the lower walls are the boulder walls. The bigger walls are the lead and ski walls, and they will be part of the admission fee for the building. But it is worth noting that with the city, part of our agreement, and with the state and securing the funds, is we'll have kind of accessibility built in from an economic accessibility, so sliding scale for access to the building all the way down to 0. We're working with Momentum, who just down the street as our partner, to identify what's the best way for us to facilitate that. But we're committed to access, and especially access for low income being built into the facilities. And one other component with the city is, again, still being finalized with the city in our agreements, is kind of like the ski, the gold, the ski pass program for elementary, doing the exact same thing, so that all of Salt Lake City's elementary school kids get some amount of exposure 2-3 times a year inside the building as well. And that could happen, of course, outside. They would be inside or outside.
Thanks for being here. Thanks for the presentation. So a number of years ago, just for this group to better understand, I think Mark made a pretty bold move of moving USA Climbing from Colorado to Utah. Can you talk a little bit about what that has been like and how it's been beneficial or maybe not for USA Climbing?
Yeah, we moved back 6 years ago from Boulder to Salt Lake. I can say now I don't have a lot of friends in Colorado. Utah lover. Yeah, I think we knew, right, that the state loved sport. I also joke, probably why I don't have more friends in Colorado, that But we wanted to be in the mountains with such access, such great climbing, and these canyons is amazing. Our athletes are out there all the time. So we knew we would have kind of support in that regard. And when we came here originally, we opened our kind of first training center, which really was just a really small warehouse with some climbing walls in it. And we had one athlete living and training here in Salt Lake City. That was Nathaniel Coleman. He was our first Olympic medalist as well, silver medal in Tokyo. He was the only kind of high level athlete in Utah. Today, since we've opened this training center, we've continued to evolve it. We have over 50 high level athletes living and training in Salt Lake City. More than half of those going to school at the University of Utah. Just signed a partnership with Salt Lake Community College, associate degrees, free of charge, as well as they're kind of working their way through school and training. And since that point, we continue to have more athletes. And now, which is great, I forgot to mention, now with Paralympic inclusion in Los Angeles, really approaching how we approach the able-bodied side, very much so on the same side. So we've hired Paralympic head coaches, Paralympic support on the team management side, and we'll be building kind of the program around the Paralympic side, which is a whole nother frontier of athletes that'll have access to the building. And we're already seeing, since we've announced over the last few months, more than a dozen athletes have already committed to move to Salt Lake City on the Paralympic side. So it's just I think it's a great community to advance climbing.
I have a question, just because we sort of heard this in another presentation, as you're bringing these sort of world-class athletes to this facility and you're making the facility open to the general public, which was one of my biggest concerns when I read the proposals, so thank you for addressing that. How is the presence of these athletes going to benefit the local community? You know, is there anything planned there that you can elaborate on?
Yeah, I think it's inspirational. I come from the speed skating, always a climber, but a speed skater a long time ago as well. And you walk into the Utah Olympic Oval today, even as a small kid, and what it is when you walk in that building is awe-inspiring and inspirational, right? Just because of what it is who's in that facility every day. So I think we think that is one of the key components to it being open to the public, is you can interact. You walk in the building and Nathaniel's there. It's metal swinging around, not that he walks around. There's metal swinging around all the time. But that kind of integration with the general public and the elite athletes is how we see really getting more people engaged in the sport, or in just participating in the sport and wanting to see it. So we haven't talked a lot of how do we incorporate those athletes into other programs. Like I said, with Salt Lake City, this program to bring on elementary schools through. Certainly a lot of these athletes could use work in some other time, so being able to have them participate in those programs for the elementary school, a logical addition.
And then just because, excuse me, I think you're the only group applying that is not a government entity or a nonprofit. You're a limited liability corporation?
No, we're a 501c3.
Oh, you are? Okay, thank you. Okay.
Who are the other partners on the exterior wall besides the state of Utah?
State of Utah and Salt Lake City at the current time, and our capital campaign, we're just now we've got some, as you can see, more mature designs, so we're ramping up the capital campaign now, where we'll go out with sponsorship proposals and also traditional fundraising to raise the funds necessary.
Anything else? Questions? All right. Well, thank you. This is excellent. Okay. And they're scheduled for 10:15. All right.
Tom, thanks for bringing it up.
No problem, Aaron. I think one other thing, so to your question about how the athletes impact or influence, the cool thing about moving from one athlete, Nathaniel, who was really groundbreaking for us in the Olympics, to all of these folks, is they won't just be at that facility, they're at all the gyms around here. And just 3 weeks ago, my son was inspired by all the speed climbing athletes that were at the new gym. And they often come and they want to be private and they want to train and do things. And he took a chalk bag up to every one of them with his pen, and they all signed a chalk bag. for him, it was pretty a memorable experience. It was,
No, and that's super cool. I'm just thinking about the, like, by comparison, the bike partnership and how those athletes are actually running camps and working with youth directly. And so just by direct comparison, I'd hope that that was an opening for him to say, oh yes, we're going to be doing similar things. And so, I mean, inspiration is great, 100%, but yeah.
I like that formula like Westminster has with the US ski team. Sounds like they're doing it with the community college here. It's a cool partnership.
Yes, it's nice to see things coming back. Yeah, so the opposite direction.
Yeah, it is. You mean like with mountain biking in Utah, we don't have to build a mountain biking gym. It's already been built for us, but you can see what's happening there. We're the biggest mecca program in the entire country here. I don't know if there are high school level climbing competitions in other states, but if there ever was one to start somewhere, let it be here.
Most of the teams now are part of the gyms, and the gyms travel.
The gym that's based on gyms, yeah. Yeah, very. Yeah, I think part of something like this is going to be cool to just look back on, if nothing else. They're here, they're committed, it's going to happen. We have an opportunity to be part of it or not.
I'm glad they mentioned the gyms as well, because it could be competition for the gyms, but it sounds like it's ship for everybody and get more people into the sport.
So they actually, it's interesting. I'm a little bit more comfortable with them talking about the sliding scale, but on their website, I got this as one of mine to review. They talk about charging a very high day fee to avoid with gyms. But then in the proposal, they talk about the sliding scale. So I'm not.
Kind of a donut.
Yeah. So I'm assuming that for the elites and the people who can afford it, they'll be high enough that there's reason to go to other gyms. I don't know. I guess I should have asked for clarification.
Well, it's nice to know the city is like the bigger partner in trying to push it. So, I mean, I have some hope, especially if the pass is a thing that they'll try to figure that out. Inevitably, there needs to be a fee, but that is a question.
Well, Jake, to that end, you may not be aware, but Salt Lake City has done some really cool partnerships with the school districts. So, for example, all Salt Lake City school district kids receive a free transit pass. My kids have them, and that's a partnership with the city funds through a partnership with UPA. And so the city has been very proactive at trying to figure out ways to expose their elementary students to the opportunities that are available in Salt Lake City. And then part of the reason I asked the question about the specific location is that's the centerpiece of a huge redevelopment area that has had a lot of public safety challenges, a lot of other challenges, and the state and the city have invested a tremendous amount of resources in that area. So to have an anchor, which I guess pun intended with it being what it is, having an anchor like this that can help activate that space, not just during business hours, but at night and on weekends would be a huge addition.
Any anchor jokes in the proposal?
All right, I think we're ready for the next one.
See Joshua there? Can you hear us, Joshua?
Yeah, I'm right here. Can you hear me?
Yep, we got you. And
would you like me to try and just share my presentation this way, or did you want to pull it up?
That might be easier. Let's try that first, and then if not, I can always put up stuff.
Okay. I am not as familiar with Google Meet as I am with all the other platforms. And I've tried to share when I go to present now, it gives me 3 options, but they don't let me select anything as far as like sharing my screen.
If you hit present now and then click over to entire screen, and then the entire screen, and then you can
Well, it says entire screen, and then it wants me to open system preferences. It won't let me share, and I click on that, and then it pulls up things like in my Apple, like it like I would if I were going to settings. And I've even tried to go. I've been playing with this for about 5 minutes, and I go like to even like desktop and dock, and it doesn't give me any.
We'll just share about this, and that's just fine.
Yeah, I'm super sorry because normally it's click, click, bang, and it's.
Oh, yeah, that is just fine. So we'll go pull up there and share, so you can see what we see as well.
I'm waiting on applicants because of this.
Awesome. Well, I'm really grateful for the opportunity that you gave us to join virtually today. We would have loved to have been there in person, but my colleague Dr. Dave Francis is with me as well to help with this presentation. Dave is the Director of 4-H and Youth Development for the state of Utah. And my name is Josh Dallin. I'm the Executive Director of the Bastian Agricultural Center and also an Extension Associate Professor with Utah State University. Dave has got a very important day today and tomorrow as he's getting his daughter married off. And I happen to be down at the Utah State Junior Livestock Show. My kids have brought 6 sheep from our place to show. So we're so grateful for the virtual opportunity to join you and present these things. And again, are sorry we couldn't be there in person. But today we wanted to present to you on our Bastian Agricultural Center Silo Slopes project. The location of the center is on 114th South and 2100 West, right there in the heart of South Jordan. We are a 120-acre agricultural facility, but our north 30 acres plus is dedicated to natural resource and natural resource education, and that is where this ask and this component comes into play. So this is a rendering of what we are excited the center will look like, hopefully in just a few years. Again, as we focus in on that top north piece there, specifically in that northeast corner is where this project that we're talking about will focus on. Again, you can see the water components, the trail system components, and all of the educational interactive things that are in between there. Specifically, again, as we focus in on this is that focused area of our natural resource area. There on the west side, down kind of towards the bottom to the southwest is a component that's our nature adventure area, which the UORG has already helped us to fund, and we're in the process of building that out right now and should have completion. We're hoping over the next couple of months, which is really exciting. But then again, we're focusing our ask up here into the northeast corner for our Silo Slopes bike project. So what is Silo Slopes? This is a 4-acre bike park and snow park combination complex. Again, it's located in our natural resource area up in what we're calling our natural resource arboretum. The reason that we're doing this a little bit differently is we're trying to think outside of the box. We really want to provide a place in this very densely urban population where we can provide opportunities for kids to recreate and for their families to recreate. It's I know a very probably different ask than most, but our hope is with our youth development pieces is that the Bastian Center becomes a place for natural resources where we provide a spark, where families can come and they can get that initial excitement, they can have that initial exposure, which then compounds to them visiting our national parks or our trail systems on our mountain ridges and sides and everything that we have that's available. But for a lot of these families that are in this area, getting up to those areas daily or even a couple of times a year can be very difficult. And so we want to provide this opportunity both in the summer and the winter, so that we always have something there that they can participate in. In the summer, it will be a bike pump track, jump line, cross-country trail system, and in the winter, we'll have tubing lanes, snowboarding, and beginning ski slope opportunities. I think it's important to note that the design work that's been provided and really been in depth, we've been working on the bike pieces with American Ramp, and they've provided all the designs as far as the complexity of the bike systems. And then Gateway Parks, who has created multiple snow, winter tubing, skiing, snowboarding locations, is who we have worked with on the ski slope tubing hill side of things for the winter. So some key features that are important to note is there will be an asphalt pump track. So this will be bike, scooter, skateboard compatible, more of our easy beginner types of things. We'll also have on the winter side, the train park moguls and tubing hill. We do have an ADA accessible design that's been important for us to have included in this because we want this to be, again, for everyone. And a lot of that ADA accessible design includes magic carpets that will help, whether it's in the winter or the summer, to help folks to get up to that higher elevation to be able to ride down or tube down or ski down. We also wanted to think about ways that we can break barriers. So again, we're talking about a very dense populated area. So how can we do a better job at opening and accessing the natural resources to these folks? And one of those ways is to provide on-site rental gear, whether it's bikes or tubes or skis, just the opportunity for them that may not have those things at home to be able to come and experience them at the Bastian Center. The other thing that we are very charged and excited about is making sure that this just isn't a place where you're having fun, but also a place where you're being educated. We want to make sure that we have signage. We want to make sure that we include environmental learning and integrate that into our processes to know that, hey, if it rained this morning or the day before, perhaps it's not the best opportunity to go and ride on the trail systems that we work so hard to maintain, because we're going to rut them out and we're going to have issues that way. And talking about etiquette, talking about, who has the right of way when you're riding, and what does that look like, and how can we get along, and how can we take better care of our natural resource system. So those are some of the key features that we want to make sure that we emphasize that will be included in our systems. So this gives you an overview, again, with the work from American Ramp, of what this area will actually look like. You can see that we have different skills courses. We have the different levels of advancement as far as beginner, intermediate, advanced. We have a lot of, and we'll show that on an additional slide here, some custom fun features that are included there on the bike pieces, as well as on the snow pieces. Gateway Parks, again, I mentioned our company that we've chosen to work with as far as the snow is concerned. And they are really good at creating artificial snow. They understand temperatures and movements and places there that make the best sense. And they've got it down to a science. And so we have those artificial snow pieces that are included in there. We talked about the magic carpets that will work for both summer and winter to help people to get up to the top of the hill, no matter what their level may be. And then, of course, the tubing component. This gives you an idea of some of the really fun components that we want to include in the bike pieces. So A-frames, skinny ladders. We have some snake areas that they can go over, bridges. I think the wooden berm turn is going to be probably one of the most popular that will be offered. But just little opportunities that are throughout for people to be adventurous and get excited, and also be able to practice their skills so that they understand that balance and momentum that's needed as they're riding in the mountains of Utah, and how to go over logs or descend from rocks, and what that looks like, right? And give them that thrill and that opportunity to learn in kind of a more safe and beginner type of an environment. But again, lots of thought processes thanks to American Ramp that have went into what this will look like and how to engage all levels of bike riders. You can see here, this is the snow component. One of the missions of Gateway Parks is to create the spark that we talked about. And so oftentimes the skiing and the snowboarding component as part of what they do is actually free. So the admission to that is free, because they do want to get people up into our ski resorts and into our mountains, and they want to give them the opportunity to experience those things. And so when we talk about rentals or opportunities for people to utilize those things, that's one of the things that's really important to us and really important to them. You can see, again, that carpet, the winter and summer components that are there. There's moguls and different opportunities for skill practicing that they can get into play on these courses. And then, of course, just the fun tubing opportunities that present themselves for the kids. So what are the benefits to the community that we have here? I'm sorry, did somebody?
Just giving you a little bit of a reminder on time. You're right at about your allotted time. So we want to leave a little bit of time for some questions.
Perfect. I'll hurry and finish up here. Benefits to our community. We serve about 20,000 youth annually through our 4-H programs in the Salt Lake Valley. And again, the Bastian Center is the home to that. And so we know that this is going to be another opportunity for field trips, exploration, and giving them that spark and those opportunities. We also have inclusive access for veterans, minorities, and underserved families. That's a big focus of the Bastian Center. And again, this project would provide those opportunities for them. It aligns with the Salt Lake County master plan, and it helps us to increase that tourism support for our local businesses that are there. One of the biggest things that I want to kind of end on, we can go through the slides here. We can talk about timeline at another time, but I think that one of the things I want to end on is just that being at the Bastian Center for the 3 years that we've been there, I see the need so badly for a place like this for the kids to be able to ride their bikes and recreate. We unfortunately, a few years ago, had a youth that was riding a bike along 114th and was struck by a car and killed. And this has kind of become a personal mission for me to create a place where people can go and ride their bikes, kids can ride their bikes, families can ride their bikes and explore and recreate and be safe. And we really think that this Silo Slopes is going to be all of the things that are going to encompass the need for that recreation point, as well as safety, and then that spark that's going to bring people out there to be able to enjoy our natural resource area. So thank you so much for your time, and we'll entertain any questions.
Questions?
I have one. So I'm thrilled about the rentals because this is a question I've had for a bunch of these types of projects. How are you going to make I have to ask, how are you going to make the rentals accessible? I mean, what do you have a sense of the cost, and how are we going to make this something that low-income families can actually, work with? And that's one part. And then the second part is, will the rentals include at least sort of the minimal adaptive kinds of bikes and things like that, so that there's equipment for those families as well?
Yeah, so Utah State actually has a program called Aggie Bikes. And so they are already very well versed in adaptive bikes. They're very well versed in safety and making sure that all those accessibility pieces are put into play. And we want to make sure that we partner with them to have all of those things. As far as the rentals are concerned, the Bastian Family Foundation, who is one of our main support systems and who is providing the 50% match of the ask that we're asking for. That is one of their goals and missions, to have those bikes accessible and have those things that are there. And so really, we look at this at a very minimal cost for those rentals, and providing people of all abilities the opportunity to explore and engage in this area.
Thank you.
Two questions for you real quick, Joshua. Kind of on to Aaron's point. Hopefully, Utah State, the current programs, if not this new program, will work with local brands. I think that's another way to drive the local economy. And I'm not sure if you've identified those brands, but there's a lot of them in between Logan and Provo that have the products you need. The other question I had, when I think about this winter, which was a pretty decent winter, I only shoveled my walk 3 times. Can you talk a little bit more about the artificial snow and how that's managed?
I'm super glad that you asked that question, because that was the first question I had. I try to be really optimistic, but being the director of a facility, I've had to be more realistic. And so when I heard this idea quite a while ago, I said the same thing. I said, what are we going to do about snow? And ultimately, the way that this will be designed and engineered by Gateway Parks, they, even in the most mild of winters in their other locations, they have one actually down in Utah County that they've operated, and then they've got one up in Idaho, and they don't even have a problem. So they understand the right timing when they need to make it. They have their system down to a science, and in times they've said in even mild winters, that's the only snow that you see. But yet it's still able to be utilized and worked on. And again, I'm really glad you brought that up, because that's something that really does concern me is are we really going to make this work? And they've proven time and time again that yes, they can.
Real quick, the snow ski component is kind of an integral part of your proposal, but it's not really indicated anywhere in the budget. Do we have like a rough cost of what that would take, considering it's like really an important part of the bike path?
A lot of the component actually with the snow ski piece is that we actually want to be able to make this so that it's usable throughout the whole season and year. So we're not going to leave necessarily an empty space. I know we have that white space that kind of shows where the snow will be. We'll actually have some bike components that are there. The biggest components that the snow folks need is just that hill that will be created with the elevation pieces for the bike trails and track. The other snow component pieces that are there are just really quite minimal, in that our plan is this company comes in, they will generally bring their snowmaking machines and everything else to help us. And so we essentially are providing the space and the area. We're providing the carpet and the infrastructure, those magic carpets and things like that are included in there. That's why we didn't include the other pieces, is because they have those materials and they will partner with us to be able to provide them. Dave, is that a fair? I mean, I'm looking to you to make sure.
Yeah, it's concessionaire provided in that sense, and that was the point of the snow is almost an add-on, because we thought, how could we best utilize the infrastructure of the bike park more year round, and that was the best use of the magic carpet, the incline, things like that. So you're exactly right.
Okay. All right. I don't see any other questions. So yeah, thank you for presenting, and look forward to hearing more.
Thank you all so much. We really appreciate the opportunity to join virtually again.
Thanks.
Good luck, Chief.
Thank you.
Said it's vendor defined stuff friendly, but it's a concessions area.
But I also run.
So it's the best, the vendor, I think, is the concession family.
Welcome to our committee meeting. Come on in, and you'll have to find your own tripod. That'll work.
Bagels for the win.
Coffee and
We're adaptable, if anything. All right. Well, thank you for being here, and welcome. You can get started anytime.
Yeah. Appreciate you guys coming. I'm Craig Oswald. I'm the Parks and Recreation Director here in Nephi. This is Justin Seeley, our mayor, and Seth Atkinson, our city administrator. So we appreciate you giving us some time. So we want to talk to you today about the Jamestown Park pump track. It is a pretty amazing looking facility, and it will actually be our first park in Nephi City and really in Juab County that is strictly dedicated to outdoor recreation. We're trying to make a movement towards that direction. I've always been one that I want to create opportunities for kids, and whether that's in sports or in sports without a ball, or just opportunities for kids, because a kid that's busy is a kid that's staying out of trouble. And so we're trying to create this and trying to give just that opportunity for kids there. We are a small town, so we have a fairly small parks crew. We do get seasonal employees in the summer, so we wanted this to keep low maintenance for us. And as you can tell from the shape of the lot, it's a really oddly shaped lot, so it wasn't a whole lot that we could do with it, but with the help of American Grant Company, they were able to design this really cool looking pump track for us that I don't know how many of you have seen the movie Scream, but that section right there kind of looks like the Scream. So yeah, pretty fun there. And yeah, this is like I said, this is kind of the start of kind of an outdoor recreation movement for us. We're working on some trails right now that'll be up the canyon for us. We've been working with NICA on some of that. Want to bring a NICA course in Nephi. feel like all of this will kind of fall in together with that. So I've just added some more pictures here from American Ramp and from civil science or engineering with the slides. And then, that's kind of what I had for the presentation. They said lots of questions for you guys, or from you guys, kind of the next part of it. So.
Okay. Well, yeah, we are super excited to see a proposal from Juab County, from Nephi. It's one of the partners that we've helped get more engaged and start adding outdoor recreation elements. And yeah, love it. Cameron.
Thank you for the presentation. And can you talk a little bit about where Nephi is at in the growth cycle right now? And you've referenced Nephi being a small town, and certainly culturally it is, and yet every day there's more and more growth coming to Nephi. So can you talk about how, where Nephi fits in the growth cycle, and then how this park can help address the quality of life for current and future residents?
Definitely, our community is growing rapidly. I'm happy to say that we're getting along with a lot of that younger generation moving back into town. Some of our projects have been geared towards bringing that population back in. We're looking at a 55+ community in the area, but definitely a lot of building permits and a lot of growth is occurring in our community at this time, and I continue to see it grow. Not only that, but also, I know everybody says things are crossroads, but I think it's truly kind of where we're located. We kind of present that kind of atmosphere, and like Craig said, really focusing on the outdoor side of things and trying to start bringing that in. I know it's hard to look at me now and believe that's how I started my career. I used to get paid to hike for a living, so I do have a passion and love for the outdoor, right? And I think this project is kind of a kickstart to that, and we continue in that.
Where it fits in with our parks plan. You're familiar with Nephi at all, we are kind of have a dividing highway, both east, west, and north, south. And so we divided our parks plan into 4 quadrants, and this will help serve this southeast quadrant that we don't have a ton of park space there. So Craig alluded to the odd shade. This was sort of a remnant piece from the UDOT freeway, and it was owned by UDOT. It still kind of is. But they agreed to sell it to us with a reversionary clause, but it could only be used for a public purpose. And so we just thought this was a great fit for this remnant piece. It would just be odd and not do anything, and it fit right in with our parks. So hopefully that answered your question.
So this is the regional asset here. Can you guys speak to how this would be a more regional asset, beyond just the city of Nephi?
Yes. So especially the county, we do serve. So being the Parks and Recreation Director, we serve Levan, Mona. We even get people from Rocky Ridge, occasionally from Fillmore, Fountain Green area, Moroni. We do serve quite a bit of the area around there. We get people from Fillmore even coming up to Nephi to participate in some of the things that we offer. So I think having a park like this, being one of the first of its kind in the area, will bring in people from all over. Some of the surrounding cities, North Delta has a skate park, but it'd probably be something we could be Delta from.
And a follow-up on that, is there a way for people in your community or surrounding communities to get here by anything but a car?
At the moment, no. We have a bus system.
Thank you.
Okay. I was gonna say, just along those lines, with it being a regional asset, and it having a smaller footprint on the track itself, what's max capacity you anticipate? Like, how many riders could you have on that at once?
When I was talking with American Ramp, they were thinking somewhere around like 20 riders at once, maybe. So just being a pump track, we go all different ways. That was another thing we wanted to do too. We wanted to make it available for people of all skill levels too. And so this area right here is a little bit tamed down, whereas this area here that comes into a jump line. On one of our slides there, it actually shows a photo. Oh, yeah, right there. That's a little wall ride for some of the more advanced riders. Yeah, I think around 20 riders, and like I said, we're hoping to have riders of all different skill levels, from the beginners with strider bikes to the people that are really advanced.
So just thinking of this as a regional asset care, you're saying, I heard rumors that y'all are working on some trail planning in the surrounding area.
I have worked a little bit with them, with NICA. Yeah, we're trying to work on kind of a trails plan up there right now. We own quite a bit of land. It's in an area called Reese's Flat up there. It's really a pretty cool piece of land that is pretty well touched. We'd like to have, so from Reese's Flat, I'd like to develop a trail that could go all the way over to the Nebo Loop Trail, and then have our own trail system right there in Reese's Flat, and then maybe even work something. We'd have to work with some different land owners there, but maybe work a trail that we go all the way into our city golf course. Our city golf course is right there, kind of mountain canyon. But if we could make a trail to get all the way up into Reese's Flat, and then from there you can go all the way to Nebo Loop. Possibilities are endless there.
Maybe a seed for,
yes,
you know, being able to like move up into the mountains and do some trails.
Yes, for sure. Yep. Yeah.
So in your proposal, you mentioned that things are going to be ADA accessible, but it does sound kind of like it's more like the basic facilities, especially with having these two different skill levels. Will these tracks be accessible to adaptive recreation equipment?
So I guess when we said ADA accessible, we will have ramps to get into here. I have seen people on wheelchairs on a pump track, but yeah, I guess that's kind of the extent of it for the ADA accessibility. So we'll be able to make sure that they can get to, you know, all the parks, the viewing areas, and that there. But yeah, I don't know if it'll be tamed down a whole bunch.
No.
Yeah. I mean, what you ever there is acceptable.
Yeah.
I guess to address your question, definitely, my wife is in a wheelchair. So when it comes to those kind of things, I'm very sensitive to and very aware of kind of what, I mean, she's my guinea pig. We'll go out and look at different things within the community. How accessible is it for you to be able to participate in this event? Or if we wanted to watch our grandchildren, I'm getting to that age now where my grandchildren will be around. And in June, first grandchild. But, you know, be able to, so that she could be able to participate in the
As far as long-term maintenance, is the city able to do the maintenance that will be needed moving forward?
Yes. Yes.
I would say for we are set to a pretty robust parks and rec program.
All right. Anything else? If not, thank you so much for coming. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
We do have a public comment period built into the agenda right now from 10:45 to 10:55. So we can reach out online and see if there's anybody out there to make public comment.
Yeah, I know, right? Pretty rowdy.
I thought so too. We're going to get some big influx. Invite them all in here, Evan. Just kidding. All right. Well, if there are any members of the public online who wish to participate or make comment, please raise your hand, or you can just unmute yourself and grab our attention. There's nobody here in the room from the public, and I don't think anybody out in the waiting room. So, Dalton Vaughn, yes, go ahead.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yep, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you. Hi, I'm Dalton with American Ramp Company. I don't know if you've heard of us over the past 2 days. I wanted to throw out a clarifying comment for Nephi. That asphalt pump track, not the jump line that runs off to the side, but the main track, that can be ridden by adaptive hand crank cycle. So We have adaptive riders on staff that we consult with, Jeremy McGee being one of them. And we bring them in to help design the tracks, to test the tracks, to make sure that hand crank bikes and adaptive cycles are able to utilize them. Now there's different levels that come with it. So we have some that are almost exclusively used by adaptive bikes. In the case of Nephi's, it is accessible to adaptive bikes and can be ridden by them. So just wanted to help Craig out a little bit there on that one.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Of course, happy to help.
That might be one of the only one of the best comments we've heard.
Exactly. He's smart.
I don't know why not. Hey, Dalton, you want to try and field a question that we have from the committee here on just capacity and the many projects that you're connected to?
I would love to.
Sure. So I guess we don't normally get this, but since you are mentioned in multiple proposals, does your company, being based kind of in the middle of the country and not so much locally, and also being named in I think actually every pump track proposal that we have, would you have the capacity or some sort of local contracting service to take on one or many or as many of the pump track proposals that we have?
Absolutely. We're on site in Vernal at this moment building tracks with them. And so we have between 5 and 6 asphalt pump track crews running nonstop throughout the country. And what's amazing about Utah is we tend to build between 3 and 4 in state a year. At this point, the guys could have their own houses and zip codes, be registered as citizens of the state. And so we're able to field all capacity and build anything we're contracted to do within 12 to 14 months from time of contract to when we're on site building the project. And so if you guys greenlit every single project, which you don't have to, but that would be amazing, we would be able to knock all of them out. Some of them we're already anticipating building just to kind of help buffer our schedule. So yes, to answer that, absolutely, we can build them all.
Okay, thank you.
That's an asphalt question, I guess. It's just rare we rarely have the contract here. Some of the projects that we've had proposed are either asphalting existing pump tracks or really questions around the maintenance costs. I've noticed on your website, I did a little digging in between meetings, that you guys use a proprietary type of asphalt. Is there any sort of warranty on that? Or like a life cycle term that we could like keep in consideration?
Yeah, we warranty our asphalt pump tracks for 1 year, understanding that they're going to go through the Utah weather cycle, right? It's got to take its first winter. After that first weather, we go out and we patch any cracks that may appear through that. Past that, it's up to the city to maintain it, but we've had tracks in Switzerland for 15 years now, and the only maintenance that is needed is an occasional hot patch, cold patch, top coated every 10 years if you're feeling like it. But we have not had a track ever expire or need to be taken out and replaced when it comes to our asphalt. As far as dirt pump tracks go, we're trying to get to a place where we can asphalt all dirt pump tracks just to mitigate a lot of that maintenance and open it up to all wheels as well.
Oh, awesome, thank you. Very helpful.
Yeah, of course. And if I could say something, you guys are all fantastic. This division, this grant, what you guys do, it's amazing. I work in a lot of different states and nobody is near the caliber of what you guys are able to do in terms of helping your state, building communities, funding these incredible projects. So even if you don't fund a single one of our projects, I just personally want to say I really appreciate what you all do for the state.
Thanks for the kind words.
So do you need him next February to come to the session?
Yeah, maybe if you'll come to our legislative session and make comments.
I don't know how helpful it would be if somebody from Missouri came out and spoke to legislation, but I'm happy to help.
Well, thank you, Dalton.
Once you've relocated your business to Utah.
Burrell's a fantastic place to live.
If you keep your housing costs closer to Missouri, I'd be more than happy to hop out there.
Fair enough.
Yeah, thank you all. I appreciate it.
Yeah, so there is another 5 minutes for public comment. If there are any other members of the public that want to comment, raise your hand or make yourself known. Otherwise, we'll just kind of saunter here and our next one coming up here, Fort Utah All Wheels Park, Provo City Parks and Recreation. You know, American ramp building ramps and pump tracks in Switzerland.
Well, and they're building all over the place. I mean, if you pull up their website, they're international, Abu Dhabi, and like,
Yeah, it looks like American Ramp is one company.
Yeah.
The proprietary asphalt company. Most does work overseas.
they're in,
That was international brand.
they've got a product in West Virginia. I mean, that's gonna get, it's only high, but it's gonna get crazy temperature. The asphalt.
They call me, I mean, generally asphalt is fairly. You do it right.
Yeah, they had a lot of rubber.
Yeah, I imagine that's probably true.
You guys called me yesterday, told me the other day. Somebody wants one thing. It's rather fast over there. I was pissed. Nothing about really. You can fall that crew.
We have our Provo friends here. Bring them in. We can.
But they're I missed that presentation. The climbing wall and all that stuff. I don't even know. Mom up to speed. I really strong feelings. That's kind of what maybe this one.
I'm ready for the narrative. It's kind of like
yeah.
And it doesn't like fit into anything else. And then like the fishing one, like,
and I think we've actually got two.
And yeah, and they haven't, yeah. I want to bring back USA climbing, or at least reach out to them, because I was like, I swear I looked this up, and I was Googling it as they left. There's still a couple things that they kind of said that don't really match what their documents show.
Well, and
yeah.
What is totally different than USA Climbing?
Yeah.
They're asking for.
I grew up.
The whole project. People you walk right. Their budget is only just for these elements.
Right.
This like start area, jump lines, customers, skills track. That is permanent ass. We should include every.
What's the magic?
Right.
They're relying so heavily on magic.
So we evaluating. And that is it. You know, mentioning all the other winter stuff is contextual, but nothing.
It sounds like for now they made.
Yeah, and that's like. It doesn't matter if I refuse myself. Yeah, exactly. It's really with you.
No, you.
Yeah.
I'm not. And with all the budget cuts we're going through.
But you have a reallocation plan in place, or no?
University wise?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's still a whole bunch of risks. I mean, we took a 20 million.
I know. We only have 2.5, but that's because we are already seriously underfunded.
Our program, we fund.
Yeah. But if that grant keeps going, money keeps going.
But yeah, actually, we've had to like downsize some other programs.
It's good to know because sometimes these folks come in and they don't even realize that the people they're saying that they're working with are in the room.
I just, mainly because I think that guys would hate us. They have to create a fight for it.
They do more active. If they wake up cold. Here's
Get that.
Somewhere in here, but I'll leave it. You can look it on up.
For your administration?
Yeah, we met with and like that would be
a lot of big.
Unfortunately, we're under so it's just all the
Everybody is looking at level stuff right now because
Is it a tranny?
because you're not
No, it had a.
not really doing it right now.
Oh,
Kept on the engine last
What happens 5 years from now, it'll be a totally different environment.
But like on Saturday, I like to see it go like a candy coating, taking it from the seats and stuff.
I know.
It's not linear anyway, where.
I just hate.
I mean, that's not good.
My professional life, I'm like.
So I knew I was coming up with this, so like also if they just went off.
Yeah.
My poor wife.
And then,
Yeah.
I was like, well, I'm not done.
Well, it's fun getting a call from the National Park Service. Letting me know that that work order is being put because my service funded the little Nephi signature. And then only 24 hours later, that email saying oh, sorry, we were wrong. It applies to you. So I had to decide that it was wrong.
Anyway.
Well, this morning, they didn't tell me anything. Looks like nobody yet from Provo.
And he didn't realize it was not
He
there.
Well, I mean, I'm gonna pick up my car. Have a wheels card.
Yeah.
Just go for profit.
Yeah, Jake, how are you doing in terms of like being able to fund your work crews and like? I mean, they're all used.
Simple have taken in a bushing.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I don't know where you have all
There and I ride to the
Okay.
Like at home and I looked at the roll up, don't really, bushing and cotter pins not there. I'm like, did you know the web?
Yeah.
So
But I stress he made that like, we'll check it. I move my family around and make sure.
We've got traffic.
It is. Oh, okay. Okay, good. Because we've had other things, ones where
And with the freeway there, like, you kind of thought you'd be
like having schools. and stuff like that, kind of stuff, thing.
Yeah, we've had other ones that are big. Our big surface world, there's only two. AmeriCorps grant and us, our tiny little partner grant over at.
All right. Looks like you're here. Welcome to the advisory committee meeting and happy to have you here. We'll let you go ahead and get started.
Thank you for having Provo City here to present this marquee project with you before you follow. Appreciate your understanding. We had our bike to work day this morning, citywide, so our department had a lot of involvement in that. So in front of me, James Cornaby, our Parks and Recreation Superintendent, and let's jump right into it because we've only got 5 minutes and we're going to see you got some time for Q&A. Let's go next. So the Fort Utah All Wheels Park concept has been in the works for a couple of years, but it ties into our greater trail network being right adjacent to the Fall River Trail. Let's go next. In 2016, Provo City acquired the commercial property that was north of the Fort Utah baseball fields and between baseball fields and the Provo River.
and recognized that it was the right opportunity to preserve that as open space. And so in 2019 and 20, James' team went in and renovated the property and got it all the infrastructure in place for park space and open space. It's fully irrigated at this time. This is a ball picture of how that looks, with the Provo River Trail running right through the middle of that property. Let's go next. So we have purchased a modular pump track and placed it on that site, and have been testing the waters of the interest of the community, and it is quite busy. Only hear great feedback about this modular pump track, and the intent is to leave it on the site through construction and then relocate it to another part of Provo to spread out the wheel activities throughout Provo City. So in our master planning process, we went to the community, got their feedback, not just about an all-wheels park, but the entire Fort Utah park. And there was a large concern about the parking lot area and a lot of off-street parking occurring with the current programming at the baseball fields. There's a soccer field that doubles as a rugby field on this property, and then the potential to add to that regional and community all wheeled events. So we have designed an expanded parking lot that took this from 88 current stalls plus off-street parking to 232 off-street parking stalls. So it's a substantial improvement to bring those cars off of Geneva Road, which is that busy road here in Provo City. Let's go next. So as part of our process of surveying the community and getting their feedback, these are just a couple of the slides that demonstrate the interest in the wheeled facilities and where it's a pretty good spectrum. One thing that's not well reflected is our adaptive community, but they weren't able to participate in the online survey, but we have some other feedback that was collected written form. So we have a couple of written responses to our survey. Let's go next. So Fort Utah Park has been used the last couple seasons by Wasatch Adaptive Sports as a staging area for their clients and users of their equipment to come in, get familiar with the equipment, and then head out onto the Provo River Trail. It's a paved surface trail. It's a comfortable starting point for them to begin sometimes a recovery journey in their adaptive equipment usage. And so we have been working with them to improve our design to incorporate adaptive capabilities into the skate and pump track areas involved. And then another part of that survey was a lot of people said that I'd say 80 some participants, 85 participants said that they would be willing to help maintain this facility once built. So that's a great opportunity to help sustain this. So the Provo River Trail, for those that aren't familiar with it, has had a substantial amount of investment in this trail to improve the ingress, egress out of our, in and out of our undercrossings that bypass busy roads and railroad tracks that allow our trail users just to have a nice, comfortable experience along the Provo River. And this is one of those projects that took place in 2021, where we widened and improved the grades underneath the Union Pacific Railroad tracks. And I got to tell you, doing that during COVID was a small miracle. So let's go next. So this is the beginning of explaining our design. Part of the skate park design is a street section as well as a bowl and mini ramp. For those that are interested in details, this is a great component to have an accurate access to the bowl that helps not just our younger youth be able to get out before with each bowl, but also for our adaptive friends that are learning to take some risks in the equipment that they're using. So they don't have to drop down into a corporate hole. They have to come in from an accurate access point and join in the activity. But this design is a result of the community engagement that we
I'm gonna take another quick second to explain that we have a mirrored track built into this pump track. So you can raise your friend and be looping the exact same skills at the same time, back to the same point where we started from, as well as a more progressive line that's out to the east of the loop trails, or the loop pump track. So let's go to the next slide. Let's talk about our jump lines. Those are just set kind of left back from the pump track, where the users are able to take a little risk or a lot of risk in the jump line that they choose. So at each point, there's a minor jump and a major jump, and they can have a little bit of decision on how they're going to approach that. This will be a paved surface for good maintenance and year-round access to it. And support facilities, we talked a little bit about parking lot, but we also improve year-round restroom facilities with ADA accessibility. And then completely separate from our ask partner with you today is some additional ball field improvements, like safety netting that would prevent a ball entering into the pump track areas, or we were even looking at lighting components, but that is separate from our ask today and even our matching funds. So let's do one more. We have appreciated working with outdoor recreation, and we hope that we've exemplified being a good steward, good partner in the process with past awards, being able to expense funds, produce a product in a project that we've committed to, and then open these facilities to the public. And the most recent we've opened is Rock Canyon Trailhead. Had our friend Coco, the Eurasian there to celebrate that opening. And in a little over a month, another project that we partnered on was the Delta Gateway Park. Our grand opening is scheduled for June 25th at 1 p.m. Welcome to join us out there for another project that we're partner with, bring some amazing outdoor recreation to both the Provo community and the regional visitors that are coming to the new Delta project. And with that, I'm just gonna go to the next slide and have our project fly over and take any questions that you might have for us. Okay.
I just would like to get on the record a budget correction. So in your budget sheet, you have this organization, your ask actually adds up to 1.2. And the error appears to be in the first line item in your itemized budget with the skate park construction, where the total there between your partner, your funds, and the grant adds up to 200,000 more than that estimated cost. So with your permission, can we pull that down to fit within the constraints? Okay, thanks. Sorry.
Appreciate that. But our total ask.
Yeah, no, it's, yeah, you're just paying 200 in your budget, you're paying 200,000 more for something than what you estimate it will cost. Yeah, so it still comes out okay. It's just the numbers are off.
Any others? Okay.
Just one kudos. I mean, from my time in this group, from Mayor Curtis to today, I think you guys have done an awesome job for the active transportation, whether it's the river trail or other things. So thanks for all the hard work in Utah.
But there's these opportunities to help us stretch our available funds to produce these sustainable facilities, and the Provo River Trail is exactly it. And we've got another section. As soon as we get the property, we're working with the property owners up on Cougar Boulevard up to University Parkway. We should be under construction this next winter at the water levels for the river to improve those final challenging hundreds.
All right, John. Thank you so much.
Sorry, we're not laughing at you.
Thank you. And we have our next special guests are here right on time. Perfect. Mayor Silvestrini, Mike, and
And you have a presentation, we just plug in.
We can, right here, yep.
Welcome everybody to our city hall.
Thank you, it's been awesome.
Yeah,
been awesome.
So we're here to ask for a pretty large ask to start Millcreek Common Phase 2. When we started this project, it's always contemplated to be in 2 phases. This is the hardscape. You guys have already contributed to our skate loop and our climbing wall. And the second phase is much more green area, but it's also designed to have a lot of recreation.
So we're excited to pitch. Tell us when our time starts.
You're starting right now.
Okay. So, as you know, we exemplify the outdoor recreation principles throughout, whether it's community need, economic impact, recreational value, the access, the budget, as we'll get to, and even the special considerations of very special areas. It's the heart of Utah's inner city.
So this is a regional development. We survey people here from Taylorsville, from Salt Lake City, as far away as Denver. People come here from all over. So it actually, because it has the largest ice in outdoor ice in Utah, it's a draw, and people are enjoying it that way. And we also have a lot of other activities here that bring in people from other communities. We have an Asian Pacific Islander skate day, skate night. We've had Juneteenth celebrations here. Cinco de Mayo is coming up. So we try to involve all the elements in our very diverse community. Millcreek goes all the way to the Jordan River. We have a sizable refugee community out there. We try to make sure that everybody feels welcome here and is included in that space.
Okay, you see that there is true community need and impact. People don't realize that among the largest cities in Utah, Millcreek actually scores one of the lowest of having this space, open space close to home. So when we redeveloped this area, it was really important, as the mayor mentioned, the hardscape was phase 1. But people are saying, where's the green? Where's the green? That comes in phase 2 with your help.
So we are contributing to trying to resolve Utah's housing shortage in Millcreek. And as you look around you can see that the impact of that. We have entitled more than 1,600, nearly 1,700 units of housing in this area. You can see those buildings going up. Some of them are coming online, the 2 northern ones. And there are more in the entitlement pool that we're ready to finance. So along with this density, comes a need for open space. And this area is not only going to serve as open space for that additional housing, but it's also our city center, basically, and it's a community gathering spot. It's placemaking.
And phase 2 will be just north of City Hall. Right, if you get a break and you wander around the balcony, you can look out and see where they're getting ready for it. It's going to have a Milo the Moose play structure, right, Milo? You excited about that? A grassy meadow for Milo to graze in, a splash screen for kids to splash in, a skate canyon, the tree house, which is, we take the restrooms, we have a cool hangout spot on top of swings and whatnot.
Where people can see what's going on.
Yeah, and then we have Milo's mini golf, right, Milo? You excited to have mini golf? Okay. Right.
Okay, so the skate park is actually kind of an interesting concept. It's integrated into the facility, so not only will people be able to skate on it or rollerblade or whatever, but people will also be able to watch them, so you just can show off in front of you. It's going to be accessible in a way that maybe wouldn't be in a skate park that's off by itself.
We're also the largest city in Utah without a skate park, so this will address that. The splash cake will be phenomenal because we have a little splash pad down there. I just going today by the little pizza shop. And it is packed all the time in the summer. We can't wait till there's the waterfall and the fountains for kids to play in. And we've learned from this one, it's important to have shades. We have some lovely shade structures for the grandpas and moms and others who are there to watch the little night splash.
So all of these amenities really promote the idea of what we call risky play or creative play, which I think contributes to kids' cognitive development in a way that a lot of other things might not. But if you look at Splash Creek, this play structure, the open field, the skate park, all of those things are areas where you might skin your knee, but you also get to invent your own game, play your own thing, and it's the kind of recreation that I think that people agree is important in that childhood development.
One of the cool things about this is and why this is a true regional amenity in many ways, is that this will be the only mini golf in the northern half of Salt Lake County. And it's not just an 18-hole, because we always try to go bigger and better. We'll create the first 19-hole mini golf in the state of Utah. But what's more is all the holes that are themed Utah outdoor recreation. So we have the narrows, where you gotta hit your ball. We have the salt flats. We have the little Sahara with the sand trap. So all of them are being designed, all 19 are on Utah recreation things.
Okay, one of the other great things about this project is that we have a bunch of great partners, and we're hoping that you guys in the state of Utah will be one as well. We have already committed about more than $5 million of our city funds to this between our general fund, which includes some impact fees we've set aside for parks, and revenue from our community reinvestment area. We have federal partners with a National Park Service grant that you guys actually helped us get. But it's federal money, $2.5 million from the National Park Service to be devoted to this. We have some coronavirus funding from the federal government that also came through a state legislative appropriation because we're building housing. We changed our zoning for housing in connection with this development. We qualify for that. We have received a Suffolk County Tourism Recreation Convention and something else grant, DRCC, for $1.5 million. So I mean, we know this is a big ask. We know you've given us money before. We hope that we have demonstrated to you that we put this money to good use, that we act on your funding right away, that we do what we say we're going to do, and we have presented basically incredible amenities.
But we don't come to you all every year. When we do, I promise you, we take that money and give you enormous leverage. So we're asking for 1 million of the 13 million. And if we don't get it, yes, this project is going to happen. In fact, groundbreaking scheduled for May 13th. They just mean we're going to have to value engineer $1 million out of it. Mileage might not get all they wanted there. So while those are passed out, we show you the 42nd flyover.
This is our city newsletter. May that we put out so we're already touting as groundbreaking.
So you can see this is the tree house with the hangout spot above the restrooms. You can see the area. Ultimately, you're gonna have ground floor retail shops next to it, people living above it. We're gonna have some first-time homebuyer condos above there. An early rendering of the Splash Creek. People just walk through the creek in their clothes. It's great how this works. So you can imagine how much fun this will be. The mini golf was funny. You'll have 135 trees planted in here, most of them quaking aspects. You'll feel like you're in Millcreek Canyon in the middle of the city as you golf through Pearson, celebrating the outdoor recreation amenities of our great state. There's your loose smile. Are you excited? So it's big enough that an adult could even climb in there. There's slides, there's some things to hang off, and have some unstructured, risky play, right? The skate canyon is designed not only for skateboards, but you can have scooters there. If you come to our adventure hub and rent your roller skates and you're feeling confident after doing a few rounds around the loop, you can go take your rollerblades, roller skates over there. The hangout is just going to be a fun spot. We have found with the skate loop in phase 1, there are 2 types of people: those who love to skate and those who like to people watch. And so it's really important to have places for both. With the free Wi-Fi on the common, people can just come work in the great outdoors in the middle of the city. So we're super excited about this. We would love to have your full support for this amazing regional amenity, and we'll open up questions.
All righty. Well, thank you for the presentation. And what questions do we have from the committee? Go ahead, Evan.
What do you anticipate the wintertime use looking like?
Good question. We toured Mulligan's in South Jordan, and that city runs an outdoor miniature golf, and we're surprised that they can keep it open 12 months a year. And so we have kids in the adventure hub for roller skate season, for ice skate season. So we intend to keep the mini golf open year round. Obviously, there's going to be some days with big snow, so you just shut it down. There's plenty of other days, especially these mild winter, that you keep going. The Splash Creek will obviously not run in the winter, but the playground, all that will be in the winter. The skate park will be in the winter, and so you will have some year-round activity. And I can see some holiday Christmas lights on all these trees. It's a lovely place you can walk.
And we've already got experience with doing, snow maintenance and snow clearing from the common. We'll be continuing to do that in this section as well.
The moose loves winter, right, Milo? No? Okay.
Just a quick question here on the application. It said you guys were still waiting for your land disturbance permit and your building permit. Have those all been?
We can't officially start those until we go to break ground. The good news is those are all given by the city. It's city-owned property. There's no other jurisdiction we have to go to. We know the people on the fifth board that will give us our building.
And also, isn't it an earthquake zone and cannot build?
Yes, so one of the unique things about this is why Home Depot, by the way, has the parking lot in the rear, is there's a branch of the Wasatch Fault that runs through here. And it means that you can't have habitable structures on it. You can have parking lots, plazas, open space. And so in that National Park Service Land Water Conservation Program, they said, you have to keep it open space forever. We said, no problem, because that requires that we do that anyway.
And where's the parking? Since you're taking out. that
So
one.
right next door is a parking structure that opens June of next year, 464 stalls. And then we're also going to be taking out a bond this summer to redevelop that block over there. That'll have a 270 stall parking structure. And in the meantime, the building that you saw in the renderings next to it, the city will own that property and keep that as surface parking until that comes online. So we're staging the parking structures. We should have plenty of time.
You talked about how Millcreek is a new city, even though it's an old community, the lack of open space and parks that are within Millcreek boundaries. I believe there are only like 4 cities, there are only 4 parks within Millcreek City. So you mentioned a little bit about the regional component of this. It is a regional asset, but can you also just talk about what this will mean for some of the lower income neighborhoods that are pretty close to Millcreek Common that don't have access to the green space?
Well, so one of the things about this is it's on the west side of our city, and that Millcreek is a east-west city, and that the east side is a lot more affluent, and it's right next to the mountains, right? The west side has the Jordan River, but only a little section. So this area is more accessible to west side folks. Still not right on their doorstep, but it is an amenity for that part of our city. We have 4 city parks, and we also have Cottonwood, Big Cottonwood Regional Park, which is a county-owned park that they operate. But as the graph showed, per capita of 65,000, we are short on park spaces.
Sorry, I'm a biologist, so I gotta ask, how are you gonna keep breaking aspen at such a low elevation so that they are alive?
We've been working with our consultant about that, because that's a concern we have too. Sometimes they don't do it, but they say that there are ways to take care of them.
Okay, because it's
landscape architects.
okay, because they normally they can survive at lower elevations, like right along water. So that implies that you might have to irrigate them quite a bit.
We will have some drip irrigation.
And it looks like we're being asked to cover the portion of the skate canyon, the Splash Creek water feature, and the playground. Any other questions? All right. Well, thank you for the presentation. We're excited.
Thanks for letting us have this awesome site.
Yeah, let's raise the blind. Yeah, we got that figured out.
I wouldn't ask this seriously because it would be so cool, but like it'd be fun. This can be
Well, they already operate. Good, yeah. So regardless, we still get the deal on the road.
Yeah, it's a nice.
Yeah. That's the room. It's available.
That would be amazing.
We can spread out a little bit more.
Yeah. Sorry, you prepared me for the moose and when it was.
I didn't know they were going to have an action. I just knew about the rendering.
Yes.
Filter,
That's
along
cool.
with the lizard.
Yeah.
It's crazy if you just.
No, I love that.
Well, that concludes our presentations, and so we'll adjourn for lunch and be back online at 12:30, right?
Yeah, unless we want to decide to do more of a working lunch. But
Oh, yeah.
it's fine.
You want to do that? We can just, okay.
Started working at 12, maybe.
Give everybody a bio break.
Let's start at 12. You copy that, Paul?
Thank you. We are off the record at lunch.
Some really exciting stuff. Thanks for the pizza. Spot on. And here's where we sit. Almost 8 even, 45%. And so get back into our mode of.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to look at the regional asset here first, and let's move those forward so we know where we're at as far as the budget.
Okay. I was gonna say, get back into the mode of Lance making motions.
Yep, exactly. I'm the moving along guy.
I love it. Thank you. Thanks for playing that role. All right, so we look at the whole list. There's obviously some shining stars there. What questions and what conversations are we ready to have?
So, you know, we've only got 9 million.
DR just blew my mind.
Throwing out to the committee, I mean, the top 3 projects are fairly similar in their ranking and priority, which includes Millcreek, Nephi City, and Snowland Foundation. We wanted to take those on as a chunk.
Yeah, that in order. What do you want to? Yeah, let's discuss it first, and then we can come up with what the right motion is. So, yeah.
Point of discussion, Chairman. Do we have a certain ballpark number that we want to allocate to these projects, or are we just willing to do whatever?
Well, let's look at it. What is our total in the regional asset tier?
Total request? Yep.
12 million. Yeah. Which is more than we have. So.
But there's also some of those lower that I think we can.
Yeah, maybe,
out
and maybe that's a good point of conversation.
Start.
Why don't we start that way? What are the regional asset tiers that we feel are the best candidates in terms of the skinny move?
See what you started, skinny guy.
Maybe I was Lincoln.
Oh, it was Lincoln. I thought it was.
But I fully agree.
Skinny down.
Skinny him down.
I think Millcreek, only because he said this project's gonna happen no matter what.
Which one?
Millcreek, one of their statements, although it's at the top, I couldn't help but take to heart his comment that like, no matter what, this is gonna happen, whether we fund it or not. Maybe they have to skinny up what gets put in this project, but my 2 cents, only because I was talking to people at the break, maybe heartstrings are getting pulled a little bit, or the fact that we haven't funded Nephi before, it's like,
You get a dollar amount in mind that you would cut that by, would you cut it down to the 500,000 or?
For Millcreek?
Yeah.
I wouldn't shed a tear if we cut to 500,000, but I also believe that this is really a beautiful project. And when we approved this one, we all really said like, this is what this part of the grant is all about. So,
And that's the hard part, is it ranked the highest, and every one of the evaluators gave it high ranking. So I don't feel. Saying, yeah, we ranked high, but we're not.
Yeah, I hear what Tom's saying. My counter to that is yesterday we made several comments about wanting to be wowed.
We were wowed.
And we were wowed, not just because we're sitting in this space, but because when you look at what sort of project could be on the front page of the pamphlet next year, this is it, everything with it. And I agree with you. They said, yeah, the project's happening anyway, but then also we'll have to cut $1 million or $500,000 out of the amenities of it. And I think it checks every box that we're looking for. And for me, like the skinny up conversation is really more about all the different bike parks, figuring out how we want to evaluate them against each other. But I look at the 2 that have the 3 highs and those high scores and say like, let's check the boxes. I think we can move those forward fully funded and then have a skinny up conversation afterwards.
Yeah, what we've talked about in the past is as a group is incentivizing and rewarding projects that model those that we want to see in the future. And this is, this is one of those. There are several on this list that are those model projects that we want others in the future to replicate. Even though I think ultimately it makes our job more difficult, it is the right thing. We have an opportunity to, this one and several of the others are going to have other big partners, and that's the way I see this fund and this group is being visible among those partners in a meaningful way. And I think there's an opportunity to reduce budget on some of these. This one, I would hesitate.
Did everybody notice the little corner rock down there by the rock wall? I was down there walking and I saw that, and it's a great big rock and it has a.
Yeah, and as the economy continues to do whatever it's going to do over the next several years here, there's economists that will tell you any number of different things from one end of the spectrum to the next. Bottom line is there will be an analysis on our funds, and the more projects like this that we fund, again, reward those wow true regional asset tiers, the more visible our work is, and I think has a better chance of sustaining the funding to make it more long-term.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think I heard the inklings of emotion from Canada.
Let me just take one more statement if I can, because I do agree that this is the front cover, and we really wanted these projects that were front and center in the community and some to stand behind. But then I look at the USA Climbing, and the USA Climbing makes, I think, equally as big a statement, but it didn't score as well, right?
Agreed.
And it did not score as well because of me. I will be very transparent, and I asked them some questions while they presented, and then I Googled in response to their answers, and I actually still have questions. I am a trust but verify kind of person, and this, kind of like with the insurance, there is some mixed information that I wish they had been more clear about. You nodded a lot about working with Momentum. I mean, is this an organization that runs things? And they do, and they are.
We partner with them.
Okay. Are they experienced in doing these sliding scales? Is that something that we feel like that partnership is sufficient, that we can be okay with it? Because they have two different documents about their fees.
I guess, what's your question about Momentum?
So they said that they're going to work with Momentum on the sliding scale, and they gave us rates in the proposal, and then on their website, it actually says something totally different.
Yeah, I think it's a really good question. I don't know if that's a question that goes into the contract part. If you can meet this, you get the award. I don't know. But when we speak to Momentum specifically, they're owned by Waltopia now, and Waltopia is the largest wall manufacturer on the planet. And they probably some of their best gyms in the country are right surrounding us. They're really a phenomenal business in terms of creating this, but I totally hear what you're saying about, is this truly financially accessible to marginalized communities? I don't know if that, I agree that the answer's not there, but when it comes to a flagship grant and something that we could stand behind and celebrate, that's where I.
And also, I feel like the other funding they got was contingent on public access. And they're like, well, yeah, anybody can come in. But then in their proposal, they say that it's a $29 a day fee. They said that they're going to do a sliding scale down to 0, which I'm glad that there's a sliding scale, but I wish I had known, I wish they were a little further along in thinking about that. But then on their website, in their proposals, they say that in order to avoid competing with local gyms, they're going to charge a $75 a day fee. So there's some discrepancies there. And yeah, so I got that one to review. That's why their score is low. And I'm a little concerned about that. And then on top of it all, and I Googled this as well, when I asked them if they were a limited liability company, and he said, no, we're a 501c3. The gym itself is a limited liability company. You can look it up online. They have a foundation and, to support it, and the gym is supposed to support the foundation. And so again, there's that discrepancy there that I would like some clarification on, because as cool as this project is, do not get me wrong, I think that this is amazing. I think it would be a flagship thing that would anchor community in incredible ways. I also hesitate to use a lot of our public funding to support what is functionally a business. That's a concern I have, and that is why they're rated low, and that's why they have one low on it, and that's from me because of those things. And I guess I wish I had gotten that feedback. I know that we can reach out to them and maybe get some clarification, but
I'd be curious about that because, I think that most 501c3s are LLCs. I sit on the board of one.
Okay.
It is an LLC. It's just on the back end, it's a 501c3
okay,
LLC.
yeah,
It's not it's not a for-profit.
yeah.
For-profit, it's just articles of incorporation.
So, let's see.
Pet was not a financial backer or supporter of this project, but in terms of things that.
So on their website, would revenue from the National Training Center LLC jeopardize USA climbing's nonprofit status? And they state that the revenues generated from the National Training Center would be reinvested to support the nonprofit. And so just making sure that, it's doing what it's supposed to be doing, I guess, is just like they're expecting to make a profit off of this gym.
I'm not sure when all the dust clears that both of them aren't gonna be.
Sure, yeah. That's why I'd like, yeah.
So maybe.
Yeah.
We're talking about stuff.
And before we go there, Cam, just really quickly, just in answer to your question, I reached out to Caitlin Curry with USA Climbing just to see if she'd be able to give a call and maybe we can ask that question here on speakerphone. I don't have her cell number, I only have her office number, but I sent an email and if I get the response back, maybe we can clarify some of that. But yeah, Cam.
Lance referenced an inkling of emotion, but I think he wants me to make it, that's fine. I'm gonna move that we take the two that have the 3 X's on highs, so Millcreek Common and Snowland, and we advance them at full funding. And I'll stop there and then I'll make a second motion. So the motion to advance them at full funding.
Okay, so the motion is that we advance the Millcreek Common Phase 2 and the Snowline Recreation and Education Area into our list of those to approve on our regional asset tier.
I would second that.
Okay, second by Scott. What's the discussion on this motion? If any.
Just because I want it in the record attached to this advancement, I'd like to modify it to say that Snowland is funded on the condition that they are able to document insurance.
Yeah, I think that's fair based on the conversations that we had, that we'll put that in the notes and make sure that that's an element added in.
Are
Make
you
sure.
willing to amend to include Nephi?
Sure. My second motion was going to be, say that, and then you can decide if you want to substitute the motion. My second motion was going to be to pull all of the bike parks into one conversation and evaluate them with each other.
Okay. Any other discussion to the motion? If not, we'll go ahead and vote. Do we have anybody online, by the way, members of the committee? Tammy, you had to bounce, I think.
No.
So we don't have any folks online. So therefore, and Nicole made this clear, we do not have to do a roll call vote. Since everybody's in the room, we can do a voice vote on this. So all in favor of the motion that is on the table, say aye. Aye. And are there any opposed? Okay, rule that passes unanimously. We'll move those two on our list to approve. No.
Perfect. And then my second motion is that we take Nephi Jamestown Park, Lizard Wash Park, Uinta All Wheels Park, Scenic Slopes Pump Track, Fort Utah All Wheels, Bastian Natural Resource, and West Jordan Wheel Skate. And we have a discussion about the merits of those, whether they deserve full funding, high, medium, or low priority for full funding or skidding.
Okay, read those again one more time for me.
So it would be Nephi Jamestown, Lizard Wash, Uinta All Wheels, Scenic Slopes, Fort Utah, Bastian, and West Jordan Wheel Skate. So I believe that's all of the.
That's 6 of them?
Yeah, that's all of the bike parks that are in the regional assets.
All right.
So we can consider them jointly.
Consider them and have it.
7, isn't it?
Oh, is Muirfield in that as well?
Muirfield is, no, that's the spent time outside.
That's right. I've got
Franceville?
Franceville Scenic Slopes.
Yeah. 3,
This is the hard conversation.
Lizard Watch. Okay, I got it. 7.
They're all so similar.
You got all those?
Funding and we don't. That's why we need to have this hard conversation now.
So, I think we can do that without a motion. Does anybody object to having that conversation? Yeah.
Open discussion on those, discussion limited to those items, and then we can get the other original.
Okay. So let's talk about those. And then one other piece that I want to just make mention of, the average score is 35.92, and there are 6 that exceed that, just FYI. Okay. Those 7. What are your thoughts?
Well, I think Nephi stands apart, just because they have never applied. It is a good asset. I'd feel comfortable advancing that at the full amount.
The only thought I had on Nephi, I think it's good, but in my mind, it felt more like a tier 1 level. Like when I think of regional asset, when he says capacity is 20 people, that was my only drawback, is like how many. I look at Provo and St. George, and that you could get tons of people packed into those areas. But 20 people, apart from wanting to, fund Nephi, it seems like it was more of not a premier regional.
Yeah, and not all regions are created equally either. So that means, is Nephi a region? Is that, what falls into that region is probably another.
Did we feel like, which of these did we feel like, yes, this is absolutely a regional? Did anyone feel bad about any of these?
I don't know that they did such a great job in their presentation, but we know that Lizard Wash is, that whole area is being set up for tourism. They've got short-term rentals and hotels that are being built as part of that to draw people to the lagoon, and this would be part of that. So we know that this is going to be a bigger economic thing and much broader than just the St. George area.
That's a $6.5 million project.
Though I was one of the evaluators on that, and I ranked it as one of my top projects, my biggest concern is just every year St. George, puts in one of these. They have a huge capacity to do this. They're finishing up a project from last year. If we are in a year where funding is a question, does that weigh into, because of course they're going to put together a great proposal because they have a long history of doing it and a finished project.
So Betsy, I'll answer your question.
Okay.
Answer number 1, even though it's scored poorly, and I'm curious, those who evaluated what it scored poorly, I look at that West Jordan facility as a regional facility for the West Bench. And I thought they did a nice job talking about, in fact, not just for Copper Hills High School, but really that entire west side that is developing and an asset that doesn't exist there. I look regionally in a more rural way with both Nephi and Uinta. Nephi's region is quite small population-wise, and this would be the first of its kind. So it felt like this could be the catalyst to something bigger there, even though, you made a good point, Gordon, about the 20 people. It doesn't feel regional. For Nephi, it's still a tremendous start. And then Uinta All Wheels Park would be regional for the entire Uinta Basin. So keep in mind, West Jordan City has 130-ish thousand people now, and the whole West Bench is going to have hundreds of thousands of people. So that's just a different scale of regional asset than the 30,000 residents of Uinta Basin or the 10,000 residents of Nephi. But I view those 3 as, I could make an argument for regionalism.
Which 3 again?
Nephi, West Jordan, and Uinta.
Okay. To me too, there's a little distinction, big R and little R. To me, big R, Uinta, Fort Utah, Lizard Wash, and the West Jordan one are big R, whereas Nephi is definitely a little R, and maybe even the Bastian one, little R. But the other piece of this is that those that scored above average, just FYI again, Nephi, Uinta All Wheels, and Lizard Wash all scored above average of those all wheels pump track type parks.
I would, Chairman, if I could also include the Provo, the Fort Utah All Wheels. just because I know that area, that isn't a poor part of Provo. There's a trailer park on the other side of the river. It's an older development area, and every time that I've been in that area, it is packed. What is cool accessibility wise is the Provo River Trail connects all of Provo to Provo Canyon, and then the Jordan River Trail connects to the Provo River, and then all the way down to the lake. And so it is a central hub, but it's in a poor area that's heavily used, big Latino community, and a little lower income area. So
yeah, I mean, it's definitely a big R.
We'll point out with Bastian, I'm not necessarily advocating for that one, but they have come multiple times to this committee asking for funds, and we have not liked their proposals. And I think this is the first time that they've really kind of come with something that's really outdoor recreation that feels like, yeah, this is like a good one.
We have 2 contracts with them right now. They haven't sent in any reimbursement stuff yet.
Well, I know we funded some just in the last year too.
Yeah, we have.
How much dollar amount, do you know on top of your head? Kara?
Okay, we did a 750,000 last year.
Oh, I know.
That's for nature play, right?
Or play area.
And then
Nature play.
LWCF one, for the same location.
So I was one of the evaluators on the Bastian, and I didn't rank it high because I felt like, based on the fact that we did award them these, they come in every year, that I feel like we've got this endless cycle where they're gonna come in for $1 million every single year, because they've got big plans there. And I just really feel like, man, if it's that big deal, they steer them toward the legislature and get a direct appropriation, say, hey, here's $3 million, do what you want. But it just seems like, I don't know, there's an endless thirst there that I just think if we keep feeding it, it's just gonna keep coming back.
We have really denied them a bunch.
Yeah, well, we spent $750,000, which was the max last year.
That's because they didn't have they were not even close to shovel ready.
Right,
yeah.
But since they've got 2 contracts, they still haven't gotten.
That's
Were they the ones that were like secretive about what they were gonna do?
That's right.
Yes. They were like,
lucky.
yeah.
And I feel the same way about this one just a little bit. Their budget really only included just the piece that we're being asked to fund. And, they talked about the snow, and they talked about the connection to Blue Bike program, and some of those details are a little murky to me. Compare that to something like here in Millcreek, where they may even said it in their presentation, where we get to work right away. They have capacity and they have the ability to get money on the ground, and truly, I mean, the difference, people could say shovel ready, and that can mean a lot of different things, but I think there's a distinction there too.
What does the snowmaking and at lower altitude level look like? Is there an example of that anywhere around?
Yeah, there's one down here in
Okay,
American
so-
Fork. American Fork's got a tubing hill that the same company is
And it's
involved in.
functional for a month or 2, or?
I don't know what their
longer, or-
season's like.
I
but-
think the introduction, they said like they are able to do it.
Right. It doesn't take much. Yeah, it doesn't take much. Yeah.
I don't know how
I
that
just-
works, but that's
Yeah.
what they're interested in.
There were I pulled up some Instagram posts about it, and people seemed to be using it this year, which was, wouldn't call it necessarily a mild winter, but a milder winter. So I have those same concerns, but we're not really funding any part of that. To me, we're funding these things right here. That start area, the jump lines, the bridges, skills track. Not even the skills track, just those. So it's hard to, I guess, set that aside. The fact that the concerns about the winter part of this are a little bit ours, but not primarily.
When considering this subset that we're talking through, at regional, I'm really looking for the wow in their presentation as well as their proposals. And the 2, I'm skinnying up here, the 2 that didn't wow me were the Grantsville City and the Bastian. For what it's worth.
Who else graded the Bastian besides me? Just curious. Don't into it. That'd be 2 other people.
They've only got 2.
I don't know.
I did.
What do you think?
In application medium.
In looking at it, I'm willing to say, I think we have to cut that one to $500,000. I think that most of this stuff still happens.
Bastian.
At Bastian.
Do we need to cut it or even fund it?
Yeah.
Well, I think that there's some worthwhile things there. I mean, you look down on the board, there are some worthwhile things. I just think And again, a lot of us are from the nonprofit world. My uncle always says represents nonprofit, so anyway, so. But, it's, sometimes organizations apply for the most money they can get because they are funded by donations and by grants and stuff like that. When the reality is that they can get by with a lot less.
Yeah.
I think Bastian is one of those.
I think you're right. And I think, I mean, to me, it was a presentation thing. I don't know, honestly, from my perspective, if I was presenting on that, I would not have even mentioned much at all about the winter stuff, because it muddies the waters. Talked about the specific things that this grant is going towards, maybe make a little bit of reference to our future plans include 1, 2, 3, and sort of leave it at that. But I agree, yeah, the presentation itself didn't wow. The project itself, when you look at it, and the plans on paper they do have a wow factor, but then there's the performance side of it too that I'm concerned about, Tara's brought up too.
Letting else say Nephi and Grantsville, although maybe there wasn't a wow factor. They don't have the resources to come with the wow factor, right?
Yeah.
Very good point.
Thanks, Tom. I was gonna bring that up just because I live out there. If we're talking regional, I said this earlier about Grantsville. They are a small community, but that will be a regional asset to that whole.
I agree with that one. In fact, I mean, between those two that we just kind of talked about, well, actually those three, Nephi, Grantsville, and Bastian, I would put Nephi and Grantsville above, in the top two.
Yeah.
If we don't fund Nephi, I guarantee we'll take the wind out of that county sales.
And I agree. I think they're trying it out. They've been promised over and over that, if you come to us, we'll be able to help you with your recreation needs. They seem committed to this. Yeah, I think that's a very good one.
We change the name to that Scream Loop.
The Scream Loop.
Real quick on the Bastian project too. I remember the other piece was that they mentioned specifically they had 41.7 million to like do this, and I am under the impression that this might be just a project-based ask, that there might be some also solicitation, judging by the fact that 6 of the 7 bike projects are all done by the same contractor.
Good point.
And the way that solicitation usually happens is going door by door, being like, here's how you do the thing.
Yeah, I got a good insight.
Get a couple of these off. I was just going to say, just to get a couple of these off the board, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to move that we move Bastian forward at $500,000, not at the full million.
So clarification here, are you talking about reducing the request amount in their application to $500,000, or that plus moving them onto the list of those to approve?
So we're reducing the application to $500,000 from $1 million, because they said in their application they would accept $500,000, and then moving it to the next round for consideration.
I'd like to wait on moving it forward.
Well, there is a motion on the table, and so that's the motion before us, is that we take the Bastian project to $500,000 and approve it. Is there a second to that motion?
Don't worry, I'm not a bit.
Okay.
It doesn't sound like it's gonna pass, but I'll second it.
Oh, notice how long it waited a second.
Okay, so there is a second to the motion.
Next round,
There's a second on the motion. Discussion to the motion.
It's not going to die on that deal, I'll tell you that.
It's a valid motion. What is the discussion?
I want to wait on that one to make.
Those we said?
Are you withdrawing your?
I'm not necessarily a no on that. I just want to wait till we make decisions.
Is that ready to go? I'll withdraw mine.
Okay, motion's withdrawn.
But,
Mr. Chair.
We can, so sorry, but we can at this time accept a motion that is, let's just agree that we kept them to $500,000. And then leave it at that.
I will amend my motion to that.
Okay, so the motion is that we reduce the amount, requested amount from Bastian to $500,000. And is there a second to that?
Without moving it to the next round.
Yeah, not moving it, just
Sure, I'll second
simply,
that.
okay, second by Tracy,
Aaron.
or sorry, Aaron.
It's okay.
Just looking at Tracy's name tag.
It's all good. It's
All in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
And are there any opposed? Okay, so their amount is reduced.
Mr. Chair, can we have the evaluators for the projects that we had? we haven't talked a lot about, the Uinta one or the West Jordan one. The other one scored above average, West Jordan scored below average. I just asked the evaluators for the West Jordan one to talk about their thoughts on it, having done a deeper dive.
I can speak to the West Jordan one because I did evaluate that and I was actually supposed to be the presenter. When I read through it, and this is one of those scenarios when I'm looking at it on paper and they're saying it's a regional asset, and then they say in there that it's West Jordan, it'll be primarily West Jordan residents. That's why I ranked it a little bit lower. Having said that, once I watched what their presentation was, that's when I'm like, okay, I can get behind this. And I even wrote that in my notes. I can get behind this a little more.
One thing to add to that is the connection to the BMX national team.
Yeah.
Which is an official connector, but it's just very shortly south. So that makes it a little bit more of a regional asset in my mind.
Yeah. Yeah, and I didn't see that on when it was black and white, but after listening to him, I can get behind that 100%.
Anybody else that scored that one wants to weigh in?
I didn't score it low though. I scored it medium, so I wasn't the low guy.
So I remember doing this application last year, the year before, first round, and I thinking, okay, this seems familiar. Yeah, I did it again this year. So I'll echo what Russ said. I did the exact same thing, just my unfamiliarization with West Jordan and kind of some assumptions about it as far as the ability to be a regional asset. That's why I scored it a little bit low. After the presentation, again, if we could add a few points to it, I would. I'd move it up a little bit on the priority list just because of the exact same thing Russ said.
Yeah. It is similar in some ways to what here at this Millcreek project. I mean, it's very, very visual. They've added those really cool elements from the Kennecott site in there with the dump trucks. Seeing it firsthand is actually really cool and kind of definitely won me over.
Mm-hmm.
I think in my notes, I also put, they're asking, was it phase 4? And they're still working on phase 2 and phase 3. But again, I'm not gonna let that get me hung up.
Well, we funded them in the past, similarly thinking, wow, what an amazing project for the West Side and for the region, so.
And they've taken advantage of those funds and closed out. Correct.
To me,
like they had good success and follow through on there.
Yeah.
One of the most compelling things that they brought up was the fact that the population in their community does not have that access to public lands.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of a bit of an equalizing factor too.
And the closest thing they have now is the new Harriman trails that we funded.
Which is still a little ways away for them.
Exactly.
And they're the ones who kind of set that standard, and why I asked USA Climbing about what their elite athletes were going to be doing with regard to the community, because of the discussion about using the BMX athletes to be running activities for the community. Like that seemed like an extra step that I appreciated.
Yeah, and they brought in, he couldn't remember her name at the time, Haley Batten, who was the silver medalist for mountain biking for USA in the Olympics. They brought her in. I know they brought Christian Pepper, another high profile mountain bike gravity sports figure. So there's some of that too.
Mm-hmm.
And Uinta, we want to also dive into that one. Scott, you scored that one. What do you think?
Let's see.
Oh, I'm just in time.
Yeah, it scored 37, so it's above average. I think capital R regional, just being the Uinta Basin's main hub.
I was fully supportive of this one. Let me grab my notes on it. I just had one which is, it might not be usable in the wintertime, but outside of that, I thought it was a great project, great for the local community and probably even beyond the local community. It will draw people to the area.
I'm gonna read the budget sheet on that one and see what it.
Talking about Uinta?
Uinta, yeah. It's an American ramp project, just like most.
And I just made a comment here that they'll host competitions and events which will increase tourism to the area, benefit local businesses, hotels, restaurants. And it's going to be a high quality recreation facility. I think by the drawings that they provided us and the thought that has gone into this, it's going to be a really neat gift for the community.
Yeah, I know we've talked a lot about, our definitions of infrastructure, restrooms being part of that, but I think it's also not always. So channeling my inner Cameron, they're asking for $250,000 to go towards their bathroom, which may be a way for us to skinny that one. We were to offer them $750,000 with the intent that we asked them to pay for the restroom, since most of the actual recreation infrastructure is funded by this grant.
I'd make a motion to move it forward, just as we did that.
Okay. So just simply on a reduction. Okay, so the motion is from Tom to reduce the amount on Uinta All Wheels to $750,000. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second that.
Okay, second by Russ. All in favor, say aye. Aye. And any opposed? Okay, well, that passes unanimously. We'll reduce that to $750,000.
Mr. Chairman, just to get another piece off the board here. So I'd like to look at Muirfield Park. In my opinion, that's not a regional asset, even the biggest stretch of the imagination. I think it's a worthwhile project. I think there's stuff there, but I don't even know if it's at 500,000. I think it's less than that, but talk amongst yourselves. What do you guys think?
What's your motion?
I don't have a motion.
Discussion, sorry.
I'll tell you right now, I would oppose this for almost anything. I think almost every project is a better regional project.
I agree.
So because Patrick asked me, he's like, how is this different than 2016, Tom? I was like, we denied and then we reapproved, and it was a nightmare. So keeping all the votes on the positive, I think, is probably.
Yeah, we have to do that. Yep. But that's fine. We can leave it at that. Okay.
Lincoln's not on the but it's the west side of exactly. I like the project. I'm sure it's regional asset. I was just a little
Okay. Yeah, and I would say this could really fit well as a tier one.
I think of all these in the big thumbs up, or thumbs down, and this one landed in a thumbs down. Along with the Tooele County and the Midway City, they just didn't pop to me to the level.
Isn't the Muirfield one the one where we need to be worried about the conservation easement?
Yeah.
And their biggest part of their budget from us is the boardwalk trail, which I assume is also part of the requirements of the easement, that they can't have a permanent a path that actually disturbs the ground more than a raised platform one.
Yeah.
Yeah, they said they had to, that's why it was so expensive, was because they had to go somewhere else because of the conditions.
Yeah.
Right, and those, as Nicole pointed out to me yesterday, their conservation easements are very stringent, and there might be some concerns. I think you brought up one of them at least here. So
I think if we pull it down to the regional or the tier one, sorry, like it basically kills the boardwalk trail is really what probably goes away.
$637,000 for the boardwalk trail. Yeah. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, maybe we can wrap up the bike park stuff.
Let's do that. Yeah, sorry.
I don't hear additional discussion on the Muirfield one. So coming back to the bike park piece, we've not advanced any for consideration yet. We've dropped a couple. So I'm going to just start the conversation I'm going to make a motion just to start that discussion of, do we fund all of them? Do we fund some of them? Do we fund them at a high amount, or do we skinny them up? So my motion would be that we advance Nephi at full funding. Then we've already discussed and went at 750. So I'm going to, in my motion, say Lizard and Uinta both at 750. And then, well, them is 750, and then the West Jordan one based on the comments that were made by Russ and Lance at Parker's more, that one at 1 million as well. So you have 2 at 1 million and 2 at 750, advancing them for permission.
Okay, so.
I'm open to discussion on whether those numbers are right or whether we should add others, which is based on the discussion as far as or,
No, I can second that just the way it is, and then we can have discussion on it. My biggest concern about these.
Let's make sure we address the motion that's on the floor, and then we can have discussion on the motion. So the motion is that we would advance to our list of those to approve Lizard Wash, Uinta All Wheels at 750, both of those. And then the West Jordan one at 1 million and Nephi at 1 million.
Yes, and then I will amend my motion to include the scenic slopes at 750 as well. So you'd have 2 at full of the bike park, 2 at full, 75%.
What was the last one, Cameron?
Scenic slopes at
The Grantsville one.
Grantsville.
At what amount did you say?
750. So basically 2 fully funded, 3 at 75%, 2 not funded.
Okay.
That's the starting point for discussion.
Okay, well,
Are you saying not fund the 40 top, the one in Provo?
That's where I'm starting the motion, is I was trying to delineate based on the comments we've heard thus far.
is that your motion that we make those changes to the budget and advance them to on our list to approve? Okay. Is there a second?
Yeah, and I seconded that.
Second, Russ? Okay.
Amendment.
Discussion? Russ, what were your thoughts?
No, I think Cameron answered my thoughts. I just am concerned about the contracts. When people look at these and say, well, why did you fund this one and not the others? We need to just make sure that we're, as a board, we say, well, X, Y, or Z, and I don't know what that is.
Okay.
Good, Jim.
Yeah, I would say that the discussion here is the answer, and that is in the meeting notes. Discussion of its regional impact, its reach, the need of those regions. I think that we've covered it. We don't have an XYZ answer, but it's in the minutes and it's been fully discussed.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. So my only concern doing this is you've got to drop some money off on those other applications right now. I put it in my spreadsheet, those adjusted amounts, without cutting the other ones, we're at 10.4 million. What have we got left, Patrick, on the board for the?
About that.
About that. But then that doesn't allow for any more regional or tier 1 projects or mini grants or anything like that.
And my motion is not to fund them, it's to advance them.
Just to advance
Well,
them.
it's still, but that's to imply that we're going to fund them at that level.
Sure, yeah.
So.
No, I'm open to reduced amounts, or if we want to amend the motion to take one off. I just wanted to get us into this part of the discussion of dollar amount and which projects.
Do you want to limit your motion to just the amount changes at this time, or do you want to continue with how you've originally phrased it?
I'm comfortable doing both. I think it's 12:45 and we got a lot of other projects that now kind of pulled together.
Well said.
If motion passes as stated, this would be the final numbers for the whole program. So
If we moved all those that we just spoke about, if that motion passes.
Okay.
That's good.
Thank you.
But I'm, part of the discussion is if someone wants to make a substitute motion to reduce the amount or take projects out, that's great.
I agree totally with your motion, Cam, in those amounts. I guess I'm just getting the cart ahead of the horse saying, okay, if we pass this, we got to start cutting some of these things down. You know,
What it
that's a
does,
separate.
my concern is exactly the same, but what it does is it makes the next round of ones we move forward through a greater list, right? Because as soon as that's done, I'll probably say the same thing about the USA climbing to move it forward, and now we're gonna be at 15 million.
And then we do it for you, Oregon, then we'll be at 18, 19 million, and then we'll have to go through it again, cut it short.
That's okay process.
Okay, so any other discussion on that motion that we have before?
Wait for like an hour.
Yeah. I just want to point out about the bike park things, just as a point of note, Provo City's proposal for is the only one using a different contractor.
I'm using my.
Different contractor.
We're using Avid instead of American Rap.
Yeah.
Interesting.
You made your point about your first-hand knowledge of Fort Utah. I did not include Fort Utah because I was trying to find a line, and we've funded a lot of Provo in the past. But You know, do you think it needs to be advanced for consideration or anything else on your end there?
I mean, if, you know, maybe advanced partial fund, I just look at Provo as it's the poorer part of Provo and it's the crossroads of the Provo River Trail and other pathways and stuff. So it's easily accessible for like economically as well as just physical accessibility. Yeah.
I had a project for the bike park situation. That's why I asked if that one was included or not.
Yeah.
The design of it, the location.
Yeah, I think it would beautify the city in that area. It is more of a, yeah, an older and lower income area.
And getting back just to the comment I made earlier, yeah, there are 7, and it's a lot of bike parks and one contractor, and there's definitely like, yeah.
It's not that.
Yeah, Provo's the different one, is what you're saying.
The only thing too on their budget, just so you guys know, is they do have overlap a portion of LWCF, which is currently on hold. We don't know if that will be opening back up funding. So just so you're aware of that they haven't accessed
The Provo one?
a 1 point match that they hope to, and we just that with right now.
Sorry. So Jordan, would you want to amend the motion and add Provo at a certain dollar limit to it?
Yeah, we add Provo for consideration.
The 1 million?
So it's a substitute motion.
I mean, yeah, you could do 750 for Provo, I think, for consideration.
Okay.
I'll second that motion, the amended motion.
The amended motion is that we add the Fort Utah one at the amount of 750,000 to this list that is in the prior motion. Jordan, and second by Lance, was it?
Yes.
Okay.
And Mr. Chair, I view that as a friendly motion with the caveat, realistically, we're not going to be able to fund all these at this level anyway, but.
Okay, excellent. Any other discussion to the motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that passes unanimously, so we'll move those to our list, those for final approval.
Mr. Chair, I'll just make a motion to approve USA Climbing to move it to the next approval level at $1 million.
Okay.
Could we wait on that until we hear back from them?
Well, that's a valid motion.
I mean, I can email Mark too if you want, so I'm happy to do it. But I guess I want to be mindful of being fair to other applicants, like. You know, so.
I did get a response, FYI.
Oh, I did too.
She'll call between 1 and 3.
Oh, I got the response that the 79 is the monthly
Okay.
So we have a motion on the table from Tom to move the USA Climbing one forward.
Thank you.
And is there a second to that motion? Des? Any discussion to the motion? I will read the response that I got from Caitlin on this. I just asked her if she would call regarding the 501c3, the LLC stuff. Legal structure of USA Climbing. It is a 501c3 tax exempt organization. The USA Climbing National Training Center is a single member LLC of USA Climbing that utilizes USA Climbing's tax exempt status, but it has a separate EIN. We consolidate USA Climbing and the USA Climbing National Training Center on a 1/990 and our audited financials. The USA Climbing Board of Directors oversees USA Climbing National Training Center. This structure was recommended to us by legal counsel for the purposes of providing some liability separation while still following under the USA Climbing's tax exempt status, since the mission of the NTC supports USA Climbing's mission. So then she said she could call between 1 and 3. And I think it's ultimately, considering what their mission is a very valid conversation. Why do they exist? And I mean, it's multifaceted, but that's probably what I would want to hear people's thoughts on more than anything.
But it sounds like that solves the concern about the nonprofit, right? I mean, it's no attorney, but I know it's possible to have all those structures under nonprofit.
I think Aaron's good point though is $79 isn't accessible to a lot of huge community. I still think this is probably one of the biggest eye-catching statement grants on the list. but I would be really curious down the road. Mark and team, how are you gonna make this accessible to, you know, the communities that Jordan's basically talking about that want that bike park, but other kids that want to climb?
Right, they talked about their sliding scale. We've had a little discussion on how do they have the right expertise to be able to do that in a way that will be meaningful for the community that it will be aimed at. I don't know, maybe it's a little deeper into the weeds than we need to get, but I feel comfortable with it, and I think they approach it equitably. Any other?
Second, Tom, I'll second Tom's motion.
I think
Des already seconded it, so right now we're just in discussion about the motion. Is there any other discussion? If not, then we'll go ahead and all in favor say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? That passes unanimously. We'll add USA Client to our list of those to final evaluation.
Getting there, guys. Okay.
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion to close discussion about the regional aspect here.
Okay, motion by Pam. Tom, all in favor, say aye. Okay, well, any discussion? Let's just make sure we.
Well, I do have a point of clarification. So what are we doing about Willa County Parks and Recreation?
Oh.
They're just sitting there, right?
So I was gonna make a comment about that. I really believe he got his wires crossed. Corey came in here with the project of the swimming pool.
Right.
And we threw him a curveball because, and I don't know whose fault it was. I'll blame Will County, but.
No, I don't think it was. No, I think we had it.
And it doesn't really matter, but I spoke to the swimming pool last year. Or this area is a regional asset. This year, I wasn't in favor of this project, but the swimming pool. And I think we already discussed swimming pool. So we were already in on the swimming pool. So I think there was.
So this was for the perimeter trail.
This is the perimeter trail.
This is the perimeter trail. We did some of it last year.
And to be clear, the swimming pool is a different proposal.
Yes.
It wasn't on it.
Yeah.
That we are moving forward.
Yes, we already did move forward.
Yeah.
So
I
is
don't know
that,
if there's any more discussion on that.
so are we not gonna fund that? I mean, is that?
Well,
okay? All right, so
I mean, it hasn't
It's not
been
that we're
moved
not
up.
gonna fund it, but nobody's.
I mean, it hasn't been moved up.
And just really quick, I don't, Cameron wants to move along, but just, what about Wasatch County? So if we don't fund the Muirfield Park or the ice rink, is there any funding going to Wasatch County?
Not in the region.
45,000.
So there's a smaller project that is approved, earning the money right now.
Yeah.
Okay. Just want to make sure our friends up there get some money.
Was that the? Looks like they have a tier 1.
Okay, no, you don't have to look it up. I just want to make sure that something popped up for.
Looks like Southfield Park has all the on track from the Wasatch Trust Foundation.
Okay, and yeah, just to clarify, we're not saying no to any of these. These are just the ones that have been prioritized to the highest level. So any other discussion to the motion to close discussion about the regional asset tiers? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Moving on.
I'm gonna get your pictures.
I move we go back to the community parks and recreation.
Oh,
Oh, we're on tier 1. I'm
we
sorry.
haven't talked about tier 1 very much.
So tier 1, come on.
That's it.
What's up?
It's like we get a shot.
All right, order in this body. Oh, sorry, what was the latest motion? Tier 1?
Yes.
Tier 1?
Yeah.
Tier 1.
All right, let's go to tier 1.
And just to refresh, the top 12 projects in tier 1. Those will be the ones that have been funded. Correct.
Well, we didn't actually discuss that, right? We just made that. Mr. Chair, I move that we open for discussion. The first, well, we do the quick minute presentation for each of them.
Okay. Do that.
Didn't we do some of this yesterday? We didn't even have any discussions. Okay.
Into spreadsheets.
The first project is, Cliff Road.
Cliff Rose. Yeah, my name's on that. Are we ready?
Yep, go ahead, Russ.
Okay. I don't have my notes opened up, but I just know that this is a wonderful asset to the area, and it came in at the highest ranking because of what they've done in the past and adding, as I recall, quite a few miles of trail to this system. Yeah. Every year I want to go down and ride these trails, but I still haven't yet. Is there anyone here that's been down there? Sorry, Cameron, what was your question?
Those in the county. Where is it?
It's outside of St. George.
Is it up in the Pine Valley area or where?
Pine Valley Ranger District, PDRD.
Okay.
It is towards Pine Valley Mountain.
North of St. George, right?
Yeah, we have funded trail systems in that general area as regional assets.
I'll pull up my notes so I can.
This one has partner support from the Dixie.
Lots of partners.
So it's actually, it's a bit closer to town than to Pine Valley. So it's over by a development called Diamond Valley, which is basically, which is just outside the northern edge of the state. There's a development there. So it's basically kind of tucked behind a cinder cone that's there.
The thing that stuck out with me in my notes was they say they have over 100,000 visitors each year to this trail, which rivals the one that we were talking about over here in West Jordan. I don't know if that's the case, but I know a lot of people go down there.
They have cameras on these. They have trail counter cameras on these, so I'm sure that.
So it would be good. That's all I had.
Okay. Any more questions on that one? What's next?
City of Warren.
City of Warren. Betsy?
Okay, so this is the Onadoc Link Trail. So it links the Murdoch Canal Trail to the Bonneville Shoreline Trail, which are two very important regional trail systems. And so this does kind of connect that provides a safe connection, both sort of on street and separated paved trail to get up to the Bonneville Shoreline Trail. They could use a little design help to make that link. So hopefully when they finally get to that point, they'll do a little bit better with your design. But to me, those are critical trails and this is an important connection.
Okay. Anybody else on that one? Okay. Utah Valley Trails Alliance, Timpanogos Foothills Trails Improvements.
Yeah, I got that one. I think, by the way, the number for total project cost on this one is off. I think it's the 1.1 million.
Yeah, good catch.
But they're asking 500,000 to restore all of the trails on the foothills of Mount Timpanogos. And they have about 575,000 users on that trail system. It's the core trail system that Orem High School, PG High, and Timpanogos train on as well. In 2020, it was decimated by a big fire. I don't know if you guys remember down there. And so all the signage and with all the shrubbery and stuff that was destroyed, there's having a lot of erosion and pirated trails and all sorts of stuff. And so it's basically to clean it up and rebuild the trails, mark the trails, and do a full restoration.
Okay. Any others on that one? Revenant Trail, Tammy's not on. Anybody else go through the Washington County Revenue Trail System Phase 3. Another one that I have a sticker for, by the way.
This is way okay.
That one up.
I had that also. So this is phase 3 of the West Mountain Trail System. They're going to add for a total of 20 miles of trail. They're adding downhill trail, improved parking area, the top of Hellhole. Let's see. When it's complete, they'll have over 11 miles of directional higher elevation downhill trail. So this is higher elevation, better for summer. They have a ton of youth teams, average of 100 kids per team, well utilized. They are estimating $16 to $20 million generated by trail systems, increased tourism in the area because of some of this work.
Yeah. Heavy use, unique BLM.
BLM approved shuttle. This is the one of the rare shuttleable rides in the area.
This one open to e-bike?
It's open to e-bikes. But most people would be shuttling the bulk of the trail at this part of the phase. And the Trails Alliance support has been huge. These trails are blowing up. They actually heat map the highway from Revenant Trail, and since they put it in, the highway has more, shows more users. It's a big deal down there.
Okay. Anything else on that one?
Very good. On the previous one, the research around, you talked about like goat lines. They did apply for RTP funding. It didn't go up the list. There's like a pretty robust conversation there. They're going to be, but they would not afford it. I think they had applied 200,000 and they received 0. I use it as an idea there. So they were most 500 for this.
Do we know why they didn't?
Yeah, I mean, I think the conversation came around ultimately is like, you know, it's really, it's a volunteer run organization and like smaller projects. You know, bring your small grant was there to work a while. And the question was kind of came on, I think was business a big step up from where they've been, you know, 1.3 million full project cost, and traditionally for operating $150,000 award. So it's a significant step up. And I think it was just one availability of money was very competitive on the RTP side. But I don't want to, you know, really wrong parties, but I think that was one of the bigger ones.
Just readiness and capacity.
Just yeah, it's a big step up from where they've been. And there was just not a ton of money to go around.
Okay. All right, and then so moving on, Blanding City 4th Street Reservoir Walking Path. What do you remember about that one, Scott?
Well, this one is a short 1.5 mile ADA compliant stabilized trail around a small reservoir. I think it would be good for the local community. It is very small, and you know, being 1.5 miles, but it is going to enhance access to the area and likely bring some people to the area. And again, you've heard me talk yesterday, this is a rural community, which largely because of that, I support this project.
Okay. Anything else on that one?
Having been a resident of that area and knowing this exact spot, that is like one of the biggest draws of Blanding. In case you've ever been a resident of San Juan County, that's where you go fishing. And if you ever want to figure out where Blanding's at,
that's where they're at.
That's where they're at.
Okay. Anything else on 4th Street Reservoir or 4th Reservoir Walking Path? Not street. Okay. Access Fund, Indian Creek Climbing Conservation Initiative, Phase 4.
Annie was listed there, but I looked at it as well. I didn't take deep notes, but basically they are asking for an RTP match. So we might want to check if they had that. And it is Indian Creek Climbing Conservation Initiative Phase 4, consultation and resource improvements. Sorry, consultation and resource / climbing facilities improvements on Nature Conservancy land in Indian Creek. They have approval from the Nature Conservancy. And honestly, with the applicant access fund and a super solid application, I rank this one as a high. It's well planned with a really great track record.
Yeah, I also evaluated this one, and I ranked it fairly high. Does have several elements to it. Good, I mean, access fund and other partners with really good track record.
They received, they requested to RTP, they requested 185,000. They received 90,000.
Budget shows 114,000 for this one from RTP.
Their budget shows, well, I think sometimes there's a number of things that are not eligible for that are eligible for RTP. So some of the budgets can't seem to work consistent with their. It's like that we don't honor.
Being very familiar with this project, I think it's a great investment. I also like the fact this was my feedback last year, taking in more sort of local indigenous programs, and it does look like they have now partnered with the Bears Ears partnership, which is great to see.
Yeah. It is also small, right? So
Okay. And anything else on Indian Creek? Lehigh City Bicycle Skills Park.
I believe I have that one as well. It's pretty descriptive. This is, again, a bicycle skills park at Shadow Ridge Park, and they promote it as being developed to enhance cycling skills, and that it'll be rated for different skill levels. It is going to be asphalt, so it won't be dirt. And they're also talking about it's a downhill trail that would be associated with this. And it really talks about engaging the community and being part of the community. So I think it would be a nice community asset, likely wouldn't be a huge economic benefit to the area, and probably not benefit a lot of people outside of the community.
Okay.
I didn't.
Anything else on the Lehigh City Bicycle Skills Park? Okay. Elevate Utah Disc Golf, the Wonder Disc Golf Course at Wasatch Mountain State Park.
Wait a minute, I got a question on that, Weiss. They're asking for 300, but their total project cost is 350.
Yeah.
Or is that a typo?
That's gotta be an area.
Oh, the Lehigh one.
The Lehigh one, yeah.
Let's see. I didn't catch an error on their budget sheet, so. Yeah, no, they've got, it's
Total
900.
project cost is 900,000, and their application is for 300,000.
Okay,
Yeah.
so 900. Yeah, something's broken in there.
Wasatch State Park. Get that. Wasatch State Park. The park's looking to complete phase 2 and 3 of improvement to their disc golf course. It's a very small ask, $66K. Great community involvement. They're also really trying to address the accessibility aspect of it, where they can, noting that the trail system itself cannot be accessible, but the paths are also there to bring the course basically up to a national level. I don't really know much about disc golf, but I guess there's a PPGA. Yep. I don't know much about golf either, so. Yeah, it's great economic, should be a good economic draw trying to host tournaments.
Anything else on that one? Okay, Sand Hollow State Park, Scuba Dive Park, Safety Barrier.
Tom's not here.
Tom stepped out.
I evaluated this one, so I can speak to this one. This is mostly a safety concern at Sand Hollow State Park. They have a buoy system that's being ignored right now. So they're actually going to make a better buoy system that hopefully won't be ignored. And the search and rescue uses this.
Ignored by boaters ingressing into the scuba area.
Yeah. So I gave it high marks. They're asking for 80,000. The whole project is 62. So I figured my note said this is a no-brainer.
I was also the other high person, so I guess Tom was our person. Right.
Yeah, dang it. He's not.
I guess.
He gets.
To me, that's another recreation pipe that we don't often get to fund, so like.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, it's really cool. It's unique. Heavy and a huge, public safety component raises it way up in my mind. So.
It's heavily used by the university students. I mean, this is like one of their places they like to go.
Yeah.
They jump off the island.
Search and rescue training. A lot of different things. Anything else on it, Scott?
Yeah, so he did say, well, he said, I think we should fund program due to the diversity and needs of implementation. But that's that serve a small population.
Yeah, it's niche, but it's part of what makes it cool.
Yeah.
And it actually helps that area for more than just the scuba. There's a lot of use of that area, and especially having a place where it's guaranteed to be more safe. I think that they would actually pull some of the activity from other areas because it's a problem. There's a bit of a conflict between motorized boats and everything else there.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. There are a lot of people who kayak and paddleboard in this area as well. So.
Okay. Summit County, the 910 Cattle Ranch Recreation Area Enhancement Project. Another one on your list, Scott.
Oh my goodness, hold on. What's that one? Yeah, that'd be great.
So it sounds like this is an infrastructure project for new trailhead parking lot, restoration of a bridge and access. It sounds like Summit County in 23 acquired this 910 cattle ranch, which is 8,588 acres. And there's really only this one dirt trail into the park area. And I think they're just trying to get better access to this large recreational asset. In 23, they entered into a 4-year option for $55 million to acquire this ranch. They just don't really have any infrastructure for the growing demand for the area. And when they took access, it became accessible immediately to the public. So they want to get it up to speed. Does that sound right?
Yeah.
Project.
Yeah. So it's, if you think of Jeremy Ranch, if you go if you're going north out of Jeremy Ranch and you're headed towards East Canyon along the creek, that's where 910 Ranch is along that creek road going towards Morgan County and that Morgan Flats area.
Yeah.
And it's a little, I don't think it's much on the east side of the road. It's almost all on the west side of that road there. But
very cool.
My bet is they'll be back in future years for other projects, but after dropping $55 million into buying the ranch, I think they're looking for a little bit of help to actually get the recreation going.
Yeah, well, the recreation's already going. And so to your point, Jeff, the demand is huge and there's not a lot of infrastructure support. So parking is a huge need. I can tell you that they're putting a lot of resources into careful planning of this area to make it work for the local community and the greater visiting public. Impressive to see what they're undertaking.
And since they acquired it, it's amazing to go past that trailhead and see how many people are there. Almost every time I go up there, the trailhead is just full of cars. And in Summit County, I think this is a great asset for them, not only to maintain the open space, but also increase access to outdoor recreation.
Yep. And then there's,
yeah,
this could have been developed into, billions. So to have it preserved like this is worth rewarding.
And you also on the have the site as well.
Anything else on that one? All right, Wasatch Trails Foundation, Southfield Park Asphalt Wheels Pump. Oh, a pump track. Okay.
That's new.
Another pump track. This is in Hebrew, so I think it was included as like if we fund Hebrew, this might be one of those options. Something that stuck out, I mean, it is your typical pump track, but They have a lot of collaborations. So it's Wasatch Trails Foundation, Wasatch County Parks and Rec, Wasatch Community Foundation, Heber Valley Chamber, Heber and Midway Cities, as well as they had some money put in by SRAM, which is a big industry component manufacturer, which just kind of knowing the state of the industry is kind of cool that they would chip in. They're looking, I think also the grand total on the project is 693, so it's a little off on the sheet, but they're looking for 338 on it.
This is receive our running at more costing.
Anything else on that one? I assume it's adaptability rating is there. I was just pointing.
Did you read this?
Which one?
This, look, having here.
Oh.
The Wasatch Trail.
Jordan, how is it accessible?
They said it's all wheels accessible, so I don't know. Like they are just there.
Yeah, so it's just the, how we fill out parking and connected,
Yeah.
There for you, like, issues.
I don't know.
Where is this located here?
Let me see. It says that they'll have adaptive program, New Horizons adaptive program involved there. I don't know if you would.
Autism specific location, but,
Location wise, and
is it like kind of replacing, there's a bike park there right now?
it's at 104 East, 600 South.
On the west side of town. Between, I mean, it's on the edge, very western edge of Heber. Okay, anything else on that one?
Mr. Chair, can I ask a question? Partially for you, Jordan, but probably just for those who are more expertise in the bike world. There's this project in Heber, that's 338, and there's a project in Lehigh that's 300 here, there's 300. Then we're just looking at some bike projects in the regional asset where we were looking at a much higher dollar amount. Are these comparable projects, or are these smaller scale than what was applied for in the regional asset?
Like if you're comparing, I mean, just high level, like the what was it called, the lizard run or lizard wash. I think those ones have more awe-inspiring features to them, more cool implements and build outs, and as well as facilities. And I think with the exception of Nephi, they're also bigger in terms of just terrain. But
What if it's not paved? It seems like, are these ones not paved, like Nephi? Some of these others have that.
As far as I recall, they're all paved except for there was one that they presented that had a section of dirt and then ramps.
Steel for the.
That was the wet.
Right.
And so Jordan, you can probably answer this better than me though. Isn't there something you can do to those tracks, even though they're dirt? I know the BMX track in Quilla, they apply something to it so it becomes actually hard. Water. Is it?
No, they could
You can add chlorine. Well, I know what magnesium is, and it's not that, but I just remember them saying.
You're saying if you just leave it dirt versus asphalt?
Yeah.
I think the two things is one, it's way more upkeep and longevity and they erode over time. And then two, to a point made, I think by Aaron previously, is when it is asphalt, it is more accessible to like lower end bikes as well, versus, you don't need nicer suspension bikes.
Okay.
I will point out that, yeah, this is the other pump track with using Avid. And Avid is a local contractor based out of the Park City area, which also might be why these costs are lower. Because the site cost for like the bulk of the work is roughly $600K. And then paving is another $100K.
So was it Provo and Heber that are using Avid?
Yeah.
They were the only two.
Yeah.
I know American Ramp Company is really good. I think they are maybe they're bigger scale. They are maybe a little more premium price.
Yeah, I think it's a get what you pay for type of thing. I mean, you can for whatever that's worth.
And yeah, the maintenance commitment too, because like they put a big maintenance commitment in here versus I think, using the bigger company where they just guarantee it and say this is what we do.
Yeah, I was surprised by just a year guarantee on the asphalt. I was like, from a major company, it seemed a little, not that long, but.
That's pretty typical in the construction world. When you build something new, they'll insure or certify it for a year. And then after that, it's yours.
Which makes sense. I guess it's like, we'll give it one good season and adjust if it cracks, and then they'll probably.
Well, Mr. Chair, just bring it up for future consideration, since we know we're going to be over. If some of those regional asset tiers that apply for just tier one, and we're talking in the $300-400 range, conversation is a little different. So just as we keep going through here, I just want to throw that up for consideration, because this is my untrained eye. I don't see a lot of difference between a couple that we just looked at here in the tier one versus what we're just looking at regional asset, but the regional assets are twice the funding.
Well, I can add to that. I read in Grantsville's prop, they actually said they would be willing to take that down. That's one of the points that I was going to bring up as we got down to this, is they would drop down to the regional tier of 500. Not that exact same thing.
Did any of the big ones say they would not be willing to drop down?
I check. I don't know if anyone in history has ever said nothing.
Million or nothing.
I will say that in the history of this, actually have had, when they've asked for a larger amount and they have less resources, they did have to say, we can't. So, yes, we have had, them turn back. I remember that one. Obviously, I haven't been into the details of like Heather has over the years. So what I remember was in the days that I was within the governor's office, so that volunteering. So, but yes, back then people did turn it down. They didn't put it in, or they would try to redo the contract completely and say, we're going to take these things out. So.
Okay. And then the last one on the list is Francis City Wild Willow Nature Park completion. Keyword being completion. This is one that I scored, and we funded this before. They did. I think they were a little too optimistic on some of their bids. So really, what this is to bring it to completion, an additional $73,000 to put in some of the features that are planned in there. The nature play elements, the logs, the balance things, the cargo nets and stumps and boulders and things like that. So pretty small ask to just complete a project that's already mostly there. And anything else on that one? That completes the list.
Mr. Chair, I had written down that we'd added the four below that. Did I miss something? I think we had moved up from Stansbury Service Agency up.
Okay, I thought we said top 12.
We did. I'm showing that it's.
That was the last one? Okay, that's what my notes are then. Sorry.
What was that?
There are two applications for standard Stansbury Service District for Mill Pond, so you might be confusing it with the other.
Yeah, this is you're talking about the pond trail improvement.
Well, I had written in my notes that we had gone down to that 3818 score, because we do have one in there that has 3 high priorities at 3818.
We talked about that.
Did we?
But we didn't do it.
Okay.
Yeah. I think it was the top 12.
No, I need to write better notes, obviously.
Question, Patrick, has Duchesne County received any funding so far, since they are the one just?
They have.
We have a $57,000 order there somewhere. I don't know where it's from.
Yeah, the counties that we've not allocated any towards at this point are Morgan, Carbon, Box Elder, and Wayne.
There is a Box Elder project just down the list for parents. We talk about some of the other.
Yep, we're open to motions at this time. Yep.
Make a motion.
I say let's discuss Perry City Mountain View Bike Park, please. Motion.
That worked. Okay, did we discuss Prairie City in a second?
I'll second that.
Second by Russ, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We're doing it.
And I did not review this one. I just, in full disclosure, I helped Perry City with that park doing some planning a few years ago. And so I would just love to hear a little bit more about where people landed with it.
Oh.
Is that me?
Yeah, it's a small.
Okay. All right, they are seeking to build a high quality bike park to benefit the residents in regional tourists. Am I the right one? Yes. Okay, great. This is phase one of the Mountain View Bike Park. They get a little more info here. So I put in my notes. It's a strong project that has really good support, research and design that would support all users. Strong funding plan. Would like to see a little more representation of design and layout and details regarding the overall park. But I rated it high. A strong inclusive project.
So it looks like they're asking for dirt trails and some features and a pump track. Is that what they're asking for?
So the map looks that way.
And there's not an official Bonneville Shoreline Trail through Box Elder at this point, but this does link up to the fire road that is unofficially acting as the Bonneville Shoreline Trail for now.
It has beginner, intermediate to advanced lines, and a return for pedestrian.
Yeah, I think so.
So it's another local.
We'll say too, I mean, it's Perry City, you know, it's probably reflected in there, what you mentioned about the design elements and things like that. I mean, I think it looks decent.
Patrick, what was the amount that's already been awarded to Box Elder?
Zero.
I'll move that we move this application on for consideration.
Okay, motion is we move the Perry City project onto our list for those to finally consider. Second?
I'll second that.
Second by Russ. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, it's on the list.
Mr. Chairman, before we do any tier one, I think we need to put the regional asset tier to bed. Cameron stepped out. I just think we need to go back and just eliminate what we're gonna eliminate. That way, because it'll blow up the budget really fast if we go back to them and try to find them.
If I can just add to your checks, every applicant, as I expected, it said they would be willing to take that. We phrased it as, would you be willing to be considered for $500,000?
Right.
And then I have one more question. Should we be concerned that Perry, all of their match is pending? None of it's secured?
Yes.
That is a concern.
Definitely. And it's a reminder that this is all based on reimbursement.
Yeah.
Okay. Can I ask a clarifying question real quick? Patrick, you probably know this. In those counties, under Emory, is Emory the only thing they're receiving is the mini grant of 5K? Is that right?
Let me check. I guess restaurant that we awarded 44,000. So it would have been, it's probably the Greener Park.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, it's. So we have 39,000 for Emory, RI, like this was probably 5,000.
Thoughts about the city green already. I was going to select.
Should we consider that Green River one?
That's the Riverside Park.
Me, but I think I gave it.
Green River Riverside.
I think I-
Is that a motion?
Yes.
Okay,
Motion.
motion from Jeff to include the Green River City developing the Riverside Park at Green River onto our list of those to approve, seconded by Scott. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, it's on. You were ruminating on something, Lance?
Yeah. I just think we've got to put that regional asset tier to bed, zero some of these out, slim some of them out, because if we approve a bunch of these tier ones and then return to the regional assets, we're not going to have any money to do anything in regional assets. So I think we got to put it to bed.
When you say put to bed, clarify.
I mean, we go back and we say, we're going to approve this we're gonna slim this up or we're not gonna improve it.
So, can we do that with the big rocks first with the other one?
I think we can.
Okay.
So we can come back on this list.
Yeah, we already put them to bed, we thought.
Did we put them to bed? I don't know if we put them all to bed.
So
let's clarify them.
Because of the discussion we had earlier that I brought up about Grantsville, I would make a motion that instead of the 750, which we had moved, this is just one, and we could do it on all of them if there's another motion, but I would move that we give Grantsville 500.
Okay, you gotta give me time to get back to my other spreadsheet.
Well, we already put them all to bed. Lance is just trying to keep us.
I don't think we put it to bed. I think
Well,
we got a
kinda
couple of,
did.
I think we got couple open items here. I want to nip it in the bud, right?
You're right, because we need to get the dollars and
Exactly.
cents.
Well, and the Bastian, I don't think we've ever finalized what we're gonna do on that.
I got that one.
Mix it up, did we?
Don't want to end up on the- Make sure that that's what we're gonna do.
All right.
Yeah.
So which one did you refer to exactly, Lance?
That's just for point of clarification, so Millcreek Common, we're at $1 million, by Jamestown Park, we're at $1 million, Stoneland Recreation, we're at $1 million, Lizard Walk Park, 750, you into All Wheels Park, 750, Muirfield Park, is that a 0? Is that what is that?
We didn't
move it
We
up.
just decided we have not added it onto the list of those that we will be finally evaluating.
Okay. So we're not moving it up, okay? Let's see, what somebody wants to advocate for. Grantsville City, we just, 500,000, that was what we just passed, right, Russ?
Well, I didn't get a
Make
second.
motion.
I didn't get a second. I just said we should.
So I'll second that.
Okay.
Okay.
Just for the purposes.
So motion is to change once again the approved budget for Grantsville City Scenic Slopes from 750,000 to 500,000. Okay. And that's seconded by Lance. All in favor? Oh, any discussion of that? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously.
And, just as a point of housekeeping, let's move that forward to for consideration, or has that already been done?
And that one is.
Move forward with
Slippery slopes, it was
consideration.
already.
Okay, but we're amended to 7,500.
Yeah, we changed the amount.
So the Fort Utah All Wheels Park improvements at 750, and does that move forward for consideration?
It has.
And then USA climbing was at $1 million, move forward for consideration.
Correct.
Bastian, I still see that one's just sitting there, just in limbo, right?
We did change the amount on it up to 500,000, but it's not advanced.
I'm not gonna move to advance it. I did, grade it again. I just think that, I don't know, I've already stated my piece on that.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's.
And then again, City of West Jordan, $1 million. And that's been advanced.
Yep.
Tooele County Parks and Recreation, that's a 0, right? We're not advancing that. It's my understanding.
That's
right?
correct.
We have not advanced that.
Then Midway, same thing, that's not advanced.
Correct.
All right. Thanks for hearing me on that, Mr. Chair. That's fine.
Are we put to bed?
Yep. It's bad.
I'm wondering if any of them would like us to do this to 500.
Yeah, I was having that same thought. To me, if we need to find 500,000 for something else on tier 1, we could drop those 2 750s to 500.
Which one was that?
The 2.
Yeah, the 2 that we still have at 750. If we're trying to find $500,000 for some other stuff we're working on, we could drop that.
We did that with.
Show them 3 to
We did that with 3 of them.
Oh, you did it with all 3.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
750.
Yeah, we did it with 4 of them.
He was just saying to do it.
Yeah, we did. Just finished the changing one. So yeah, the Uinta All Wheels, Fort Utah, and Lizard Wash were all reduced to 750.
Leave those at 750. I just want to put that on the table as we're thinking something through.
It could be further reduced if we need it.
Given how many.
Where we at, Patrick? How much money we got left?
Across all grants, we're at 89.3%. Bring it to that track here, but 16 million we're at right now.
And what's the total, 17 something? 18. We got $2 million to play with.
So what do we have, 26? So we have 3 more.
Main Carbon and Morgan. Oh, Box Elder's good. Main Carbon, Morgan.
Oh, like, Levan City that we got something there.
Yeah.
That's in Wayne County, isn't it?
No, that's in
Levan's in.
Is that Buick? I think it's in Buick.
Oh, Levan. I was thinking.
You're thinking like,
It's the one that has the big, no, the big term that starts with an L.
lower.
Not Lola. It's the other one. Further, just off the hill, just off the hill from Fish Lake.
That's lower.
No, there's one before. Lyman. So don't keep telling me it's lower, it's Lyman.
What is, sorry, what project are you talking about?
The Lyman one, there's just a square. It's tier 1.
All right, so to recap, 16 million is where we sit right now. Those that we've decided to move on to our final list for those to evaluate and approve. Where do you want to go next?
I have a few thoughts. In the tier 1, we have a few more projects that have 3 high priorities. And one of those is in Wayne County.
Oh, I noticed the same thing, Evan, and I'll move that we discuss that, the Wayne, like the 30 seconds, and then Evan, you're the 30 seconds.
Okay, and then the other one was the pump track in Cedar City. So
small ask.
You want to hear about?
Well,
Lyman?
I do. Yeah. I'm making the move.
Your intelligibility is low.
Maybe you need another one of those.
Get him on the roster.
He has been doing most of the motions. I would say.
Evan, can you tell us about the Lyman?
I sure can. And again, I think this is where we're going to see some numbers differences with the high level build outs of the pump tracks. So this is in Lyman Town, and it's a $64,000 ask. And what they're doing is they're putting in a pre-built modular pump track. And I think we're going to see a bunch more of these tried out, kind of like the one we saw on the example this morning. They do have the benefit that you can move them later or repurpose them elsewhere. There's no such facility in Wayne County. Their match is secured by the town budget. I ranked this one as a high project, as did everybody else, even though it only scored at 32. Great project.
I think this is key reason why we're here is for projects like this one.
Motion to move Lyman Town pump track forward.
All right.
Second.
Okay, motion from Jeff, seconded from Aaron. Thank you. God, you knew I was almost there.
It's okay. You knew you were gonna be stuck.
I know. Any discussion on that motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Yeah, passes unanimously. We'll move the Lyman Town pump track on to the list of those for final evaluation. And now we're down to only 2 counties that we've not been able to cover.
One of those, the Green River Ski one?
Nope, we're at Morgan County and Carbon County.
Oh.
Is
were you gonna
Daggett County town application? Daggett?
Yep.
I know they haven't approved that one.
Yeah, they have one in tier 1.
We did.
Daggett?
Daggett County Flaming Gorge Shooting Complex.
But it's not in the money right now. We have to move forward, right?
It's advanced, 100,000.
It's the application.
Is there one Carbon County, because one of them is that helper project.
RRI, okay.
Yep.
I'd like to move that we go back to, we've got Morgan County, I think only in the CPR section. If we're interested in considering how we can fund these two underrepresented counties, we should probably go ahead and look at those.
Hardin County and which one?
Oh, sorry, it was Morgan? Morgan, I think, I just sorted them by county, and Morgan City and Morgan County both have proposals. And they're both in CPR. I don't know if there are other towns in there that are also Morgan.
Yeah, we advanced that.
I thought we already did. That showed up, Patrick.
As a point of clarification, we're seeing if Morgan City Riverside Ball Field Restoration was advanced.
We're showing that as the county that's unfunded.
It's a CPR.
That's my recollection. But we could, that's fine, we can move it.
How many of those CPRs did we advance? I thought we advanced a block of them.
We have been looking for 1.3 times.
Oh, yeah, we were over.
Yeah, Morgan City was number 4 on the list. I don't know if we skipped that or what.
No, it's not number 4.
We proved it, right? It's just not showing up in our statistics.
Sorry.
No, I don't think we did. Yeah, I think we skipped that because it's part of the ballpark.
We skipped that one intentionally.
Yep. It's like a precedent problem.
Okay, I'd like to modify my motion and start talking ball fields then.
All right. Starting with Morgan City.
Yeah, high strength one.
All right, yeah, this one, I remember this, I think your motion or the motion that was made was 1, 2, 3, and 5 that we would advance right away. So number 4, which is the Morgan City one, sort of got skipped over, so it's appropriate we have that conversation. Lincoln is on the list for having reviewed that, but anybody else that reviewed this one, speak up. We've got some renderings on the screen.
For irrigation, is that?
There was an irrigation element to this one, which I think was maybe part of the concern, but I can't remember exactly.
So, Mr. Chair, when we talked about the ball fields yesterday, now that I've got my hands back in front of me here, we talked about Morgan, we talked about Smithfield, we talked about Paradise, there are a couple others, and we were going back and forth over whether to pay for irrigation, or pay for infrastructure, local impact, regional impact. But those are still all the same questions. I do think now, in light of the county distribution, that's another piece. So I think if we're going to fund, I mean, I'm comfortable if we move forward funding the Morgan one. If we do that, we did move forward Paradise last time, so I would say for purposes of kind of building our final list for consideration, I would move the advance Morgan and Smithfield to the next round. And Levan, because Levan is also the ballpark. So those are all the different ballpark ones that we talked about. So you can advance them and then we can decide in the final round. Are we going to fund pickleball? We're going to fund ballparks. We're going to fund everything else. We'll still need to cut a few $1 million.
I'd like to make room for discussion after, I'll second that, but then I'm.
Okay, wait a minute. I thought we went ahead with the. No, we didn't. Okay, never mind. So your motion then, just to clarify, is that we move forward onto our list, the Morgan City Riverside Ball Field Restoration, Levantown Ball Field Project, and the Smithfield City Forester Acres ski fields.
Yeah, those we talked about. If there are others, one bring a camera. We talked about those. And then basically put them aside. Let's bring them all forward together.
Okay, that's in order. A second?
I second it.
Second by Aaron, and any discussion?
Yes. Who voted low on the Smithfield one?
I voted low on it. I voted no on it.
Okay, and why? Just because it's a ballpark or?
Partly the ballpark piece and then the irrigation. If we should be funding irrigation. I think the larger project question is the ball field piece, that's why I'm putting them all together and we can consider them together.
So with the irrigation, how does that compare to the Morgan City one?
I didn't evaluate Morgan City, so I don't know.
I remember Lincoln spoke highly of it. So yeah, it was more just kind of the precedent of it.
And for clarification on the Morgan City one, we were talking about replacing the infield and installing lighting. The lighting is falling over. So that goes back to our other piece of the conversation of, are we incentivizing poor maintenance practices and the emphasis on maintenance? The Smithfield one is, yeah, a lot. I think that's really the only thing they're asking for from us is sprinkler system install. $200,000 worth.
Yeah.
So just a discussion to the motion. I don't think we need to advance all the baseball part. I think that Morgan, I think the trump card here is that it's the only application that we would fund the Morgan County.
There is another one.
Is there?
Yeah, it's
Is it money or it's just another application?
It's another CPR one. It's the Morgan County Fairgrounds. And it's lower ranked. I did not review it. So if someone can speak more to that, it might be better than.
I didn't review it, but I do know they've really been struggling on how to make that. They've tried a little bit of this and a little bit of that. And, this might be the way. I don't know.
Which one would you rather have if you're a Morgan city or county leader? Would you rather have baseball park fixed up, or would you?
Well, the fairgrounds is the county submission, right? And
Right.
baseball is the city submission.
But it's all the same in Morgan County, isn't it?
Yeah.
Kind of like Grand County, it's all out.
I only had the county proposal.
So this says, okay, Morgan Fairground Park will develop 7 acres of green space for paved multi-use walking path and fields near existing pickleball courts and restrooms. A well will be dug for irrigation, allowing landscaping and sod. The trail will go around the perimeter. So
yeah, $175,000 in sod, $12,000 in other vegetation, and then $12,000 towards 10 feet of multi-use trail. Multi-use trail.
It's right where it comes in.
Yep, and it's right there on the river. So they are trying to connect river recreation into the rest of this. Like that. Now a total of 200,000. Most of it being sod. Or functional turf.
Are we done with the baseball talk?
I think we put a pin in it because we're interested in Morgan.
We're trying to.
Well, yeah, the motion on the table is that we advance the 3, the Morgan one, the Levan one, and the Smithfield one. And then now we are currently engaged in discussion on that motion.
Well, I'm checking my notes. I am probably the reason the Morgan one was the lowest, because I had so many ball fields that this one was just like, well, it's just sod.
Okay.
But given if I had to choose between the ball field and the county proposal seems to have the best bang for the buck. So if I had to, I would like to change my ranking on that. But it was apples and oranges in the narrow view I had.
Okay. Any other discussion of the motion?
I'm curious who else, because the Morgan County one is fairly low. I'd just be curious to hear from somebody else that graded it in light of.
Like 2. And yeah.
I'm trying to remember.
Low average at 28 out of average of 31.44. But some of that is you.
Oh, it's mostly.
Yeah, so there was one high and one low.
I was literally comparing it against like 7 other ball fields tracks. I was like, oh, it's just awesome.
So if there's only 2 graders and you bump your score up by 6 or 7 points, then it would put it above the average.
Yeah.
Legitimize it.
Any other discussion to this motion? All
Would
right.
you like the motion of the three fields?
Yep, advancing those three onto our list.
And so just to summarize what the conversation has been, so I don't get confused, that we think that the fairground, which is the county level proposal, is likely now increased in its rankings based on a change from Jake. And that's a big, in his opinion, having reviewed it, it's a bigger bang for the buck than the ball field.
About the fairgrounds getting the bigger ball.
Yeah. So that now that means that this motion about advancing all three.
Because the question on the table is if we needed to identify the only two projects in there.
Morgan.
In Morgan. And between the city proposal, which I did not have on my review table, and the county, I think county proposal was. It looks like a better investment compared to the two.
More people can make use of it.
Better draw. It's adding on to an project. Shovel ready.
Any other discussion to the motion? All right, so then we'll vote. All in favor of moving those three onto our list, say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed?
I'm opposed. I'm gonna vote, yeah.
Okay,
Because that's
so
the three ball fields.
Let's do a roll call
Yeah.
vote then.
Even though I seconded it.
That's okay.
That happens all the time. Second emotions you can kill.
Jordan.
It was not, it was the discussion.
They got this.
Okay, we're gonna do roll call.
In favor?
In favor of or aye or nay?
Aye.
Okay. Cameron?
Aye.
Yes. Aye. Lance?
Oh, I'm gonna say nay. On the ball field.
Tom?
Yeah.
That was gone. Okay.
That's fine. Abstain? Russ?
Aye.
It's for all three ball fields.
Yep.
Yeah, it's to advance all three versus breaking them up.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yep. I'm a nay.
This has been confusing.
Aye. Strong is aye.
I'm nay.
Okay.
Nay.
And Tracy.
Wow.
Nay.
All right.
Might get shot at.
The discussion with the county.
Yeah. Yeah, it changed. It
The vote is 7-5 and the motion fails.
I think that we could advance I would like to move to advance the top ranked ball field.
Which is the Morgan City one. That was the top ranked ball field is 38.67.
I'll second.
Okay, wait.
She's waffling.
Never mind.
She's waffling.
No, I'm sorry. I was confused as to which one I was dealing with. Sorry, never mind. Not Morgan. Yes, let's move on the Morgan County Fairgrounds. Sorry.
Okay. And what did that one score?
Well, the motion is the fairgrounds, not
Yes.
the ball field.
Yeah, sorry.
I will second that motion.
The score is low, but the score has been modified in a vague sense from the original numbers.
Okay, so the motion is that we
Advance it.
advance Morgan County Fairgrounds Park. And seconded by Lance. Any discussion to that motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. What did that one score?
It's like 28. Yeah.
Soft 28.
Soft 28, qualified by
We were
Jake.
talking community park.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other discussion? We already kind of did. Sarah's dying to say something.
I'm just thinking about something, so I just placed my
Sure.
hand. Working through something.
Yes, Russ?
I don't, maybe I missed this again, but I thought we were going to talk about the pump track.
Well, we are in the motion.
This is a motion.
We are just motion on the table already.
Oh, I'm sorry.
To advance the Morgan County one.
I
And
thought that passed already.
We just passed.
everybody welcome Tammy Pearson.
Sorry, guys. It's just hard to juggle both meetings. And it's hard to follow this when we're not in order. And I can't see on the screen what you're talking about. So I don't know if you can do your score sheets and that kind of stuff on the screen when we're just conversating. If that makes sense.
Yeah, we can do that. Thanks, Tammy. How do you feel about Morgan City Fairground Park?
County.
Or sorry, Morgan County.
Is it the ballpark or? Because I can't see all of the rankings, like how anybody scored or ranked. And maybe that's just me. I need to figure out how to do that on my laptop, but I'm not very techie.
Where are you? The Utah what? Association of what?
Utah Association of Counties, and that's who I'm representing. So it's our spring our legislative conference.
I know, and I'm just joking. I know that's.
You probably already knew all of that. You're just making fun of me, Patrick, or Jason, whoever's talking.
One of us. Well, okay. Yeah, we'll try to do what we can to keep you informed. Tammy, appreciate you being here.
No problem.
Trying to juggle. Any other conversation that we need to have about the Morgan County Fairground Park? Moving it forward.
Yeah, we've passed.
Okay. I think I'm in support of it too, so go ahead.
I said we hadn't passed it.
Yeah, we passed it. We all voted by voice.
That's why I told Tammy, it's hard to follow when you're even here. Right? I don't know, maybe.
We've got 2 hours left.
All right. Okay, Mr. Chairman, I would like, and this one comes right square on your shoulders. I would like some discussion on the C2 pump track, Trailhead Improvement Phase 3. Looks like it's a small ask. It did get 3 high funding, so
yeah,
I thought we had put that into the group before, but
we had not, and I did score this one. This is it's another pump track, and so if you're familiar with this spot in Cedar City, Southview Trailhead, it's got amazing access up onto the lava trails there. There is a little skills track there that is heavily used. Every time I'm there, I see people there. This is adding a pump track right there, kind of adjacent to the parking lot.
Is that where the little park is?
Well, right there in the brown trail stuff, that's the skills track. Okay. Had a little trouble with visualizing where this is, so I had to really kind of dive into it. But the pump track is intended to go, I believe, on either the west or the northwest end of where the parking lot is. So this picture does not
show it.
Does not depict it. I had a little try, so I scored a little low on this category because it took me a bit, but I did figure it out. That they want the pump track right there adjacent to the parking lot. Do you know anything more about this, Evan?
I do. So what you can see is the bigger portion of the 700,000 that you see here for the overall project, which is a major expansion of the parking lot, including paving. This is a very popular parking lot in
currently dirt, gravel.
Currently dirt, and the skills track has been extremely popular, and they're going to add a modular, affordable pump track as part of the overhaul. One of the great things about this trailhead is, even though it is very busy, it's also accessible by many people's garage in Cedar City. So it has that kind of benefit of, well, a lot of people ride here to start their ride.
So is that the trail that goes through Cedar City that's on that? There's a bike trail, paved trail.
Big paved pathway coming
just below the parking lot.
Yep.
I think I've been on this before.
That's the one you see right from the freeway. And now there's another trailhead on the north end of it, up by Trail.
Yeah, sure.
Canyon. Sorry.
I just have 2 comments. So first, when we're looking at total project costs, something happened with we've noticed that there's some total project costs are just incorrect. So we're trying to flag those. So yeah, we'll on this end. I have a letter right here from a recent contract vendor for this seriously in which we didn't add any funding. We just moved funding around the contract for a modular pump track. It's the exact side. I just wanted to make sure that this contract amendment was Transportation, 417.5.
Is the amount the same?
So they said $80,000.
It's the exact same price.
Yeah, and so the actual budget on this, the total project cost is $80,000, it's a 1-1 match, it's a $40,000 request, $80,000. Actually, apologies on the project cost, but just thought this was probably pretty important to this discussion.
Thank you. That is good clarification.
And yet I think the overall project is a lot bigger.
Right.
What they're calling a 1-to-1, because we're doing a major overhaul.
The 1-to-1 is just for the pump track itself, but the parking lot expansion and
But so has this committee functionally already funded this pump track then, and we're just seeing an outdated proposal?
No.
No, I don't think we funded the.
Submitted with this application, the one line item, vendor subject to contract and purchase the contract.
Yeah, so it's very simple, straightforward.
Yeah, I thought it was a good project too, reviewed it.
Yeah. It adds something that is a bit sort of missing. The skills track is a little bit more advanced and not accessible by everyone. The pump track will close that gap. Lincoln, welcome back. On the road?
Sorry, I've been trying to run back and forth between UAC and the committee, so thanks for indulging me. When it's appropriate, I do have an idea that I did want to explore with the committee around. Many of you may have heard of the Smith Entertainment Group announcing $10 million worth of private donations that they're going to make to communities who want to develop ice rinks. And so I wanted to chat about that when it's the appropriate time as well.
Okay, keep that in mind. Yeah. Well, anything else on this Southview pump track? Yeah, I really liked it. It was.
Well, I'd like to make a motion to move it up to the ones.
Good. Motion by Russ to move it onto the list of those to approve. And a second?
I'll second it. And I'll say, go T-Bird.
And any further discussion? Kind of already talked about it. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. It's on the list. Hey, Lincoln, maybe now's a good time while we have you. Do you want to talk about the ice rink support initiative?
Yeah, so I had been talking with the governor's office as well as the Smith Entertainment Group. Many of you may have seen Smith Entertainment did announce a $10 million grant that they're going to be making available to communities. As a part of that, we've had several communities, I know Cameron has as well, that have reached out to us and said, hey, we'd like to take advantage of this opportunity. One of the conversations I've been having with the governor's team and with SEG is there a way that they could couple some of the private donation dollars that will be out there in the coming 2 to 3 years with some of the outdoor rec dollars? So Smith Entertainment Group has suggested $10 million for 20 ice rinks, so about $500,000 per ice rink. They've done all of the investment in the architectural design criteria that they were going to need for those ice rinks to go in, and are going to be sending those out to these communities and requesting communities to respond to them with interest. So with that, one of my thoughts was whether we do it in this year or in future years, maybe setting aside a few $1 million that can go towards matching dollars to match into the SEG Foundation funds and any local participation to build these ice rinks. I was just on a call with SEG. They said in Utah right now, we have 16 ice sheets throughout the state. They're planning on developing 20 over the next 3 years through this partnership program that I just described. So essentially doubling the amount of ice that we have within the state. And so my idea, again, it doesn't necessarily have to be in this year, but would love to look at maybe in the 2026 year, setting aside, $5 million that could go towards this effort if we could double the amount of ice in the state and take advantage of that $10 million donation that's being made by SEG. So wanted to get the committee's sentiment on that and see if there was any interest in maybe setting aside some dollars and partnering with SEG on the effort.
Well, it sounds like outdoor recreation infrastructure to me, so could fit easily into any of the categories. Thoughts? I don't know about setting anything aside, but
So, Mr. Chair, have that city's best, how do we tap into this? So I think next year we will see
The factor of all this. Every year around this time, the afternoon of day 2, we always have this conversation. Do we hold any money in reserve or when the eventual downturn? I'm smart enough to know what the downturn is. Patrick, we're ballpark 17-ish million. Point 3. Right now is a good time to say, how much do you have to spend again this year?
18.
Yeah, so do we projects that are in the medium category? We want to set aside some money, and I think politically that it hasn't been spent to reallocate. So I would say, well, there's going to be a big ass next year. We don't have. Essentially earmarking this for this type of project in the future.
Yeah, and to add on to that, yeah, the fund does continue to in a balance because only 90%. Oh, no, that's not true. I'm talking about something else. Never mind. Disregard. It's after.
There's a Diet Coke over
all through, right?
Can I get some clarification, just because it sounds like we might be locking up some funds here. What is we're down to 1 county, and am I mistaken in thinking it's Carbon that we haven't funded yet?
That is correct.
Okay, so I would like to open up a conversation about Carbon County's proposals. There are 3 CPR proposals and 1 RRI proposal. I'm kind of surprised that one of their CPRs hasn't already been moved forward because it was relatively highly ranked. It is the Emerytown Parks Playground Paradise, which is coming in at a score of 33 for CPR, which the average, it was 31.44. So it's above average. It has 2 positives and it only got evaluated by 2 people. I didn't review it. If we're going to be trying to help all of the counties, we probably ought to move forward.
This is RRI?
No, that one is CPR. The RRI one is Helper Price River Rehab from Helper City. And it is not nearly it didn't fare as well.
Just for clarification, the Emerytown Park, Emerytown is an Emerytown County.
Oh, so I'm sorry, it's just the line is off then. Sorry,
Yep.
That makes sense. Thank you.
It says Carbon County over there, but.
Yeah, okay, never mind.
Lions Park, Huntington is Carbon County, so those 2.
Okay.
Yep.
So Huntington's Lions Park pickleball court is.
I don't think we heard about Lions Park pickleball court. We know what pickleball is.
Do you know how many courts they were looking for? Not. I have to look. It seems like it was 4.
Yeah, so basically looks like it's hand drawn.
And because of where it is that high, I think again, this is a great thing for the.
I'm drawing this look like there's just 2.
Which one is this again? We're talking about Huntington City Lions Park pickleball court, scored 32.67 on CPR.
There's another one in Frank County, but I don't think it's.
Yeah, there's a Helper River Trail. Oh,
Mm-hmm.
that one too. Did we see that last year?
Then we've got Helper and Helper City community pool renovation. Rehab. I think we talked about the road rehab before and shot that one down because
I'm going off, like, wait a minute, I thought everything.
mitigation than recreation, right?
Huntington City is in Emery County.
Yeah, so the other 2 then, so we've got 2 for Helper. One is RRI, and that's the river rehab that I think we discussed yesterday. And then we have the Helper City Community Pool renovation, which is another CPR. And that one, got 2 mediums and a score of 27. Is that right? Yeah. Compared to pickleball court.
And just to clarify, yeah, Lions Park pickleball court is definitely Emery County because
Okay.
Huntington is Emery County.
Okay, so we've got 2 that got labeled as.
We had a couple of mislabeled.
Yeah, okay.
From Emery. Sorry, Emery. We love you.
So Emery basically put in 2 proposals.
In CPR. Let's see, what about the Carbon County Grand Slam Sunshade Project? Oh, I have that one. Number 29, but that's the Carbon County project.
Shades for. Shades for.
Seven.
Yeah, it's down on 27. I think that's similar to the those we looked at, where it's really, it's full renovation. Tied in with the, for $81,000 in replastering.
They're asking for $81,000. Their typical project is $131,000. Match value.
We might not normally fund something like this, given the low cost and the lack of representation. Is this the one that?
I've got to say this,
Yeah.
as a swimmer and as somebody who works with people, I really feel that it is that you may have not under your care. So, ask for rural pools because Wayne County has 0 pools. I don't know how many.
This one too reflects a lot of really good preparation and a lot of good detail from a city the size of Helper. They're really emphasizing outdoor recreation and trying to pivot into more resources for their residents and potentially visitors as well. But we reward that kind of.
I'm sad. I've been to the river restoration projects, which I'll call them all river restoration projects, maybe a little bit of science based too for all the phased river grants we approved. It's not going to draw as many people as the pool is. I mean, every time I go there, there's very few people playing at the river or doing anything at the river. Like, it's great for the community and maybe food group, but I think the pool is really going to have some impact.
Yeah.
Good point. Okay, I'll make a motion that we advance the Helper.
Motion by Des and a second by Tom to move forward with the Helper pool renovation. Any other discussion? And since we do have members online, we better do a voice vote.
Okay, ready for you to do the voice vote.
Thank you, Tara.
Yeah, thank you. Scott.
Aye.
Cameron. Right, Jordan.
Aye.
Tom.
Aye.
Des.
Aye.
Lance.
Aye.
Jeffrey. Tracy. Well, I combine Jake and Aaron. Okay, Aaron.
Aye.
Jake.
Aye.
Leslie.
Aye.
Tammy.
Aye.
That is unanimous.
So do we now have every county represented?
Hey, let's.
Whoa.
Are we sure they're all?
how to balance because
Yeah, I mean, it's always a math problem at the end to reconcile it. Some don't follow through. Not all of the asked for amount was reimbursed. So we do sometimes have a little bit of extra, but we also have sometimes some late ones that ask after and try to accommodate sometimes, but that's a good point.
Patrick, 73, at least maybe four. How many? What was the total?
What was the total,
Total grant applications, because it looks like, does that say 73 projects awarded or?
Yeah.
we had 210 projects this year.
Good, Tammy.
Yeah, can you go back to the list?
Sure, which one?
Well, yeah, there you go. Your funding list, just so I can see how you're moving people up into the green and who's off the charts.
And Tammy, to be fair to you, there's like 5 tabs on the bottom of the list you're seeing, just so you know.
Okay.
We did get the bill pool approved onto the list.
Okay, great. Thank you. Sorry, I wish I could be there, but I need to be in about 4 different places today right now, so.
We totally understand, and so thanks for the effort, and we try to represent for you.
All right, appreciate that.
Do we want to discuss a few more projects?
That is the discussion we're having, right?
I think we need to spend all the money. I think the legislature, if we don't spend all the money, they're gonna come in and say, well, you guys don't need that much money because you don't understand it. We're gonna.
GOMB going through recession management planning right now too?
Yes.
We have 43.5 dollars.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can we get a comparison of how much of each program that we've addressed? I feel like we're leapfrogging between.
That's the chart that we're seeing there.
Parks and Rec, we had 13.1 million requested and responded 2.6. Tier 1, we had.
Here's another idea, 10-minute break. All right, so let's come back at 2:30. Need to go have
Be done.
Cracking the whip.
And
So as we get spun back up here, I've heard several comments just during the break acknowledging the simplicity and the ease. Everything has worked so smoothly with these spreadsheets, despite just a couple of minor errors. Huge value. So thanks, Patrick, Noemi, Marianne.
Thank you.
Makes it so easy to refresh our memory and grab details on those that maybe we weren't the evaluator, but want to know little details, and we can do addition. So also credit to the committee members that are doing that work of just a little bit of extra math, a little bit of extra digging. I think that makes passes a lot of different checks as far as our due diligence. Also, there were a couple of things that people on the committee are needing to bring forward just as far as clarifications on a few items. So
I'd like to start, if that's okay, a point of clarification on the Southview pump track. So what Patrick shared is that we funded things associated with this site last year. Okay, and they actually were able to come in under budget. And so Patrick worked with them to modify their budget to already cover the cost of this pump track. So we put it forward for funding. Our funding from last year is actually already officially being used to pay for it. So I would like to make a motion that we pull that back.
is in order.
I'll second that.
Thank you by Russ. All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Cool, thank you.
I also need to make one point of order. I was not aware when of the two parks in Green River. I've had that thus since went through the description, and the organization I'm affiliated with is somehow related to a monitoring effort in there. So I would like to recuse myself on any decisions moving forward.
Okay, thanks, Jake. Any others? Okay.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to seek some clarification on a project in Tier 1. Was contacted by endorse the grant or not, asking questions about the review that project, but they were in time to be a good member and bring them back any feedback regarding that project.
Aaron, you reviewed that one?
The Huntsman Mental Health Institute course, been running this course for a while. The email I received that they were doing their annual inspection, which is mandatory for high ropes course. During that inspection that just happened in April, they received quite a few things that failed inspection. Again, just received an email. Just want to be able to take back some information to them. I'm not advocating because I did not review.
And to put it into context, it is, where did it fall? Mediums.
2.73 score, 2 mediums.
And so I will read off my comments after reviewing this. Strengths, it's heavily used, making it ADA accessible would be a fantastic addition. And since it was funded previously, I figured the group would be inclined to fund it again. My weaknesses, and I feel like it's a significant one, especially in light of the fact that apparently they have not been able to keep it up so that it would pass inspection, is that they charge very high fees. So if you're going to be a larger group spending 6 hours there, you are going to pay $6,000 for that time. And the discount that they give for nonprofits is 15%. They give a 25% discount to the U because the U owns the land. So they actually appear to be a profit generating organization. I don't know. I mean, given, like, I know that you have to have a certain amount of staff there. So you've got to pay for the staff for safety purposes. I could understand the fees if the fees were covering staff and upkeep, but I'm not quite sure how fees that range from $1,000 to $6,000 means that they need us to help them with bringing it back up to spec. Like, how are they not able to fund that with those kinds of charges? If they were charging significantly less, I would feel very differently about this. I don't know.
And maybe feedback would be for clarity on that, because we all remember a few years ago, we had this.
Well, they shared the tiers and there was no free. We have a spreadsheet in the documents that they submitted. And that's where that's where my concerns came up. Participation and cost is this. Sorry, I've got to see. I can pull it up.
Yeah, look for that. While you look for that, they do state our challenge course is not a pay-to-play structure, semicolon, and then there's no explanation as to why that is the case.
So here are their costs. The lowest, there's like, it's a whole spreadsheet because it's dependent on how you're interacting with the course, what your group size is, and how much time you want. The lowest possible fee is $416 or $69. Sorry, this is for 2 hours for 1 to 10 participants that are going to be low, not high on the course, or could be they're mobile, so they don't have any ADA. I assume that's what that means, or they're doing it virtually somehow. And this is with some discounts already on it, and that's 1 staff and 1 lead. That's a big part of that, and a prep, clean, and maintain fee is part of that. The highest end, it is. It's kind of hidden in the middle. It's weird.
I think you've given me an idea.
Yeah, it's like 5
person to follow up.
I don't know. But anyways, they say that they offer a discount to people who are nonprofits. Discount is 15% off for nonprofits of those fees, and the U of U gets 25% off. They own the land it's on.
Just a little bit of clarity.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry, their high fee is $5,895 for 6 hours. Also low or mobile or virtual, and that's for 81 to 90 participants. So it's a big group for sure.
I sure have another. Yeah, so I was made aware, I could have misinterpreted one of the grants for the National Ability Center. Maybe we could have some discussion about that. And I think since we have a member, maybe we could provide that clarity, just because I think I really might have misinterpreted it. And I thought it might be nice to hear more about it if people are willing to.
Is a tier 1?
This is a tier 1.
For the score.
Before we go, did anybody else have any feedback about Huntsman? Did anybody who also reviewed did you also review the Huntsman road scores? I'm just wondering if anybody had a different opinion to me. It's not like my opinion should rank opinion. Never mind.
Okay. So you're talking about the Ability Way Trail?
Yeah, it was actually quite a split there, right, with 1 green, yellow, and red. I led to some confusion. I don't know if other people who reviewed it want to comment, or if Tracy wants to provide some of that clarification. If possible.
So this is
the road is going to be redone. Super unsafe for people who are trying to walk the bike up that road to kind of connect between a trailhead that's closer to the freeway and then
place that, you know, has a lot of people on bikes. It's right by the utility center, you have a lot of people on time cycles, things like that.
And a lot of winter use too.
Which is only one. I talked about it. Is that okay? So one being clear, the road is not part of this project. The city is owning that expansion due to the safety aspects. And so while it's what we took on with awesome. So I think noting that potentially the way it was written by the grant writers, it looks like maybe it was really only serving the National Ability Center, and that is a small component. It's everyone else that is utilizing Round Valley and connecting to all the rest of the trail systems there. So huge importance from a safety that I'd love for the committee to.
It's also right next to a big field where they play lacrosse games and soccer games and stuff all weekend long. And so there are lots and lots of very small kids running around all the time. It's super dangerous. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, like,
put in for
it's-
safety
yeah.
for this community is like, we felt like we should make a difference, and if we could
But
do that.
it's crazy how many cars are on that road at a given time.
I would also say, even though it's a wealthy area in general, I mean, there are thousands of hand cyclists and riders from not just NAC, but all over. That Round Valley area is by far just such an insane resource, like nationally, almost really for people. And I know we come all the way from Salt Lake over there just because of those rides. So
And the Nordic.
Yeah.
And the Nordic piece.
Primarily.
That's our biking Nordic. I mean,
I think the mistake maybe I made is feeling like it was just NAC participants to give them an access way to the trail. So, but it sounds like that's not it, and I would have rated it higher. If I'd known.
Teresa, can I ask just for clarification? I wish you were in the RTD meeting real quick.
Me
2 years
too.
ago, because this was not recommended for funding, but I pulled up the budget right there, and it looks like right now the only funding going into it, there's no RTD on this budget.
That is correct.
Yeah, so it looks like it's operating outside of that RTD. So if you do notice it on this list as well.
Yeah, we did not apply for our
Standalone.
correct. Are there any other questions?
No, that's.
90, the cost,
Yeah.
97.
Is that a match number, right?
And we are gonna match it. We just think it's a really important project, so.
I scored this one as well, and having been there each winter and even on the Round Valley Trails in summer, felt like this looks very like industrial and transportation infrastructure based, but this is how the recreation infrastructure.
I'll make a motion when we advance it.
Second. All right, motion by Des to advance it, second by Paul. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
National Building Center Trail.
Did you say name?
$16,513,127.64.
Question? We have a couple of like shooting applications, shooting archery. Have we funded any of that recreation type during this round? That I have the interest of expanding our recreation types.
I scored the Daggett County one.
Yeah, same. And I did the King County archery.
Right.
Up the average score, 36, 36.
Yeah, it's already underway, operating, they've got a lot of good things going on, shooting sports wise there in Dax County. They want to expand it, and this is another one of those where if they're able to expand it to the scale they want to, attract future tournaments. So there is a real economic side of this one. And also, yeah, since we have funded in the shooting sports that I can recall this year. Consider this.
That's okay, if I do, come up with actually happening in other recommendations. We'll include that and service focus. And what's supplemental, that's like a really, there's not a lot out there in that part of the state, so it could be worth supporting.
And then just really well known, just for clarification, we did update the correct project cost, so it's not that project report number, it's 2.1. For the jagged cost for check front question. I'll move that we move that one forward. It's a motion by Lance to move the Dax County Shooting Range forward.
Second that.
Second by Russ. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Good. Good job.
Chair, that's one more question. We used to have a list that kind of showed activities that applied and activities that get awarded. Just kind of curious if you ones when those activities.
So I have this list here, if we're just looking just at tier one. I kind of did away with it as so much of a tool just because it's tough to compare categories with CPR, RI, UOR, but I did keep it for UOR tier one at least. And, I think that's part of the debrief. There's certain categories I could better listen things out of there's definitely want to, but non-biking looks like we have at least just tier one. This does not fit our response in here. Sound like the highest is 7, hiking at 838, multi-ability 135, multi-use trail 243, shooting at 176 now, climbing at 137, swimming at 80, child learning at nature play 73, other 66, and skating, skateboarding, rolling, shooting at 64.
Yeah, I think we have some of that.
And was scuba in there swimming?
Seems like there was one, I think.
Yeah.
Last sports connected to part of the urban fishery.
This is Brian, I just found this one about to create recipe.
Jackson Flat Reservoir. Jamestown. Oh. That's completely different.
Well, I presented on that, but let's face it, we put it out so that it was.
Yeah, the reservoir lake.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to hear, I'm just looking at the list, and I'd like to hear from Lance and Cameron on the 2 projects that are Palestinian State Park hiking and then Soldier Hollow Snow Bombing. Those 2 are just out of the range where we were funding. I actually looked at the snow as well. Pretty intriguing. What was your take on that? We can start with that one, Lance, you get ready. If that's okay.
I'm glad you brought this up. This is one where, depending on which day I was looking at the applications, sometimes I find it something that the gist of this one is Soldier Hollow wants to do a first of its kind in Utah snow park. The idea is to extend snow season
It has been done in other places in the world, but the first was kind of Utah, if I'm sure it's first was kind in the United States. So it's intriguing.
So I reviewed this as well. They pile up at the end of the season and cover it with insulation. Blankets that reflect the heat of the sun. And then be able to move it into place for early season so that they can attract. Yeah, and their application is about doing that attracts competition early in the season since people are trying to get on the snow. And there's not many places in North America without going really long distances. So my brain wasn't really, when I first was like, oh, this doesn't fit, but it would actually, I think, drive quite a bit of competition in hotel stays in the region on that side.
Well, and from a preparing for the Olympics, it's, yeah, right, I mean.
I was intrigued by it, but I'd never heard of it, and I was like, well, so I gave it a pretty good rating, I just, you know.
One of the applications I was looking at, and it came down to we can only fund 40, third of the projects. How do we want to spend some of our money on something this risky?
Well, then
Would be cool if it
clarify.
Well,
so we had applied, or we had funded a snowmaking at the Silver Hollow site, but much like that one, this is one where I'm excited to put it to you all to kind of determine its eligibility, because we have a lot of these. Which is this? I've never seen this before. So thank you for determining eligibility for snow scholarship going forward. The water program.
Hey, don't complicate things with DNR. I don't want to have to go to the state engineer on the water right. This water right business.
You said they did fund the snowmaking. So there's a snowmaking operation at the site.
Yes.
Okay.
My thought was, with all the stuff with this car and the future Olympics coming, if that really does work, that would be an advantage to those people who want to be out on the snow.
I like it. I like the novelty. I like it. I think sometimes it's even more novelty. It's like, everybody wants a kickball. Everybody wants a contract. This is novel. I think that my mind gives us both. I'm gonna vote with the Go ahead. Now, hold my motion. Now, make it.
As an asset though, like, let me just wrap my head around this. It's literally snow that we 1 year put in a pile, covered in wood chips, and then put it back on the mountain. So this is a 1 year cycle of basically keeping snow.
What's the materials they use?
So it's not 1 year. They use it every year.
All right.
Aaron's doing some research.
Get there in a minute.
Okay, so the company is basically one company that makes these blankets. And it sounds like they're reusable, but I'll double check that.
Well, the good chips are underneath. They're just like this. I watched it.
Yeah, and so it currently has only a 30% loss over the summer. So it actually is holding snow fairly effectively. The temperatures are maxing out at 35 degrees according to an article in the Ski Magazine. And it has been in use since 2000, but mainly in Europe. I don't know.
I watched it. Right now, is it 10,000 for which? 9,000 for blankets?
This article starts with some information that might be worth considering. Last fall during a historic and warm spell, Mount Backward related opening multiple times. The single organ ski area typically opens in late November, requiring a base depth of 20 inches or more, but it didn't kick off the 23-24 ski season until December 8th with a single run. It took almost another 2 months for the resort to start spinning all 12 of its lifts and run at full capacity. Last season, this article is from November of 24. 8 of the first 11 World Cup races were canceled last season due to low snow conditions.
I like to make a motion to move Soldier Hollow snow blankets or whatever
I'll second it, since I was gonna make the motion.
The motion is to move forward with the solar August snow.
Plans. I don't see the wood chips, so I think most of the stuff has probably. So I second it.
My big one is.
Okay, so 10 to 20 year lifetime on the blanket, so this is definitely a reusable.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a snow brainer. Nice, Nicole. Thank you. Thank you.
Relevant discussion. If not, I think we're ready to vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Everybody loves the blanket.
She's online.
Yeah, she's gonna.
Oh, I do.
No, she isn't.
Put a reminder on that.
So, just a quick request, I'll talk about Palisades if you want. Okay. So the Palisades State Park, so I did review this one, and, I like the application, so really it's, if you've been to Palisades, you guys go, of course, there, and there's some trails on the north side. This is some trails up in the foothills, up the slope there, and this is, take that there to the it's mountain bike and walking trail, and like I say, it's kind of above it on the east side, and ready to go. Just added some diversity to Palisades, so if you're not a golfer, you can go up there and try to bike. I can around the hills, and I like.
Scott, it's a pretty well.
State parks.
Right?
State Parks doesn't own State Palisades.
It doesn't.
Somewhat of a small footprint.
GWR.
It's an inside park.
Oh,
But
well, that's just
You
news to
see
me.
on that, of course, the yellow.
So the red's already there.
That's more.
Oh, that's more. That's right.
This is not more.
That's not news. Oh, no.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's about the reservoir above golf course. Like I say, yeah, I mean, it's not the sexiest part of it, but I like the left side of it. But
they apply for RPP funding, but we're not.
Is that part of the match?
I don't think State Parks owns that property. I think DWR and the San Juan Foundation own the property. That's the one that we're currently trying to work through, but there's a federal reversionary interest in the property. I don't know if that makes a difference to you guys. But if it's the stuff that we were talking about, Scott, then it's gonna be a little different.
Not sure exactly where the property lines are, but I know that you. Well, no, this is not, this is, I'm on it, might be still up, yeah. No, it's DWR land.
Yeah, DWR land.
Yeah.
But I don't know, DWR,
Some of it is on the park, some of it's DWR, the property line kind of bisects right there, in the middle of the golf course.
Is there a letter from DWR supporting the proposal then?
Yeah, if you want to write a study, you have to have a hunting fishing license. 6 mile wildlife national. Oh, maybe. Thanks. Any adverse possession? Thanks for the clarification.
I'll bring up an item that I want to explore a little bit. It's the, and I don't know if comment, and I'm mixing up something from Jake earlier about some discussion about things down in the Moab Grand County area and kind of federal projects and whether or not they're going to move forward or not. There is a BLM Grand County Klondike Bluffs campground group sites that I reviewed that, I mean, it's a highly visited area and they've got a lot of, just north of Moab. If Devin, if you think that's doable this year and moving forward, I guess I'd like to have that discussion.
I did not see that proposal and I'm unaware of it. If you could tell me a little bit more. So I asked my colleagues to let me know when they're applying for grants, and they found not to do so.
So it's group sites, right? Ken?
It's group sites, it's 2 group sites.
KD Stevens, Evan.
They're in the Klondike Bluff area that's north of town, 15 miles or so north of town. What's the state park that we just? Raptor. It's out sort of towards Utah Raptor. They've got a bunch of individual sites there, but they have a lot of groups that show up and expand out, or there's no way to be dealing with the groups, so it's damaging. I think it's damaging the area. So this is $159,000 to really get these 2 reservable group campsites.
And isn't it like a final phase of the project?
MOAB always comes through on their grants. They requested it, I'm confident they can.
That's such a high use county.
That was my brain. So overview and large groups, it is a good place to disperse a large group out there. It makes sense to have some 2 sites there.
There's plenty of people out there. I'm very familiar with the project. And it's a very high use. It's just going to get higher use. That code office specifically is at $90 amount for covers. So I'm trying to address this issue.
I also get this application, I felt like this, and I felt like it was needed, and I'll make a motion that we move forward to economic consideration. Second.
Okay. Motion by Lance, second by Tom, to move the Klondike Bluff campground project forward. Any discussion? Question. So the in-kind matches just at the LM employees. Okay.
And they do a lot of their work at that office with their force account and their construction.
All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? All right. Unanimous. Klondike Bluffs.
Mr. Chair, I have 2 questions. This might be a RFP question for staff. So it looks like there's 2 RGP awarded grants. Garland City and Trout Unlimited that we haven't funded, and I don't know if we discussed those or if this group wants to discuss those. Or if they're coming up to, mostly us awarding them, whether it was.
I can speak on Garland. So yeah, they applied, it was the same site, and this is kind of a policy point that I want to speak about more next year about, applications of different programs at the same site, it's a little complicated, but they did not receive their RTP funding. They had applied for 199,000. So far, I don't believe that either are going to be on that.
No, I'm sorry. Maybe I just want, it says RTP request on the sheet. I thought it was fine. I think probably would throw up my question.
0 awarded on that, on the Garland one. What was the other? Garland Limited, and that's one where they awarded half.
100,000.
So they requested 200.
We've not heard that one either, but are they, is the Trout Unlimited also on tier 1?
They should be, yeah.
It's the same one that's going on RRI.
Oh, excuse me, it's RRI, yes. 250,000. Application 1498, looks like solidly in the middle-ish.
Anybody have anything on the Trout Unlimited one?
I think I reviewed that, and I don't know why I don't see it on my list. But I believe this was for some fish passage.
And they had 2, Patrick, right?
So there was Scott, yeah, Scott Tom on that one.
I can tell you, my answer is pretty simple, and Trout Unlimited has been a pretty big partner over the years, but that was a great urban project for native fish, and enhancing safety for river runners, for fish stated.
I was concerned that, and this is probably the case with a lot of grants, there's no support from local businesses or user groups. We try to just kind of rely on who they are for the most part. History kind of maybe tells the story here for me, and I didn't want them to get the RCP and not get it through.
And that was almost a mirror of the discussion in our great history, which side letters from
And in my notes, it said that it's still extended 7.5 miles down the river to get more safe for kayakers, paddleboarders, other river users. And then it'll also increase fish passage for the Bongo cutthroat trout and bluehead sucker. And apparently, they'll also mitigate some flood risks. In the name of river sports and anglers. Anglers, thank you. I propose to.
The Common, we got limited, we can take passage, given by Scott in discussion. I'm just looking at the budget. They're asking $350,000 from us. U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, just under $80,000. And then DWR, $300,000. RCP, they asked $200,000. Have been awarded $100,000. So.
Well, it looks like, do they have a second one on there from what I'm seeing? Do they have 2 applications through UARC? I'm kind of showing 2, that's what I'm wondering. One for the 250 and then one for 266. On RRI, this one, I don't know what tier, what one that is. Okay. Okay. I don't know what this one is then.
So yeah, I guess my point is, all federal dollars, federal and state dollars, mostly state. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay.
Hey, committee, I have one that's kind of been lingering. I wonder if we can just reconsider. It's still on 5 grand. They're asking on 18K for a dock replacement. I don't know, reconsideration and on the small ask. I think you could have big impact for a small ask for fishing. Hopefully, improve access, probably not.
Mr. Chair, this project is well supported. I also believe this mayor was for that trip. We're trying to create a year-round destination that is succeeded when it is a year-round destination. But this would be another amenity. People aren't on the mountain and have something to do. It's it's overused as it is.
Is this the Bristol Common stuff? I believe we've already moved this forward.
It's called brand. It's not a.
Bristol Common bond docs. I have it on mine and it's forward. And I get it.
We are 50 minutes out from the end, so.
We are, I'm at 15 minutes, 5-0.
Is there?
So quickly, I'll bring it up one more time and I'll bring it up again. So Vanity Trail in Garfield County, I gotta do my due diligence, guys. So I had a discussion last night with somebody regarding this, and they said, basically it's gonna move forward, regardless. That being said, anything would help. I think the total last on this is, where is that? $216,000. I'm gonna say we reduce that to, looking at the cash amounts, things like that, I think $80,000 would be appropriate. So then the amount of $80,000 moving forward for consideration.
What one was that, Lance? What one?
It's excuse me, it's an RRI. It's the Garfield County score is 33.33, which is above the average. And it's Vanity Trail Restoration. Doesn't get a lot of use. I think, Scott, you spoke to this. It doesn't get a lot of use. And they said, well, that's because stamps get around. And it's like, well, okay. This would be throwing the project to Mullins, saying, yeah, let's get it fixed, let's see, maybe can we come here, get more money, maybe apply to start using it. That's my motion. We did.
Okay.
And like I said, I'm trying to be fast. $80,000 to move to the next round. Okay, what's my motion? Yeah, that's not.
I'll second that.
To reduce funding to $80,000 underground new trail, and leave that forward on the list, second by Russ. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Okay. Where are we total wise now?
No, it's 80,000.
80.
Right.
We take
That is different than the one. Do you have one? Yeah, that has all these. Yeah, but where's the score? The score says that they were. Amount.
Yeah, well, there's a
Oh,
that we have.
Patrick's running it on a different than a different file. Alive. But this one says the old boy truck.
Yes. Thanks for bringing that.
Just asking.
Yeah, and last year people were.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
was a
it's
different
really
one.
concerned about their status as a project, which is project. We actually did site visit up there, affected our staff. And finding activities with the funds lines and got familiar with who they are, what they're making. So those concerns are to a large degree resolved. I still think they have a challenge in their overall business plan, but really just for
Where did it rank?
It's down at the bottom of page one of here, 33 and 33. I kind of went back and forth because what is it? They're historic structures, these Adirondack structures. It's like a free wall cabin basically, like one side is open. They're, log structures that because they're so old, they've been really deteriorated. So they want to like use this fund to rehab those structures. And so I was kind of like, I guess it's like a yurt, so I guess that's technically allowed. So, but I was still kind of on the fence, just looking at it, and I would love to hear what you.
And this was tier one.
Tier one.
Yeah.
Have the wrong page.
Okay, so, yeah, any other thoughts on this one?
I ranked it, and I remember the top extensively last year. I actually ranked this high funding. As an old Boy Scout, I thought this is supposed to be those buildings will fall down. So
Okay.
I thought it was a different worthy project. I can't handle the numbers.
Yeah, $77 for request. Yep. Reducing ground project.
I'd like to make a motion.
Okay.
Motion to order that up.
We're gonna sign off foundation, sign off around that restoration, second. I'll second it. Well, any discussion? Any questions? All right, then, all in favor, say aye. Aye.
This is,
Yeah.
those eyes.
Okay, we're moving it.
And staff, you went up and checked out property.
I went up there with Jason and another staff member, but then also the Solid Climbers ones had the Solid Climbing Festival up there. So I spent a lot of time with Shad. I had a number of calls with them too. I think they were really, figuring out how to work with us to get funding. And they seem like they're really excited about just revitalizing that. It's a very historic area.
I mean, they want to find underserved communities to help.
Oh, it's a big ask. From
Any guys? Yeah.
Can we take a look, make a motion, take a look at the committee, I guess, and see how many we put through each one?
Let's just look at
Did
it.
we have a motion on? didn't they have a motion to that?
Yeah, passed. Did.
They did?
Mhm.
The-
So, no, he's on. Yes, we voted, we did. Remember, let's get it.
well, that's fine.
So it looks like all but 5 of the mini grants is up forward.
All of the topics, the bottom 5 have not been funded, so that's starting at the, Friends of Anonymous, all the way down to Roswell. So yeah, Moab bike trail improvements, foot golf, add on to disc golf. I'd be excited to hear. Visit the hospital, zero the hospital, construction of Apple, all for completion.
Kicking me off on something else.
So I'd like to elevate the Riverbird Refuge, the binoculars, so this is for Fox Elder County. It's the Bear River Bird Refuge and some of those binoculars I can see that are like the Empire State Building, kind of fasten there, you can see the birds. It's relatively small and I'll move, we move that forward. Okay, from Bear River Bird Refuge. Will viewers second that? So, second by Jordan and any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Yours on. 10 now.
Tam isn't here to speak about the golf, so I'll talk about it. Yeah. So,
Like football, I got a 12 point.
will you pull, yeah, there you go. That is what football is. So you take disc golf and you add to the baskets so that it makes it multifunctional. They talked about this being, one is a really tiny ask. They're asking for like less than $4,200 for this. And hold on, let's see if I can find it. Sorry, I'm just on the wrong page. I know, but it's, yeah, one of the things they talk about is that it, simple and inexpensive project adds to the value of an existing park. They didn't do the 50% match, but it is tiny. The letters of support were interesting, because I bet they were for an RTP proposal or something. Did some odd letters of support. And I basically, this is what I said, if there's funding left, I think this would be an easy one to slot in. And they're already struggling with the match. Just because it's unique.
Okay. I guess this is another example of like, you all, please tell us if this is eligible.
And just a further discussion on the mini grants. The Moab Bike Park, I did not review that, but I know that's a real asset to that community. And it's $8,000 to $9,000 house. Anybody that needs to chime in, just curious.
And I really like it, but the only reason I tried to score higher is where there's just too small. We pulled water this year, all these grants, but you see where I make a motion to.
Yeah, if you're familiar with the Anonymous Bike Park, we have a park up there. I just read through this stuff. They're only asking that much. Okay, the motion for Congress of the Friends of Anonymous Bike Park improvements. Second by Aaron.
And yeah.
You want to do both of those then?
Yeah.
Okay, so amended, so stand for service agency, we'll call it in, Friends of Anonymous Bike Park. Total of about 15,000 on the list, second by Aaron, still. Okay, any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye. We've got the binoculars as well, or
That's on.
Huh?
Okay.
Thank you. Just hoping, no, trying, please do.
One of the things was pretty covered condition, I believe. It was a pretty simple bike grant, but there's a lot of creativity. I want to say $1,000, but they had like custom bike racks they fish, and it was a really cool kind of. I was here, I said, we're going to do. Yeah, economic authority score 32.33,
$33.2.
And they are asking for $18,560.
Is it the CPR?
This is a.
Yeah, those ones I was like, when you see CPR and not like, honestly, they.
Yeah, exactly.
Asking for some little. It got lost in the CPR, but it's.
It's like, we took a lot of funds towards the lake and.
Yeah. We got a little house. What's the point?
Oh, when did that score again?
33.3.
33.2.
Wait, one minute.
Yeah, okay. Okay. Is there a motion there then?
Does that go through a conservation easement too? Because there are conservation easements all around Utah Lake.
Well, no.
Okay.
They're policy for anything else.
It's existing trail, they're just putting in some.
Got it, okay.
Infrastructure.
All right, so, motion is we would use on the authority manager to allow the Lake Shore Trail and Vineyard. Second. Second by Russ. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Good. Another 18.5. Easy one. You got the zero one there somewhere. Okay. I didn't even know. That's pretty cool.
There's a few of those, regional assets that we can have that we can restore. Consider restoring.
I would just note, if we are gonna start talking about regional asset restoring, I did not catch the set to do it, but the Bastian Center also has an RRI for 200K to do like the fencing and greater stuff.
Why is it an RRI? Did their first fence fall down? I mean, just asking for a friend.
Tell your friend.
So, yeah. Now,
Are we gonna look at restoring funding, see a couple of,
Potentially.
Here it is,
Yeah.
sorry. I just, I want to see.
Sort of looking around that. And just quick, it looks like this is the,
Okay, I was gonna say, I don't see it. Yeah, I mean, this is funding for a parking lot for a facility that hasn't been built yet.
Santa Barbara.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not super excited about this project since it's an accessory to passive outdoor recreation and some limited aquaculture.
We know about the Smith Foundation. You know, back to the way I see it.
It's for place.
Oh, but this is a restoration.
Well,
They won't be ice, right? Does the ice skating function now up there?
Yeah.
Well, it does in the winter.
in the
It's
winter.
summer, yes, yeah, probably.
Yeah.
I would rather see, I mean, that ranks the lowest of the scores. I would rather see if we're gonna do something on these regional assets, go back and bump the one that we've already popped.
Yeah.
In circles.
On regional assets, make a motion to restore Lizard Wash Park to full healing, just because it's a big regional asset.
Second.
Okay. All right, motion is to restore Lizard Wash. The original request of 1 million. Second by Jeff. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right.
So I'd like to make a motion. Then on Grantsville City, I'm the one that made the motion to bring it down, so I'm going to ask that we move them back up 750.
I would second that.
Russ to restore.
Yeah.
It was, yeah, we went to 500, we go back. Seconded by, who was it? Aye. All right. Any discussion on that one?
Which project was that?
It's slopes.
Okay.
Scenic slopes.
All in favor of that? Yeah. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, so that's unanimously, we're gonna take that one back to 750.
We have a 500 still from that group?
The USU, well,
750 is the Uinta All Wheels Park and the Fort Utah All Wheels Park.
none of them are.
But yeah, there's 750.
All ones that we for 4 million. There, what's our count? 327.
66.
I feel like we have Grantsville at 500. Do we have Grantsville at 500 in the regional asset? Oh, Grantsville did as well. Okay. 750. Okay. Okay. Which group is that in, sir?
This is our,
So I was one of the reviewers on the plan. So presented that one of the reviewers. I think that the Yeti Trail was disrupted because of the work that's been done. One short part of the sea run went in, and a bunch of construction, it washed out that connection from our parking lot going, I think it's going west. If I'm across, to make connections between trails that come into the Olympic Park and the trails that are leaving the Olympic Park. And there's a lot of people, I think that from the description, that use that parking lot sort of as a trailhead, even for walking or riding or not leaving from that spot. There's a big part of it.
And a lot of money to make.
I was also one of the reviewers and I ranked it low. In part because they acknowledged in their application that the trail doesn't get that much use and they destroyed their own trail. So someone flippantly wrote it, because you destroyed your trail, you want us to plant. But it is a small number amount, it is a, well, I asked that to the town of Burgess BMX track restorations for.
So I did the town of Burton, BMX track restoration. Thing I liked about this grant is, I forget the specifics that they were in the group. It seemed like it was a well used asset already, where there was just enhancements to it. Which was nice, kind of refreshing, because sometimes you see these projects and then it's dilapidated. Like, we got to rebuild it, from neglected, and this was, oh, it's already awesome, but we got some cool things. I think lighting and power.
You're right. I mean, that's very true. We're just out there.
And I'm sure with the lights, you know, because it's so hot, they'll be able to utilize it.
Yeah.
Is it? But it's really close.
Remember where we stood on the Ogden River Park conversation?
The repair.
Repairs.
Of the kind of one?
Yeah, well,
I thought we were going
there's like
forward.
the Weaver River Safe Passage, but then there's also a separate one for the Ogden Kayak Park.
Yeah.
Specifically. I assume it was the same flood that probably damaged both those sites.
I think we did the Ogden River.
Yeah, we were-
Part of the project.
I guess I'd make a motion that to approve the version.
I will second that.
Okay. Motion by Tom, second by
Lance.
Lance. Any discussion on moving town version of the next track restoration? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. That takes us to drum roll. Okay, we still got.
Nice try that.
What have you got in King County?
Total?
I'm just curious I can't remember which project.
Yeah, it looks like right now we have 200,000 total. What is specifically? So it looks like the CPR, it's their CPR application that went forward.
In one fund.
Yeah, it's the Winterville Recreation Complex.
Yeah, what about the sand caves? Yeah.
It's bathroom.
Oh, it's just the
Yeah.
bathroom. Okay.
If you want to find another King County to archery ranges.
That's why I remember he's bringing up archery before. Let's dig one once.
If they have an existing target shooting area to off the highway or working in the north end of town, and this would put some like shade structures in there, but also I believe they're gonna make this like a trail where you can take through and shoot different targets. It's a little bit shaky, but that's what I.
Is that a tier one?
That is true.
It's still one, and, the targets were like mobile targets, like ladder.
And this was awarded funding a couple of years ago. They had to turn down a contract because they were having issues with flagging some of the neighbors. Didn't want it there, but they've since resolved that. And so this is kind of a reapplication on the previous acre.
Was the total last one?
245.
So it's that put us too far over, and we kept on improving this, and we just will put it with you. Yes, there's, and there'll be some turnaround.
Either that or go back and drop. If you want to do it, I can drop back and set.
Given the amount that it's left, I also thought I'd like to hear from the people who evaluated the mini grant for Roosevelt City and for Jenny's playground. They come out almost race. It's interesting because it scored very low, but it got high and medium. And I don't know that the county has received a ton of data so far.
Yes, Phil.
Are they adding the box of?
Right? There's a pavilion.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like it's actually, they're asking us for a discount there. It looks like we can keep going afterwards. For the pavilion with picnic tables and stuff. And then you look at the budget sheet, maybe that's why, lots of volunteer hours.
Yeah, we have Betsy and Tracy and Dad.
Pre-built.
I reviewed this?
No, let's see.
Oh, I was like, I did not remember this.
It's a community pavilion with a golf disc course, or golf disc course, not disc course. It was, the weaknesses my note was, unclear if the trail, like there's actually trail work. Because there was a discussion about somehow that there was a trail going on as well, but I think it's just a disc golf course.
There's also like a mountain bike there.
Yeah, but it was unclear in the discussion that we were actually putting any money into.
Wax some detail about that.
Yeah.
It's the bonus grant.
So the budget just says $10,000 for the pre-built building with $5,000 for equipment rental, so we can install it. They're gonna put a kiosk, they got some road gates they're going to put in, picnic tables they're covering, quitters and stuff like that they're covering.
Fine if you want to bump.
I would just spend 30 grand for something that we're unclear on.
I don't think so. I mean, it doesn't, the spreadsheet doesn't even reconcile the red boxes on it, so,
That's just because I think they didn't total one column, the extended cost, otherwise, yeah. Otherwise, it's.
You know, that Olympic one, that was a 2015 grant project. So that Yeti one that they destroyed.
oh, we funded the original trail?
Uh-huh.
Oh.
And then they destroyed it.
Huh?
It's a 10-year.
Yeah, yeah, right. They didn't, yeah.
Exactly.
Well, going back to the King County archery range, there's a bigger ask than what we would have available. But the ones we discussed sort of at the end here. Larger.
There's also the Johnson, there's one in King County that I looked at,
Jackson Flat.
oh, it's pickleball, okay. Sorry.
It's like 7. Educational things there.
Do you have any grant?
I just trying to, it's like.
I will just say, having worked with the rural area and setting up like a shooting archer thing, it's not. If they got funded in the first round, like it would be nice to be looking at it now. Just remember that, like they went to the line after that and trying to get all of such work.
Okay, Jason, you want to keep it under 18 million or are we going a little more?
Do I want to?
Well, I mean, you don't want to see the numbers. I mean, we're trying to hit the 18 million, something lower than 18 million or.
Well, it kind of, I guess there's the question from the floor, what do we want to reserve for next year? So if we count on some level of committed funding being unobligated in the end, that's kind of our conclusion.
I look at these numbers as we spent 18.
Yeah.
Just 30.
Very good point.
That's really responsible. Yeah, we're truly splitting hairs.
Okay, but I'm gonna make a motion that we formally recommend the list of any form that's on the board.
Okay, Des has made a motion. Sharon has seconded the motion. We'll, take all of those that we've added to our list of those to recommend. Finally, any discussion? Seeing none, we'll vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Yes.
You guys. Remember what Sunday.
You guys
remember it all. You haven't been
Patrick,
taking
you
notes?
want everybody to bunch up together for a photo?
Come on. On
I don't empty that.
That's great.
I do think, well, before we go, if the balcony is available, filter out there and do sort of lined up on the balcony.
Oh, that might be fantastic.
There's gonna float outside out there.
We're getting planning wall. Harnessed up. I'll be trying.
Well, thanks, Nicole, for hanging with us.
Me, that's totally kind of you. Super interesting. Thank you.
We are adjourned.
Okay, thank you.